welcome to Berlin, Germany for week 8 of the LEC Spring Split. We've got an intense fight in the race for playoffs, and with 4 teams tied going into today, hashtag every game counts, starting with Splyce vs G2. I'm your host. I know it's weird. I'm here. Who is this person? I'm Alex Machine Richardson, and I'm joined by the familiar Andrew Vedius Day.
Hello.
And Indiana Fosker in Black, not Natasha, as I called you this morning.
Again, we were too far on one side of that spectrum.
Yeah, really ruined that one.
Are you ready, though? You're now in a new world, League of Legends.
I don't think my Counter-Strike fans have ever seen my legs. This is like the first time my legs have ever been on air.
Look at them ankles.
Take
Look
a
at
look.
them
I've got some
shoes.
calves. Check that out. No, okay, this is going to be fun, and I'm hopefully going to be guiding you guys through it with, of course, these big brains I'll be picking throughout the day. Now, today is International Women's Day, a day to think equal, build smart, and innovate for change. Join us on Instagram at LollySports today for a takeover celebrating the women and non-binary individuals that help make this show incredible. Now, speaking of incredible, guys.
We have some really awesome people backstage as well, and we also have a special guest today, I believe, Machine.
Yes, Frankie is going to be here. Of course, I'm not alone. Both of us coming from Katowice and the Counter-Strike extravaganza, now dipping our toes into the League of Legends world. And talking of, the League of Legends world was rocked. I did go on the Reddit. I ignored the ones about me. I ignored those ones, but I did see a whole lot of upvotes for an SKT1 Griffin game. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, it was an exceptionally fantastic game of League of Legends. We saw a phenomenal best of 3. I won't go into spoilers. Go watch it yourself. Watch.esports.com. You can check out the VODs, but probably one of the best games that we've seen in years. It was fantastic.
Years?
Yes.
Years.
I was about to say, like, months? Years.
Years.
My goodness. Now, I spoke of Frankie earlier, and why don't we go ahead and meet her? Frankie, what are you up to today?
Well, I'm hanging out with this beautiful audience out here in the studio audience. And of course, I'm going to be interviewing some coaches and players and getting their thoughts in this crucial week. Because, of course, all these teams have only got 4 more matches before playoffs.
Lovely, Frankie, thank you so much. I still need the hair tips. I don't know how she does it. Apparently there's like 12 products involved. I'm not ready for that kind of commitment. But to set stage for a week 8 of the LEC, we've currently got 4 teams tied at 7-7. And this means everything, meaning we'll have to a hell of a fight for the last playoff spots. What is it jumps off the page when you take a look at this one?
I mean, frankly, the fact that 3rd and 8th are pretty much stacked on top of each other, and it's a close race right in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, we also have to note that XL and Rogue cannot qualify for playoffs. Unfortunately, they passed the threshold. It's impossible for them now. But G2 have locked in that 1st place spot.
Is it first or is it top 2?
Oh, sorry, they've locked in top 2. My apologies.
They're going to Rotterdam.
You are correct. They have locked in top 2, and they will be making their way to Rotterdam. And now the rest of the teams are trying to vie for a spot next to them.
Yeah, and again, it's that big, meaty middle of the pack. It's the fact that everything is so close that, again, we're in a situation where the league is stacked. Hashtag every game counts, every game matters. I don't know what you want to say, but it's down to the wire right now, and it's on a knife's edge of who is actually going to cross the threshold. And
so truly, you know, yes, it's a cool hashtag, and yes, Vedius is proud of it, but it is actually incredibly exciting. The fact that every single game of League of Legends could determine your fate of the entire split is awesome, and that's what we like to see. Now, SK have joined this group after a massive upset against G2 last week. Can we just touch on that just a little bit?
We certainly can. I mean, their wins last week were very surprising because we expected them to beat XL and then lose to G2, and all the Fnatic fans were like, oh, yes, they lost to XL, this is great. And then they certainly managed to get a surprise win against G2, and it's keeping the race exceptionally close. They're a massive wild card in this race. You never really know what SK is going to show up on the day, and that's what makes them so terrifying in this playoffs race.
Yeah, and Misfits, are they terrifying? I mean, that's a question we're going to be looking to find answers to, because they're trying to find some momentum. We actually have their schedule. It's Fnatic. Let me get this right. Fnatic, Schalke, Splyce, G2. What Froskura, when you hear that, you don't look particularly confident.
I'm going to go with a soft no. Misfits aren't scary right now. Just a soft one.
Okay, a soft one.
The advantage that Misfits fan can get behind, however, is that they hold so many head-to-head records against a lot of these teams that are tied in this position for the playoffs race. So against the likes of Origen, SK, and they can hold it against Fnatic. So they still did very well in the first half of their split, that now they can just scrape in their bottom 4 games to still make it into playoffs.
Okay, well, lovely segue, thank you for that, because we're talking about first half of Split and Schalke next on the chopping block. Let's talk about these guys, because they had such dominance at the start of this Split. Now coming into the second half, they're looking like a different team, Vedius. What's happening here?
Yeah, they're currently sitting at 0-5 in the second half of the Split. Now, they did play against a lot of the top teams, but they also played against a lot of the teams around them. And their schedule is one of the easier ones, arguably Origen only being the toughest competition in that stack. But a lot of fans are not confident in this roster right now. And going up against XL today, some even consider XL to be the stronger team.
I mean, frankly, the only way Schalke's schedule gets easier if they were facing themselves, but that's off the cards. And you can see that exactly in this. So this is the scoreboard about the second half of the Split. So suddenly G2 aren't in first anymore. It's Fnatic, surprise, surprise, whereas Schalke are now sitting 0-5. They haven't picked up a single win in the back half of the LEC Spring Split.
Have we been theory crafting? Do we have answers? What's going on? Have they all just got food poisoning for a Split or something? What's happening here?
I think one of the big things for Schalke is that they haven't shown the same level of growth as everyone else.
Right.
And every other team, as you can see, has shown a lot. They're all beating each other now. The fact that we have so many 3-2s, including G2, is just a clear example of why our league is so competitive right now, and the amount of growth that all these different teams have made throughout the Split.
And I mean, when talking about growth, my eyes dart to the top of that list, Fnatic. I mean, so these guys, 4-1, barely touchable here. I want to talk a little bit about where that's coming from. What's happening here?
I mean, it's coming from basically every position on the map right now. It's the fact that Bwipo attacked in the top lane, that you can still fall back to your star AD carry and Reckless, and that Broxah and Nemesis have come alive. Virtually every single piece of Fnatic have now found the responsibility in this 5-man unit.
Yeah, personally, I've been a really big fan of Bwipo's performance over the last few weeks. He has been left on an island a lot, and he's been very independent. But a lot of the early game impacts that he's been having in his own lane, along with the likes of Broxah and Nemesis working better as a duo, Hylissang roaming around on the map, and the fact that that 2v2 in the bot lane is so much stronger just results in these kind of stats. Look at the difference in the first half to the second half in just their early game goal differences. Their towers at 15. Their kills have over doubled compared to what they had in the first half of the Split. And this team just seems to be on the same page, and I think it's a very impressive.
So moving away from this kind of, you know, one-man reckless army, it's a full team effort.
It definitely feels like that right now for Fnatic.
That is exciting. And in the playoffs race, every game does count. You're going to be sick of hearing it. I am going to keep saying it. And for a look at the most pivotal matchups for Week 8, we're going to hear from Medic.
Thank you very much, Machine. With only 2 weeks left in the LEC Split, it's crunch time for the teams in the race for playoffs. At the moment, there are only 2 certainties. G2 is locked up into the top 2, and XL and Rogue can no longer make it into playoffs. Everyone else is still in the running, and for the 7 teams that are left, only 5 of them can secure a spot. Now, there are 1,048,576 scenarios that could still play out. So let's have a look at some of the most important matches this weekend. We'll start up with Origen versus SK versus Origen. Origen have been slowly working their way through the ranks and are now widely regarded as one of the top teams in Europe. After starting off 1-4, Origen have since won 7 of their last 9, climbing from 7th place in the league to 3rd, and are now hungrily eyeing 2nd place and a guaranteed spot in Rotterdam. SK, on the other hand, are still fighting to lock their place in playoffs. In just over 53% of the remaining scenarios, SK lock a spot, and a win over Origen could provide to be a vital result for them in that quest to reach the 9-win mark. After today, they still have 3 matches left to play, and that's against Rogue, Splyce, and Vitality, so their road to playoffs looks anything but simple. Now, it would be remiss if we didn't talk about Schalke. Tomorrow they play up against Misfits. As a team, Schalke have lost their last 5 games and have dropped from a solid 2nd place to tied 5th, maybe even with a chance of dropping out of playoffs. Misfits, too, are a team on the decline. They came out of the gates with a bang, but since have only whimpered. A win against their closest playoff rivals for either of these teams would be a boon. Finally, our 5th game of today, Fnatic versus Misfits. At the halfway mark of the Split, Fnatic were 3-6 and in 8th place in the league. Today, they are tied with Misfits, Schalke, and SK in 5th place. Every game they play against a playoff rival means more because you're not just pushing yourself up, but you're pushing your rivals closer and closer to elimination. Taking this game in isolation, if Fnatic win, their chances of being locked into playoffs goes from 46% of scenarios to 67% of scenarios. And Misfits would be locked out in just over half of the scenarios remaining. Now, Fnatic have never missed a playoffs in Europe, but I'm sure there's a lot of Misfits fans who are watching this and trying to wipe it from their memory. In spring 2018, Misfits lost to Rucker in the final week of the Split and lost out on a playoff spot. Let's just hope the Rabbits can hop their way into playoffs instead of ending up as hair stew again.
In the first weeks, it looked dire. It looked like we're not even going to make playoffs.
If you're a Fnatic fan, a little bit worried that 0-3 now, not in the best of shapes.
G2 destroy Fnatic.
And finally, we have some momentum back in Fnatic. They're finally on the board.
The streak continues here for Fnatic, a very clean game.
The fact that we can stand up to teams now is satisfying because it allows the split for something to happen.
The Nexus is being focused. Fnatic are one step closer to the playoffs.
Could be that the old adage is true. In Europe, everyone beats everyone, and it's Fnatic that wins.
You could probably say that Fnatic's back.
The focus being on ourselves is what changed the most. And once we actually talked about it, we all realized, you know what, be a team, we're gonna win.
This game could decide which of these teams makes it into playoff and which team goes home with nothing. So it's not about winning and improving yourself, it's about not losing and making sure the other team is kicked out of playoffs.
Reckless now caught out by sOAZ. Hansama taking down, flashes over the wall.
The last time we played Misfits, the reason why we lost was because we're still in a 2018 mindset where we'd get away with pretty much everything and could just farm for late and allow me to carry.
Most people would say Fnatic have a little bit of an edge, but if Misfits play through their bottom lane like we've seen them do, they can easily take down Fnatic.
We can still go and make playoffs while being in our current form, but none of us are satisfied with how we are playing right now.
Every small victories are pretty big right now.
XL take the 4v5 and they slam Misfits inside the Baron pit.
If you're looking for a standout carry on Misfits at the moment, it has to be Forbidden in the mid lane. Like, he's the only guy that's performing better as the split's gone on.
The Aurelia is still very healthy, now trying to fire back as the Galio's on the way, and Febiven's still alive, he's already parked the passive, that's the double, he wants the triple.
I actually think it's the best Forbidden's been since probably the last time he was on Fnatic.
When has Febiven ever been relevant not on Fnatic? I feel like he's just playing his own game. That's not really going to win you games nowadays.
Probably going to be a bit of an emotionally charged battle in the top lane. Bwipo has been enabled on patch 9.4 to play some more of these conqueror top laners and actually dominate the lane.
It's my spirit animal, you know, like it's what I'm made of.
This guy just like got known for Worlds, plays against the Shy, and whew, they had to sub in sOAZ real fast.
From now on, every game counts.
Fact of the matter is that there are no more second chances. Everything is on a knife's edge, and because both these teams fumbled either the back half of the LEC or the front half of the LEC, it's do or die.
And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Fnatic have never missed a finals.
Oh, they've never missed a playoffs.
That counts, that's a final. It was close. I knew there was something.
They definitely have never missed the playoffs, and considering the long history of this league, it's definitely going to be an important couple of weeks for them, because not making it would definitely be a huge mark on their history that they do not want to have.
Right, no, absolutely. And so if we wanted to explore this significance, so Fnatic have already lost to Misfits. This is going to be kind of do or die, sink or swim for them now, Frost.
Yeah, it means that Misfits, again, can hold that head-to-head, because right now they're 1-0. And Misfits, even though their schedule looks rough, even though their form looks way out of control, they hold so many head-to-heads that if the league stays as it is stacked, Misfits can still qualify into playoffs. So, again, this doesn't necessarily knock them out of playoffs, but this could be the nail in the coffin for both these teams.
Wow, okay, that's a lot of weight on one game of League of Legends, and that, of course, is coming up. That is our match of the week, no doubt about it. Now, two players that we saw throwing shots at each other and looking fierce, both in gameplay and in their eyebrows. Love what Bwipo's doing with these things here. Now, match of the week for sure, but let's explore these two handsome gentlemen behind us. This is a bit of a head-to-head in the top lane.
Yes, Bwipo versus sOAZ. For those that don't know, there is...
Would you say it's a grudge match?
I would say that it's quite the grudge match. There is a long history between these two players. Last year, it was Bwipo that subbed in for sOAZ in spring after he hurt his wrist, and he went on to win the final for Fnatic. Then in summer, Bwipo was subbed out. sOAZ came in and didn't lose a game in playoffs. At the World Championship, Bwipo played the majority of their games, but was subbed out in the final for sOAZ.
Oh my goodness.
Like, there is so much history between these two just in the spirit of 2018, and now they are in separate teams. Now they go up against each other once again. The last time they met, it was sOAZ who obliterated Bwipo.
So this is kind of a bit of of like an EastEnders episode of League of Legends,
Yes.
right? And they're meeting, it's sink or swim, it's amazing.
Literally that.
And if you fancy seeing how one of them are approaching this incredibly important game, you can do so and check out Bwipo's POV stream, which is over at twitch.tv/RiotGames2. Just add a 2, super easy to do. Now, we have got some monumental matchups coming up tonight. And as we kick off this week 8 of the LEC Spring Split, take a look at this. This is your schedule for the day. And they are all jumping off the page, I admit. We're all eyes on number 5. It's definitely a grand finale.
sure.
But where else? Vedius, where else are your eyes drawn?
So Schalke versus XL is the game that I'm surprisingly drawn to. It seems that both of you are
You
also
picked mine!
drawn to that. So everyone's excited about this matchup. And the reason why it's so exciting is just because of the current state of Schalke and the fact that XL have proven to just be this upset machine that can create a lot of chaos in the league.
Right.
And even though they won't be running Kasing today, they're running their
Mystique.
Mystique from the ERL League. I'm very excited to see what they can do and see if they can cause more chaos in the standings.
I know you were looking at that one too, but if I forced a different call, what would you say, Frost?
I think the easy one is then SK versus Origen. It's the fact that you have 2 legacy organizations that are battling it out, but in completely different chapters of League of Legends right now. You have SK, young guns, a lot of rookie players. They can make a splash, they can make playoffs, and you have Origen, who rumblings and whisperings are saying that this is the true terror of the LEC, that they can, contest and take down G2. So we're waiting to see the final form of Origen.
And SK, of course, these young guns just ready to cause chaos, as they have been throughout all of the LEC. Now, in the predictions, these guys have definitely had their fun, as have I, but it ends now. In week 8, it's time for the rise of my cousins, the Machines. That's what seems to agree with me as my toes start to curl. But yes, absolutely.
Did you bring that with you? How did
A USB drive.
I see.
Yeah. MP3 had Audacity open. It's like a 30-minute project. No, but we have our predictions up. How did I do? Where am I?
You're at the top.
I see some favoritism.
dear.
I see.
Okay, I saw a Union Jack and I just got very excited.
So really, I'm the only edgy one today. We had a pact, Frost.
Okay.
We said we were going to work together to take down the robot, and then you're like, we gotta go, I take a gamble here.
The robot is just second place. Right now, I'm looking at Twitter. Where's my close-up? Right here?
Did you have
That's
one?
just single.
Single? I'm coming for you,
counts.
Twitter.
I'm
And that means I need to take calculated risks. And what I'm disappointed about is I thought Twitter was going to turn on Schalke. So I was like, I've got them. They'll go for XL. I'll go for Schalke. I'll be able to make ground. But no, they stayed true to the dumpster fire.
I think that's a perfect point. That bombshell, we'll leave it on for now. But yes, do be sure to participate in those predictions over on Twitter and to keep Frost happy as well. Now, while the action continues in the LEC, there is plenty of League of Legends going on around the world. For a global check-in, here's Quickshot.
Hello, Alex. It's such a pleasure to have you on the show. I don't know if you've heard, but I'm a bit of a stats whiz here in the league world. Quick stats, they are my passion.
Yeah, actually,
and I'm going to take you through...
No, I'm sure. I totally am on board. I love it. I love this kind of gradient
That's
thing.
what I like to hear.
Comic Sans, love the typeface. But I saw what happened last time that you were in control of this and left your own devices. So I'm going to have Dracos, if you wouldn't mind. He's just gonna hold your hand through this. It's all good. Safe space. You got it.
You
Rock and roll,
can't do
man.
that. You're new. He can't do that.
Oh, it's okay. He can.
He can't.
He's the host now. He's in charge. Yeah, it's gonna be real simple. I'm gonna hand you these cards. Yeah, you just hold them both hands, preferably. Yeah. And
so what do I do with this?
When I point at you, you're gonna read. Don't first card first. See, they're numbered.
This is my segment.
I know, but just one at a time. We're gonna get through it together. Okay? You ready?
I don't really have much of a choice, do I?
All right. First point, Quickshot. Let's go.
Okay, you've said that. Do I seriously have to do this?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. They're gonna love it.
Hey guys, it's me, Quickshot. Wave at camera. I'm really excited for this episode of Quick Stats, where we'll be talking about international stats and regional and not dragons? What do you mean we're not talking about dragons?
Oh, that's right, Quickshot. And anytime we do regional comparisons, I like to look at game time. Generally, regions are pretty close together when we look at average game time.
Seriously?
Yeah. You got it.
But Dracos, what about those two?
Oh, good catch, Quickshot. Of course, the LCL and LCS are two big outliers, with the LCL speed running their games at 30 minutes and 14 seconds, and the LCS clocking in at over 36 minutes with some big long ones. And then the LEC, we definitely rank kind of on the faster end, just a minute under the global average, just about faster than that.
That's great, Dracos. But what about kills?
Quickshot, you know exactly what I want to talk about. You're such a good co-host. Now, the CKPM, or combined kills per minute, ties in nicely with the average game time. You can see the LCS trend of slower games continues as they average just above 1 kill every 2 minutes. Now, these slower, less kill-intensive games are something that they share with the LCK.
I don't want to do this. I really don't. Like, you've stolen my segment. This is my thing.
Read the card, Trevor.
I really don't want to.
Read the card.
Oh boy, Dracos. Could this mean the LCS is getting closer to playing the clean, intelligent macro style that the LCK is known for?
Oh, Trevor. No, I don't think so, but it's really nice of you to say that.
The last piece of the puzzle is unique trends when it comes to champions across regions.
Oh, good point. Now, Karthus, for example, is an EU special. He has a 90% pick ban ratio, whereas in the LCK, he's actually only been picked and banned 1 time.
And in the LEC, Renekton seems to be our flair.
Yeah, but of course, across the world, we do also have Vladimir, Yorick, Ryze, Jarvan, the Riven as well, with the demise of, the Urgot, as well as the Scion. A lot of new picks are showing up. And Quickshot, that was it, buddy. You did good. Look at that. We talked about
I didn't do anything.
stats.
You stole my segment.
No, it's fine. You talked about stats.
You didn't
did
talk
a great
about
job.
dragons.
We're going to go right back to Machine. The show's going to continue as normal.
Okay,
You're not going to cry.
Fine,
it's going to be fine. Everyone's going to have a good time. It's
Whatever.
going to be fine.
Okay, whatever. It's fine. Whatever. Quick, give me my stats, because it's my segment now, and I am going to talk about the Drakes. Quick stats, they're my passion. I have dragon stats for you. Look at all the dragons killed across all the world in all the different regions. And you know what? Maybe these numbers don't mean anything. Maybe they don't. But to me, they do. To me, they matter. You could comment on how the LCK has got so many Infernal Drakes. My God, Riot, the script could not be any more obvious. Do you want to know how I can see it? Do you really want to know? Look at the LCS. Look at the Cloud Drakes. No other region has more Cloud Drakes. And you know why? Because Cloud9 are in their region. Can't you see the connection? I do. And I'm trying to teach you people. I'm trying to show everybody. But it doesn't matter. Summoners, I turn to you and I ask you, I beg you, how can we be content to let all of these dragons die? For what? For buffs for pro gamers to win? For LEC, LCK, LPL? It doesn't matter. Maybe we let them die for segments like this, for me to just embellish myself. But you know what? Not anymore. I'm making a stand. I will never hurt another Drake. I will stand with the Drakes. I will defend the Drakes. I will protect the Drakes.
Okay, buddy.
And I will.
Okay, no,
Dracos,
it's okay.
you're named after them.
Frosco,
Dracos,
help
they're
me.
like you're
Help
one
me.
of them.
It's okay. We
Dude,
don't want.
I have so much more to tell.
We don't
I
want
have
to ruin
so much more to tell.
Okay, we're gonna just go. Now. It's time to leave.
Okay. So if you want to see more from Trevor Quickshot Henry, he'll be doing a slam poetry set at about 2 a.m. in Berlin. You'll you'll hear him, I think, as well. My God, that's a trial by fire. That's an experience right there.
Welcome to the league, man.
And welcome, Amazing, as well. Frosk is otherwise occupied, and we've grabbed ourselves Maurice Amazing Stuppenschneider.
Ooh, that was pretty good.
That sounds pretty good.
Dankeschön. Yeah. No, but real talk. We've got a pre-game to do, and this is a big one. We do have Splyce taking on G2, and let's turn our attention to that first game, where the #1 team, G2, face off against a playoff-chasing Splyce. So for G2 specifically, guys, we wanted to start this and kind of dedicate this to talking about the elephant in the room. We have got a mid laner jumping all the way over to the AD carry role. I'm going to start with a bit of a newbie question. How often has this even happened?
So this isn't really a common thing.
No?
The only most well-known one is Ambition. He used to be a mid laner over in the Korean League, and then he transitioned to jungle after he lost pretty dramatically to FLICKR. And then in 2017, he finally achieved his world championship. So when many people use that as an example, they think, oh, it'll take time for Perkz to get there. And at the beginning of the split, we actually said as analysts and experts that Perkz would probably be in the top 3. And there are a lot of negative comments suggesting that he wouldn't actually be that good. So Perkz is maybe barely a top 30 player in the world. Top 2 guy is inting in solo queue, playing these exact champions. Yeah, Perkz is no way top 3, you're right. Never having played the position before, I think it's overstepping the mark. Perkz, I predict he'll crash and burn. He has the mechanics and the know-how. Yeah, and as you can see, people were not entirely optimistic around Perkz' success.
And those were all Amazing Reddit's accounts.
Yeah. I thought I changed my flair to Schalke, but apparently it's still a Fnatic flair.
You got your flair all wrong. No, but what was your reaction when you saw that announcement?
I was concerned, honestly. I still do think that he has ways to go to basically become like an actual well-rounded AD carry, because right now he has shown like he can play Lucian, he can play early game styles, but towards the late game, he's still not as reliable. And other AD carries like Upset, like Reckless, are still better than him, in my opinion, but he's actually on his way, and that's really surprising to me.
Yeah, I think one of the great things about Perkz is he brings a lot of flexibility to the role. The fact that he was a former mid laner means that he does have this tendency to have a huge champion pool, and you can see, as Maurice was saying, in terms of laning, his stats are very dominant, and he is very strong in that lane. And it's nice to see that even with the transition, he's found a lot of success.
Now, amazing, we were talking about this before, and you started kind of directing a lot of credit towards his support. I mean, Mickey, how much of a factor is he into Perkz' success?
I mean, any support that can be classified as the best mechanical support in Europe is going to help out in the end. So Perkz basically benefits from Mickey X, but he also benefits from the rest of his team, because even if Perkz screws up, the rest of the team can kind of carry him through. And Mickey X is obviously the first choice to basically like help him out in the early laning phase, and obviously later in the game kind of direct him in the team fights, and honestly tell him what to do to a certain extent too.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's certainly working out well for them when you take a look at the standings. There's no doubt about that. And we will soon talk more about Splyce. But first, here's Frankie with their coach.
I'm here with Duke, the coach from Splyce. And now, last week, it was 1-1, a loss against Origen, but a win against Schalke. Why don't you tell me what happened last week for the boys?
The game against Origen was pretty rough. I think we didn't have the right priorities in draft, and we struggled to execute the early game. Then Origen are pretty clean at the moment, so they just snowballed out of it. Against Schalke, we kind of changed our assumptions to try to play a style that suits us more than I would say, the classic meta picks, and it was pretty good for us. We looked for team fights, and Schalke did an unfortunate Baron, let's say, and we punched it really fast.
So tell me actually about the most comfortable play style for your boys.
I mean, we can play both styles, I would say 1-3-1 or 1-4, but we decided against Schalke that playing a 1-4 where we just try to collapse, look for more team fight than just only play for silent pressure all the time, so you have to abuse speed to go for fast rotation usually. That's what we tried against Schalke. We practice also a lot of 1-3-1 that we tried against Origen. I would say at the moment the meta is more towards 1-3-1, I would say among the top teams at least, but we still see some team fight comps.
And how are you going to stop G2 taking advantage of you guys in the mid game today?
And G2 are obviously extremely strong. I think the goal against G2 is first to survive the early game. If we can survive the early game and be maybe even or still be in the game at 15 minutes, then I think we have all the tools to fight against them. We should try to challenge them where they can be sometimes cocky, because even if they are the best team obviously in Europe, I think their main weakness is their cockiness. We saw it against SK, and we'll try to punish them where they overstep.
Now, it is week 8, so we've only got 4 more matches before the playoffs. So I know that you're thinking very much about these matchups. What do you think are the chances of Splyce making it to the playoffs?
I mean, I'm confident that we can make playoff. Obviously, we have an extremely hard schedule. We are playing G2 today. Tomorrow we play SK, then Misfits and Fnatic. We like the 2 matches that are extremely important for us are SK and Misfits, because we are already 1-0 against those 2 teams. So if we were to win again against them, then we would be 2-0 on the head-to-head, which would give us a big edge for the playoff run. So I would say we need 2 wins. Hopefully we can get one tonight against G2, but if not, we'll try to fight our best against SK and Misfits, and hopefully maybe Fnatic at the end.
Well, Duke, good luck to you and to Splyce, because we need to head back to Alex on the desk.
That was Duke there, giving us some strong words about G2. Words ego, confidence. He's got a read on G2. What do you reckon?
It definitely feels like that. I loved his point where if we can survive the early game, then we have a shot. And
yeah.
I think that's not a bad statement to make. Yeah. It's just surviving the early game could be quite the challenge against G2. Right. So I don't know how reliable of a strategy that is.
So if you are, put yourself in Splyce's shoes and Duke's shoes, amazing. What you're going up against what feels like a David versus Goliath situation here.
I think what you have to do is basically, like, the hope for the best comp is kind of the best situation you can put yourself in, where you basically have 1-4 elements, which means that you basically have a team comp that can team fight in the mid to late game, because it kind of plays off of Splyce's like strengths too, where they're not strong in the early game, they're not strong in the mid game, but they are strong in the late game. They can always rely on Kobe, and they can rely on Xerxes and Chachi also to team fight well.
But how often have G2 let it get to the late game?
I mean,
very rarely.
last week
is probably the closest example. I am curious as to how G2 will approach this match because they've locked in top 2 now. They could take 2 approaches, which is try hard for the rest or maybe take a lighter schedule.
Yep.
I'm very fascinated to see what kind of approach they'll take up against Splyce today.
And so am I, and it's about to happen. As you can see, it is time for us to kick off week 8 of the LEC Spring Split. It's Splyce versus G2, and they're ready to hit the Rift.
Thank you very much, Machine, and hello, everybody. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, joined by Indiana, not Natasha, for Skewer in Black.
I don't know why. I have no idea.
It's just what he decided to call you on the day, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
He accepted his error, and we forgive him 1. He gets 1. If he does it again, we kick him off the desk. Quickshot hosts again, and we're fine.
Please no, don't mess up. I don't want a Quickshot host.
Nor do I, but we are going to get into our first game of the day just very shortly. G2 up against Splyce. Of course, G2 not that much left to fight for.
Yeah, they've already locked into Rotterdam, at least the top 2 positions. Now, that said, they haven't secured first just yet, and this kind of begs the question of what type of G2 are we going to see? Are you going to see very angry, super serious, ready to just blow their opponents out of the water G2 that feel embarrassed about a loss? Or are you going to see G2 maybe have a bit more fun, if that's actually possible? G2 maybe experiment a little bit more, practice some styles that they're not necessarily as refined on because there's nothing to lose.
I mean, you couldn't blame them at all. We're starting to see some unique picks come out in solo queue as well. I've heard rumors, whisperings of a Nico AD carry as a possibility. We're going to jump on into the draft. G2 on the blue. Splyce decided to be on the red side here on patch 9.4. And already we've got the Nocturne, the Braum bands, and the Jace band from Splyce.
And I have to say, we have a lot of teams that are selecting red side today as opposed to blue side. And for me, it's because Silas is disabled. So this is actually huge for me with only 4 games left to play and a champion that is pretty much a huge priority pick for blue side. I think it infinitely makes red side stronger because now you can just throw three bans. Those were not the 3 bans I was expecting. I was expecting Jace, Jervin, and Lucian, but I think you heard some rumors.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of Nico AD carry coming up. TSM played it top lane last week as well. Can work really well. Not going to see it in this game, but it means that the Jarvan ban we expected is going to work its way through.
Now the question is will they grab the Jarvan or will they grab the Karthus? So what's cool about G2 and Splyce is where Karthus has dropped down in priority for a lot of teams. He's still very high priority between these 2 teams, specifically because Xerxes is such a strong Karthus player. And while he did receive some nerfs, it basically took him from Super Saiyan to kind of normal Saiyan. So still a big deal.
It only slows, the Q nerfs only slow his clear speed by about 5 to 10 seconds on the first rotation. So Karthus still very powerful. We are going to see the Jarvan locked in straight away for Splyce here. So it's that other power pick that can be flexed through multiple roles.
Yeah, I do expect it to go into Xerxes' hands, however, although it could fit for Chachi. And at this point, Splyce are like, we've got to get strong lanes. We need to be able to contest G2 in the lane phase because we can't just let this Karthus scale up. Because while Karthus is a great pick for Splyce, they have a lot of comfort on it, it's also a great pick against Splyce because you know that they have the longest average game times of anyone in the LEC. And if you have a late game insurance policy like Karthus, just match him in that late game.
G2 very comfortable on the pick as well. Of course, Jankos known for it in the first couple of weeks. Alongside that, we're going to see Splyce get the Thresh, a powerful support pick, can do a huge amount of work. And then the Galio coming out from G2. Now that Galio I expect to be taken by Mickey into the supporting role. We've seen him play it once already this split.
Well, I would suspect you're correct, especially because the LeBlanc is locked in tandem with it. LeBlanc, one of the strongest blind picks available right now for the mid lane position. I do want to touch on the Galio. I like it as a response to the Thresh. Galio has a lot of all-in engage potential, and when you pick up a Thresh, you're normally going to run a kill lane, or at least have kill lane potential there. So I like G2 matching firepower for firepower with Splyce.
And the common answer to a LeBlanc in the mid lane is the Lissandra. So tanky with the Aftershock. It's Humanoid's 4th most played champion this split, actually tied first at 2 games. And he's won both times he's played it as well. So a comfort pick for the rookie mid coming out from Splyce.
We're still starting to see a lot of mix-up here. You know, a Kalista being leveraged as a ban against G2 Esports. We saw Kalista play this morning against Griffin versus SKT, but not a lot of teams outside of Misfits in the LEC will reach for that Kalista.
And Kalista is one of those picks that as an AD carry, you want to put a lot of time into. It's kind of like learning an entirely new style of marksman. So surprised to see it banned against Perkz when he can't have put as many hours in as some of our traditional AD carries.
Yeah, and with the Kalista, the Draven, and the Lucian band is kind of what does Perkz grab to be aggressive with this Galio lane. Now, things like the Kaisa still stand out, the Sivir, the Tristana, so there's still a wealth of options.
We'll see what G2 wants to ban next. Looks like it's a predominantly AD carry second ban phase. We are looking towards the Poppy here. Chachi, a historically very strong Poppy player. and taking that out of his hands will help G2 have a little bit more agency.
And I think that Poppy actually just fits really well in the current meta with kind of Urgot falling to priority. She can be blind picked fairly easily. She can slot into a lot of different compositions. And speaking of blind picks, the big pick that did make its way all through this draft phase is the Aurelia. And I know that G2 love to blind the Aurelia because they feel so confident in the power of the pick.
We'll see if they get it on this rotation. There's the Kai'Sa that you talked about earlier in form of AD carries, something Perkz has played quite a bit, although it is him playing that Kai'Sa was not the reason they lost versus SK, but the way he played it in the late game could have been part of the reason that they failed to defeat.
It didn't feel too good. His lane phase was still relatively strong. We talked about how it can synergize really well with Galio. You have so much backline threat and reach down there, and I do expect this to be the Aurelia lock-in and this to be the standard G2 composition. And there you go, Wonder.
Yep, there is the Aurelia for the top lane. Good predictions on the day. Frost now. We'll see where Splyce decide to round out their composition. Could be top, could be mid, could be jungle. Sorry, of course, with that Jarvan, still a very flexible pick, but I like having the top lane counter pick for last here for Splyce.
Is it really a counter pick when you knew it was going to come? There we go. So it is Xerxes jungle into the Jarvan, and it's Chachi's Renekton. Now, we have seen Renekton cropping up in the LEC. He can make use of some of the new itemization that's coming into 9.4 to make him a bit more durable on those side lanes in terms of scaling. But for me, this should be a very top-focused side of the map.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of pressure put onto Jankos in the early game. If that Renekton can get ahead alongside the Jarvan, put the Aurelia behind, Splyce may have their avenue to success here against G2. And we wondered if G2 would experiment a little bit. We wondered if they go a little bit out of the box. I don't think they really have here. The LeBlanc a very comfortable pick for Caps, Aurelia very comfortable for Wonder as well.
And for me, it's the idea of kind of the 1-3-1 composition style coming out of G2. This is a very heavy skirmish style. This is what G2 really excel at. When you're down in the dirt with G2, they just rip you apart because they are so good individually. Whereas Splyce kind of went back to basics. They went to the 1-4, the ability to play a side lane with Chachi on the Renekton, but the ability to also look for team fights to collapse very quickly and use that Renekton as a team fighter.
Big game here for Splyce, you have to think. Currently in the playoff contention, in playoff spots, but after such a strong start to the split, they still want to pick up those last couple of wins, and their schedule is not looking the most kind. G2 today, SK tomorrow, Misfits and Fnatic left to play in the final week as well. Really looking for that 9th win, which across the course of LEC history has been the spot where you make it into playoffs.
Yeah, and you heard it from Duke's mouth, the Splyce coach, that he's not really looking at this game, but it is more important the SK and the Misfits. That said, if you're able to take down a G2 that might not be as focused, that might not be as hungry, that just makes it that much easier to walk into playoffs.
Especially G2 coming off a loss last week to SK as well. A win here, though, would put G2 right at the top of the standings. They lock top spot if they win against Splyce. Cannot be matched by anyone else. We're going to jump on to Summoner's Rift. First game of the day, coming down to crunch time here in the LEC.
Crowd actually packed house today.
Yeah.
But my questions remain, and kind of how I want to start this matchup is, what iteration of G2 are you going to get? Because G2, they've already locked top, so theoretically, they should be experimenting with a lot of their style. We've heard them on Euphoria that Mickey and Jankos were talking about how they wanted to actually slow games down, that they wanted to show that they can play the, quote, macro game, you know, trade objectives. And against a team like Splyce, this is actually the perfect team to try to flex those, you know, cross-map plays. But you look at that composition, that looks like classic G2. We're just going to slaughter you in the lane phase before you even get going.
Look for those skirmishes as well. As you said, Splyce, one of the slowest game time in the LEC at just under 37 minutes, while as G2 have demolished their opposition very rapidly on average. In terms of scaling, both teams pretty well set, you have to think. You know, Sivir into Kai'Sa, both AD carries very strong in the late game. Lissandra, a team fighting demon when she can get into the right positions. Maybe a little bit of weakness from the Renekton in that top lane for Splyce.
But it's also very different on how these teams will execute on team fights. You have so much zone control from Splyce's composition between the Renekton, the Jarvan, as well as the Lissandra, that it's really easy for Cabe just to throw out very safe Ws and see what ricochets he gets. So we know that Splyce have the ability to team fight. The analyst has asked it, can they actually survive to get to that stage in the game? So again, if you're going to play early game, I'm expecting them to give a lot of attention to Chachi. This is a matchup that can be extremely volatile, and it needs to swing one way or the other for them.
You can see Wonder giving that respect across already. Splyce had Xerxes start without a leash. This will be the first time G2 know exactly where he is on the map as he walks across this ward, getting the Scuttle Crab, and you can see because of that, G2 going a little bit aggressive down here in the bottom side.
And it should mean that Xerxes will have control to get both Scuttle Crabs. You expect that Jankos is going to stick to his jungle, look for a fast full clear, and try to just get as much experience on Karthus as possible, which means that all of Splyce's lanes can play with priority. If they have the Scuttle Crab, they have the safety net, they can be far forward into their lanes.
You can see actually as well, Chachi came down and placed a ward towards the blue buff of G2, meaning they can spot Jankos on any of these rotations. They know he's cleared his top side jungle now and will be moving down towards the bottom side of the map. Gives a little bit more freedom for Splyce to play around the top side, try and get that Renekton ahead, try and put Wonder behind.
It's also dodging kind of the one big danger window of Karthus, which is that level 4 gank. So we see it time and time again. Once he has access to Wall of Pain, he just rocks up into a lane and can walk you down. So knowing that Karthus is on the bottom side of the lane, you see that Kabe and Norscaron, they were pushed in, now they've fallen back.
And I really enjoy talking about the bottom lane, but it looks like Splyce is still setting up towards this top side of the map. Wonder has not placed a ward. Here comes Xerxes looking for the first gank, not going to go in as Wonder comes down and will place that ward. Makes it very hard now for Xerxes to get a good path into that lane.
And I think there's a little bit of fear here from Xerxes. They didn't have perfect knowledge about where Jankos was on the Karthus because they didn't spot him. They knew he had been on the bottom side of the map, but they don't know how quickly he had done Krugs when he had made his back reset. You can see that Jankos immediately following paths up to the top side. So you see Wonder approach a bush like that, and you're like, Xerxes gonna go for it. They've got him perfectly, but because he didn't know where Karthus was, he played it safe and went back to farm his jungle.
I actually really like this path from Jankos because it's the idea that you can counter gank while still getting an optimal clear of your jungle. He's filled out his entire bottom side jungle, got all of his camps, and then still been there in time in case Xerxes was coming for a gank.
Yeah, and the invisible read was wide on for Xerxes.
That it was. Mickey going in here on the bottom lane, takes a little bit of damage from Kabe.
Do want to give shout out to Norscaron right there. Expertly placed Flay to try to disengage a lot of what Mickey was getting going. One of the big things about Galio from a support position is kind of everything that he offers for the lane phase. He has really strong all-in engagements with the taunt and his ability to Falcon punch forward. And he also offers great wave clear and kind of wave control with his Q. So for me, I think Galio is kind of like the #1 support to go to. There are a couple of options that you can play around it, but I do like the fact that Norscaron constantly used that Flay defensively as opposed to aggressively in this matchup.
It's always difficult as a Thresh in the matchup, wondering exactly how you can keep the Galio under wraps. There's a bit of a disparity in terms of summoners in the bottom lane, just want to bring a bit of attention to it. It's a teleport on Perkz versus a heal on Kabe. So teleport has a slight advantage in terms of pushing the lane, then getting back into the lane.
I'm actually really surprised about that. Kabe has been, and Splyce have been like the teleport ADC team. It goes perfect for Sivir as well because of her ability to just be a tower pusher as opposed to a real AD carry. So the fact that he went fleet footwork, the fact that he has the heal as opposed to the TP, tells me that Kabe is giving a lot of respect to this G2 bot lane.
It definitely is. Relatively slow here from both the teams in the early game. They'll both be pretty happy with that, you have to think as well. Mickey and Jankos trying to team up, get some vision here across the rivers. The first Drake is an Ocean, very good on the Karthus, of course, very good when you want these champions that spam out spells as they try and clear waves.
And you can already see that Mickey's placed tons of vision throughout that river, so if he does want to approach the jungle, or excuse me, the Ocean Drake as Karthus, he can take it.
But Splyce with the push pressure in the bottom lane. Still haven't seen Xerxes have that top lane gank that he'll really be looking for early on. Both mid laners 6 means it's a lot harder for Caps to get that full in engage. And my wonder is which jungler is going to strike first, because Jankos is almost to that level 6 mark. None of his jungle to get, so he won't be able to get that experience from there, but maybe looking for a bottom lane gank.
And it's about where they strike first. And like you're saying, the bot lane gank, the fact that Karthus is still level 5, however. Wow, I actually suspected Karthus to step forward.
So did I. I thought G2 would be the ones to spark the ignition on that play, but decided against it. Kobe very brave, stepping up into the face of the Galio as well. Xerxes here towards mid, maybe waiting for Caps to use that distortion forward. But Caps is going to hold on to it, knows that the jungler could be around.
But unlocking the Lissandra, so even though you don't execute on the gank in the mid lane, it does mean that they have a free pathway towards that top side.
We have to look at that difference in the top lane CS as well. About 20 farm already for Chachi. Wonder has given a lot of respect to the fact that Splyce could be playing towards this top side of the map, and you can see G2 are trying to answer.
Yeah, and this is so punishing, the fact that they're zoning Wonder off of all of this free gold and experience, but now possibly a 3v3.
Oh, here we go. Caps jumps forward, gets rooted up, jumps back with a cleanse. It's exactly what he needed to do in that split-second decision.
Instantaneous cleanse, but it should mean that the blue buff, unless Karthus wants to wander over for a smite contest, should be theirs, especially with all the vision control that Splyce have in the area.
Humanoid also still has that ultimate available, so if Caps jumps a little bit too far forward in that mid lane, we might see a play happening. Very cagey stuff from both these teams early on, but G2 have never really been, they never have to accelerate from an incredibly early lead. Like the amount of times we see a game where G2 are even at 15 minutes and then just snowball the game away from their opponents.
It's the idea that once there's an open map, that the towers have been dropped, that G2 know exactly where they can attack on a map.
Mickey and Perkz coming down towards this bottom side, but the Lantern will get them away. Chachi dived underneath the tower. Here comes the teleport from Splyce. They want to answer this one as Humanoid comes across. Caps might be looking for some damage onto Humanoid, but the Glacial Path just pushes Wonder and Jankos away.
And that can be punishing. The fact of the matter is that they're not playing double teleport in terms of the mid laner TP on LeBlanc as well as Lissandra. And the wave is just now being pushed in, so not the end of the world for Humanoid, but feels a little bit bad when you commit that type of resource. It means that he's not going to get a free back that he would have once had.
Especially when you're looking to make plays towards this top lane in the future. Burning that teleport means you can't do the strong three-man tower dive. You can't make that play if Wonder ever overextends. And although Chachi does have the lead in the top side, as G2, you're in a very comfortable position so far in this game.
But leads on Renekton versus leads on Aurelia mean very different things. Both these champions can snowball and be very volatile in kind of the 1v1 matchup. But I feel like Renekton's much more dependent on making sure that he gets a springboard in terms of like offensive itemization, because so much of Aurelia's damage is packed into her kit. She doesn't necessarily need to come back with like a Sheen to have kill pressure on someone. She can look for a Ninja Tabi, be completely fine in the lane, stack up her passive, and do ridiculous amounts of damage still.
Mickey was coming up from the bottom side here. There's a lot of deep vision for G2 already around that blue buff. Humanoid maybe looking for the jump across. There's still no cleanse on Caps as Xerxes steps forward. There's the path. Going on to Jankos. They get the lockdown. Heroic entrance is going to connect, but it's not enough. First blood goes over to Splyce, and now Xerxes not in the best of shapes. The Requiem comes out. G2 get a kill in return.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. First blood going over to Splyce, but the big win is the fact that Chachi is pretty much free hitting that tower. He did force Wonder back. The teleports are desynced, and it was a lot of gold that got shoved under.
Very good stuff for Splyce early on. Of course, giving kills across towards Perkz is not the best of shapes, but won't be too worried at the moment as Perkz is still trying to scale up on that Kai'Sa. Humanoid caught out with the roots, but not going to take too much. There's a bit of a summoner spell desync in the mid lane as well, as Humanoid no longer has his flash, so maybe we'll see Caps do something with that.
I do want to quickly go back to your Perkz point, the fact that the Kai'Sa is the person who gets the kill gold right there. I was talking to Vedius, and it was this idea that the late game doesn't really exist in the same way that we used to think about it. The days of 5-6 item full builds are so rare right now in this iteration of League of Legends that a champion like Kai'Sa getting a springboard like this, someone who really spikes on kind of 2 items, 3 items, that is late game now. So champions like Kalista, like Kai'Sa, almost fit better in the current iteration of the meta, and it just means so much more when they get going, because Sivir never gets to reach that point where she is 500 CS.
Exactly. You could see G2 anticipated this play happening. That's why they used the hero's entrance from Mickey, but didn't expect quite as much damage to come out from the Jarvan combo as that happened. Ocean Drake here started by Xerxes. It's going to be a smite fight. Jankos coming across, and because G2 are quicker to react, as an Ocean Drake just gifted over to our top team in the league.
Yeah, actually a mistake from Xerxes. Maybe he thought that he could try to sneak it. I'd have to see what happened before the replay, but he doesn't have priority in mid or bot lane. G2 have the push priority there, so it was fairly free for Jankos to rock up to that dragon and take it back.
And with about a 700 gold lead at the 11-minute mark, Splyce are in an okay shape. However, there's a lot of pressure being put to G2 towards this bottom side of the map.
I don't know, that doesn't look okay. The fact that Kabe and Norscaran have backed all the way off, again, respecting the fact that Jankos just took the Ocean Dragon. They know that they're contesting over vision. There's the possibility that with this Galio, he can look for that all-in engagement, and it's just forcing Kabe and Norscaran to play so respectful. And you expect this. This is what they drafted. He's got the heal instead of the teleport. They have the thresh so they can pull it back, but none of the resources are going where they need to, which is to Chachi. We haven't seen a real successful gank up there.
Exactly. He has a 20 CS lead, but that's now mirrored in the bottom lane by Perkz against Kobe. He's got 20 farm up as well. He's got a kill. He's got that double pickaxe build, which means his Q, the Acathian Rain, is already evolved, and that means the Kai'Sa is in so much stronger of a position. He can push equally with the Sivir. You've got the teleport on him, so he can join players across the map. Perkz and G2 are very happy with this state of affairs.
So where are we going to break it next? We've unlocked Norscaran. We're trying to force some mid priority so Humanoid can either get a back or walk to something else.
That is the question, though. Where does Splyce go now that their bot lane has fallen so far behind? They can't really match up in the 2v2. Yes, the Civic can just clear the waves, but unless you can really set up Chachi for greater success in the top lane, you're struggling.
It could just be that Splyce are saying, you know, fall back to our old tricks. We know that we're confident in the 5v5 lane phase, although I'll hold that thought.
Jankos is just around the corner here, but Xerxes on his way as well. Chachi trying to turn it around as Jankos goes in with the wall of pain. There's Kasing as well. Jankos down, Chachi gets out. That's how you unlock this Renekton. And now Wonder maybe in for a world of hurt as the Requiem comes down. That will chunk out Chachi only a little bit. Humanoid on his way up as well. He might catch out Wonder on that rotation. Caps trying to join with the fight. Wonder going the wrong side of the map, but trying to escape. Xerxes looking for him. Wonder has dodged around here well enough to avoid Humanoid and maybe come in for a gank here on towards the Splyce mid lane. Not going to do too much, but he does escape safely.
Yeah, respecting the fact that Xerxes took the long way around through his jungle, so if Humanoid didn't play that perfectly, he might walk into an Aurelia LeBlanc 2v1 scenario. So rightfully says, you know what, we got what we came for. We got the kill, excuse me. Kill went to Jarvan, but the power over into the Renekton's pocket, I'm just going to back away from this one.
Makes a lot of sense. Let's have a quick look at these first completed items. You've got Skirmisher Saber with the Cinderhulk enchant on Xerxes, not going full damage on this Jarvan.
And we've seen this over in the LPL as well as the LCK. There's a bit more flexibility of playing Cinderhulk versus Warriors enchant. I feel like this fits to Splyce's identity, and again, that idea of let's just fall back to our old tricks. We know that we're a strong 5v5 team. We still have a great 1-4 5v5 style of composition. We feel that, you know, if Chachi doesn't get the springboard, that he can be successful scaling it to a side lane. So let's just have our front line. Let's play this traditionally and have faith in Mr. Splyce and Cabe back there to walk over this.
It's worked out well for them in the past. Consistently a team that makes it into playoffs. It looks like G2 are going for the lane swap here, bringing Perkz up towards the top side alongside Mickey on the Galio. Chachi waiting in the wings. Norscaven on his way up as well, but I don't think Chachi can do too much in the 2v1. Jankos going to join the fight. It's going to be a 3v3 in the top lane. You have to feel Norscaven just clearing out this vision. Chachi dodging around with the slice and dice, but doesn't really find any connections. Meanwhile, Wonder in the bottom lane pushing out Cabe. The Rift Herald has been started here for G2 as well.
But the call was that they wanted the Rift Herald, and Splyce wanted to make sure that G2 couldn't take it for free. But because Caps has such a dominating presence in the mid lane, this is really dangerous for
Mickey has the
Splyce.
flash, goes in with the taunt, and immediately the teleport comes in from Wonder. Chachi trying to get away with the slice and dice. Perkz jumps in with the Cathy May, but the Lantern will save Chachi in the nick of time.
And you can see Humanoid was waiting on spawn saying, okay, team, are we going in for this team fight? Do I need to use the teleport towards that Rift Herald? Instead, they say no, give it to them, let's live to fight another day, and Humanoid returns to the mid lane.
Really good stuff there from Splyce to escape, but you wonder, did Chachi need to be that far out of position? He's now burnt his flash, gives him less pressure in the lane. Rift Herald's used mid by G2. They're controlling this top side of the map. Humanoid jumps in. They're looking for the engage. Lantern lands. Hero's entrance will come out, but already one down. Rift Herald is the target now for Splyce. They don't want that to get a charge off. It will get one in, but it does not take the tower, and that is a win for Splyce.
Yeah, and the only unfortunate thing for Splyce here is that they don't have a minion wave behind them. They can't immediately turn that pick to try to force an objective going down, whereas G2, they chunk out the mid lane with the Rift Herald. They chunk out the top lane. So while Splyce picked up the kill, I still think that's a win for G2.
Jankos caught out here though as he tried to get vision around the Infernal Dragons as he pulled back with the Lantern. Cap stepping forward. There's the hook. Only hits onto Caps. Cleanses away. There's an Infernal Dragon on the cards now. It's just spawned in, but with Jankos backing away, I think G2 will give up pressure on it for the moment.
I think it's a safe call for G2 to recognize that we're not going to be contesting the Infernal just yet because there's so many vital cooldowns that are missing. The Lissandra ult, the Cataclysm. So G2 are saying, we'll have our cooldowns up much faster. Let's reset the map, walk towards Infernal, and try to find this window where before Splyce get access to these big wombo combos, we can try to force Infernal.
That's what they're trying to do. G2 looking for the skirmishes, and Splyce kind of on tenterhooks in some of these fights. Have to remember how many times this team has made it to playoffs. The last 3 times they've been fought out in pretty close games, you know. Looking at last summer, they were knocked out by Schalke, the eventual finalists. They came 3rd in spring, and then before that, they were knocked out by G2, the eventual finalists as well. So a team with a strong pedigree, but this year, this second half of the split, they haven't quite lived up to that.
And it's just unfortunate that Splyce don't get a lot of praise because they are quite a clean, kind of fundamental team. For me, they're kind of like baby's first League of Legends team. Like, they just play really clean, objective-oriented, fundamental League of Legends. You know, we want this, we set up the vision here, we go for it, but it's just not flashy. And so it's much easier to be a G2 fan when you see all these players just flexing on kids.
Splyce with the Infernal Dragon control, that'll be a very good Drake for them. And they will secure it. 17 minutes in, they have a 1,000 gold lead or 600 gold lead over G2. They have a strong Renekton. Their bottom side of the map is looking okay, although a little bit behind against that Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and giving up the Infernal, G2 just made the call, hey, we don't have access to teleport from Wonder. Let's instead open up the map, because that's where this composition really thrives. Again, it's a 1-3-1. Their ability to outscale on side lanes, to be so devastating when they control Fog of War because of the assassination potential of Caps. You throw a Karthus ult on top of it. A open, dark map is exactly where G2 want to be. Enclosed areas around big monster objectives like the Infernal, like the Baron, that's where Splyce thrive.
No real objectives for them to fight around now. That's mid lane tower still up for G2, which means that Splyce will maybe try and put some pressure around it. You can see them coming down into the river, trying to gain vision control. Caps is stepping up, but in that 1-3-1, already moved over to a side lane. Xerxes looking for the flank here, as Humanoid could go for a bit of aggression.
And reminder, Caps just needs to chunk out someone enough that Jankos can finish the dirty work for him.
That's what we saw from G2 so much in week 1. Jankos just continually pressing that R button. It worked out incredibly well for them, and it's the reason they're sitting at the top of the standings as well at 12-2.
His ability to press R, that's all
You just got to do it, you know? If you can't press your ultimate, you can't win games. And that is kind of the philosophy behind Karthus, I think.
The pro tip from Medic, if you look at your keyboard between E and T, smash that button.
Just press it as many times as you can. But as we approach kind of this more open map, as the laning phase ends and we look towards the next objective for these teams, it looks like Splyce are going towards the mid lane. Perkz uses a great ultimate just to get out of the range of the box, but Mickey is going to be sacrificed here. Splyce once again get vision control around mid and now can try and push towards that tower.
I mean, frankly, that was a mistake from Perkz and Mickey right there. They thought that they could be that far forward. They didn't have any of the vision control, and you're against the likes of a Jarvan and a Lissandra. The ability to have long range, snap engage on your opponents, it's just, I'm going to say disrespect.
Yeah, I understand that. Perkz has tried to give it a little bit of respect over by getting the QSS as his second item. Doesn't want to get caught out too many times, as Humanoid maybe gets caught out by Caps a little bit. Uses Glacial Path, can't follow it up as Xerxes comes in from the side as well, but Humanoid not going to pop the ult. Didn't want to go all in on Caps when he knows he's still got the cleanse.
Caps chasing them up the lane.
But you get the Ocean Drake proc off that as well, because he's not actually in combat.
So the last kind of speed bump for G2 before the map gets really cracked open is going to be that mid tower, which, again, Perkz and Mickey, they know the objective that they want, they just didn't have the proper setup around it, but round 2 here, they got some friends.
Yeah, Judge is coming in, Jankos and Mickey just trying to hold off this advance, and Perkz has relatively good wave play, of course, with the Infinity Edge, with the Acathian Rain.
And the idea here is that Perkz and Mickey are just going to park it, be a little bit safer, and then you can allow Caps and Wonder to kind of split up Splyce, and eventually something will break. Either G2 will find a kill, a 1v1, a 2v2 on a side solo lane with the help of Jankos' ultimate, or Splyce won't be able to juggle kind of all of the pressure points on their map, and that Mickey and Perkz will get up to that very low mid lane tower and shove it down. So it's a patience game for G2.
Just trying to get that pressure in the side lanes. You look at it, Caps has the Luden's Echo building up towards a Morello Nomicon next with the Oblivion Orb. However, it's pretty hard to work your way through Humanoid with the Aftershock, with the Merc Treads, even with the health you get from the Proto Belt as well. Alessandra, not the easiest assassination target for LeBlanc.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to blow her up, but again, you're still counting on the Karthus, and while they sit here and they continue to farm, G2 are probably still feeling really good about the breakpoints that they have kind of left down their itemization routes.
And we'll keep an eye on those items as we work our way through the game. 20 minutes in, though. Splyce still very much in this matchup. Not always that we say that in a G2 game. Usually a couple of thousand gold ahead by this point. Caps jumps in with the chains. Just jumps away as well. And the smite comes down. Humanoid secures the blue and not too much going on. But you can see the nuisance that Caps can be in this side lane. Wonder having time to farm up as well has meant that he's hit the Trinity Force against a Spear of Sojourn and the Black Cleaver, though, on the side of Church.
And this is kind of the standard build that's coming out of Renekton. I feel like it does give him a bit more power, whereas Renekton would kind of fall off a cliff previously. Makes him a bit more durable, although you're still facing Wonder's Aurelia of all things, and I feel like at any point Aurelia eventually does Aurelia things and outscales virtually everyone on side lane.
Maybe apart from Jax. I'm wondering if Jax in the late game would beat out an Aurelia, but no Jax in this game, so it doesn't really matter too much for either of these teams. Now, Wonder has come down to join the party as Chachi is pushing out top in response, but with Wonder coming down, you think this will be the mid lane tower being opened up by G2.
Yeah, and it's just Wonder saying that I got the top lane far enough forward that Chachi needed to respond to it. He needs to push it all the way back. You can see him doing that now, and it gave Wonder the space to make the rotation from the top lane to the mid, force it down.
And with the Infernal Drake coming up as well, that's what G2 need to play around, because you can't really give double Infernal over to Splyce. 70% AD and AP is very strong. Perkz is baiting here for his team. The hook comes out, Norscarin doesn't quite connect, but Xerxes comes in from the side, and now Humanoid going in with Glacial Path as well. It's a Barney in the mid lane as the fight erupts. Wonder forced out, Mickey not in the best of shapes, pulled out of the heroic entrance, and now Chachi's on the back line, and Splyce are just running their way through G2. G2 step forward, they made a bait with Perkz, but they were the ones baited as Splyce just collapsed around them. Chachi can't quite get the chase up here, looking for the final slice, and Dice looking for that connection, but he's not quite close enough, and Perkz is just going to run away with a supercharge. Chachi now in all kinds of hurt, trying to get towards the lantern, caught out with the flawless duet, still healthy enough, he gets to the lantern. Counts though might jump across the wall onto Chachi, the Infernal Drake goes down, Counts going in with a distortion, oh he misses the chains, and Chachi gets the hell out of there. Teleport coming in now from Perkz as he tries to join the fight once again, but he's going to push the mid lane. Caps jumping forward, Humanoid waiting in the bush, and Caps will go back.
Oh, I don't know who is more bravado right there. The fact that Chachi dived all the way towards the inhib tower to try to pick up Perkz, or that Perkz ran out of that bush is like, I bet I can dodge this Destin. Just to be fair, he did, but to quote the LCS, that's a team fight comp, and they just got smashed in the team fight.
Oh, Splyce finally showing how their teamfight comp can work. They're about 700 gold ahead, but a second Infernal Dragon, when you have a Sivir, when you have a Renekton, when you have Alessandra, just gives you so much more impetus to take those teamfights later on.
And it just means that the power that G2 would have had in these side lanes with the LeBlanc and the Aurelia can mean that much less. As we take another look at this, I cannot believe Perkz was so bold. It's something that I do love about G2, that he thought I can just flex, I can make the dodge, but they didn't have the proper vision. The control wards set on the top of this brush mean that it's just free entry for Xerxes and Lissandra here.
A fight like that deserves to be our Alienware big play. You can see Perkz just running away, running away. Chachi just needed one slice, one dice, gets it afterwards, but wanted to use it to escape, and then just about gets away. You can see him trying to dodge away from that stun. Eventually gets to the lantern. Caps unable to find the final chain that would have spelled Chachi's doom.
MVP Blast Cone.
Too strong. I thought the minion auto attacks were going to chase him all the way down as well, but again, a fight in the mid lane as Xerxes looks to go for the engage. Mickey low, taken out. Xerxes can't get to the lantern in time, and here comes Cap jumping in onto Norscarin. It's a 3v4 in favor of G2, but Humanoid just turns it around, almost gets out. Chachi now on the flank as Perkz looks for the engage. There's the Requiem. Norscarin goes golden to stop it. Caps has jumped all the way back. Wonder flashed away from there by Norscarin, and it ends up being a 2-for-2 in the mid lane.
So Chachi just a little bit slowed for the flank right there, does manage to get on the back half of the team fight to allow Norscarin and Cabe to walk away from that one. I want to see how it started, because again, it feels like Splyce are just finding the engagements that they want, maybe not under the tower.
Yeah, that was probably a little bit too aggro. I think Xerxes is the one who initiated it by jumping in, but we will catch that in a replay, I am sure.
Okay, what happened here? What was the call?
Looks like it was go, 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 go.
The call was full steam ahead. And you know what? I can respect it. They saw that 2 members of G2 weren't out. They thought that, okay, quick snap engage. Let's see if we can delete someone before this fight even begins. Unfortunately, you roll the dice with G2, the bear trap.
I mean, not many teams will take a fight like that against G2 and get a 2-for-2 out of the end of it, though. So Splyce still fighting hard here. 7 kills to 3 up, about 300 gold in it. But I want to just bring quick attention to Kobe. He's picked up 3 kills in the last few fights, now has an Infinity Edge and an Essence Reaver, almost matching Perkz in terms of itemization.
And it's kind of, where are these AD carries in terms of their power troughs? For me, I still give it to Perkz, but it's about the execution of these team fights. And right now, everything has been on Splyce's terms. Every time we see them, it's the Jarvan and Lissandra that's starting it up, as opposed to G2, you know, getting these skirmishes, getting these 2v2s or these 3v3s, no matter how the fights break out.
Splyce still very much in this game, in contention, fighting still for that position in playoffs. Of course, sitting at 8-6, you're really looking at 9 wins as the sort of break point to make sure you get into playoffs. And if Splyce could take a win here, looking at the rest of their schedule, it would be a very, very good win for them.
It takes so much pressure off of them for that SK and that Misfits game.
Against the people who are near them in this playoffs. Now, Caps has jumped onto Chachi here. Chachi pops the ultimate, trying to kill the weak as Caps gets engaged, but jumps back away. The Baron has been started. Jankos on the wrong side of the map for it, though, and already the Baron started here by Splyce. However, you've got Mickey, you've got the Taunt, you've got Aurelia there as well. The hook doesn't connect from Norscarin, and maybe Splyce will back out of this one. A little bit too greedy from them, perhaps, as Chachi goes down towards the bottom side. The engage comes out. It's all on Mickey. They just want the Galio. They want the support. They'll take him out. The Baron tree set, though, ends up being a 1-for-1 trade across the map.
Sacrifice Mickey's life to make sure that you at least get over to this Baron pit. So well worth the trade for G2 as they sidestep disaster there.
could have been a monumental, pivotal moment in this game. But Splyce unable to sneak the Baron away, and now Caps once again in that side lane. Such a strong position. He's level 16, highest level in the game.
I'm going to be honest here. You know, I came into this thinking, G2, they're just going to play with their food. They're going to rip Splyce apart. Splyce are not a team that like to attack teams in the lane phase. They like to play it slow, like to play it controlled. And G2, this is not them just necessarily experimenting or trying out a different style. This is them actually making pretty critical mistakes at key team fights, and Splyce capitalizing on that. That Infernal Drake fight really speaks volumes. So G2 definitely need to tighten it up if they don't want another SK performance.
Definitely agree with you there. Of course, Splyce have to react properly. You have to make the reactive play appropriately if you want to make these catches. Xerxes trying to jump onto Caps, who got a little bit of a flank off there, and now it's going to be a 5v5. You have to feel it's another Inferno. You can't give this up if you're G2. Perkz step very far forward here. Jankos doing the Inferno. Splyce realize maybe something's up as Caps goes in, gets caught out. Locked down. Is Caps down? He is! And perhaps within the hopes of G2 ever winning this fight. Jankos still on the Dragon. Splyce come down. They won't get it. Dragon goes across the G2, but already they've lost 3 players, and you have to think that's Baron on the cards for Splyce.
Yeah, they've got the wave behind them. They can pick up the mid lane if they want, or they can walk just past it towards the Baron. Now, Jankos is available, doesn't have access to the smite. It's just now up, but does have access to his flash.
Do you fight this if you're G2? You've got the Inferno.
You run it up mid.
I mean, you're G2 though. I know G2, sometimes they fight these things.
Okay, Chachi doing his due diligence. He's making sure that, okay, is Karthus going for this? Is Jankos going to try to use the Blast Cone over the wall? In fact, you also have Lissandra guarding it, so perfect setup from Splyce. A massive team fight that, again, G2 walked into blind. Snap shut, taking the Baron.
3,000 gold lead now for Splyce, and let's watch Caps get caught out once again. He does not have cleanse because he used it in that fight bot lane.
I'm going to say huge credit to Splyce's vision control this entire series so far. They've always had control wards. They're always fighting on their control wards, and it's the confidence of the vision denial to say that we can just blow this guy up and layer our CC.
Even with cleanse, I think Caps is dead for that one. Unfortunately for Splyce, they do not get the Infernal. Jankos secures that for his team, but because of it, they get a Baron. 28 minutes in, and they are pushing G2 back. Now, that mid lane tower, you feel, has to be their first objective. A lot of standing gold on the map for them. You still got all 3 of those tier 2s. You still got this mid lane as well. At the end of this Baron buff, Splyce could be looking at a 5, 6, 7,000 gold lead easily.
But the nice thing for G2, or kind of the one breather that they have, is they do have an abundance of wave clear stacked onto their composition. So they can try to slow down Splyce here.
They definitely can. The question is, are you going to be able to slow them down enough? Not for this mid lane tower, at least that's going to fall.
It's also playing that delicate edge of, you can see that Splyce are more than willing to instantly jump and pull the trigger onto these team fights. And if G2 die too close to their base with too big a minion wave behind Splyce, it could just be game over.
Splyce reverting to the 1 and 4, the composition that we talked about from the start. They've got Humanoid off in the side lane. He's still got the teleport. He's got the ultimate if he joins the fight as well. Chachi waiting in the wings, looking for the opportune moment to strike here as G2 have to answer in the side up towards that top side. Now, minion waves pushing in at the same time. This is where you really see a team and their strategy come to the fore. Can you play this properly, Splyce, or will you get caught out by G2?
I think it's...
Oh, they're going to try and catch them out themselves. Mickey hooked up. There's the box as well. So much damage coming out to him, and he's got 1. G2, you might have the wave clear, but if Xerxes just goes all in, you're going to fall. Redemption used as well here by Splyce. Maybe looking for a little bit more as they go towards those side lanes.
And I was just going to comment on kind of the formation that Splyce had put up in their 1-4. Normally, you would see Chachi being the one swing out to that side lane, but the fact that it's Lissandra, Chachi doesn't have virtually any MR. He's basically just there to fight Aurelia, and so the fact that Caps was out into the side lane meant that Humanoid had to match him to make sure that they could have pressure there. So good job on pulling the trigger, on finding the fight, on getting those towers. But also, I really like Splyce's lane assignments to the nature of the game right now.
I need to take a breather. Never mind these players. How much tension must they be under in this game?
I'm just excited for Splyce. Like, we say it every week. You know, Splyce, it's hard to hype them up. They're just kind of a boring team. They do the same thing every single time. But if it works and it puts wins on the board, why not take down the best team in the league?
Exactly. If it works against the team that has been dominating everyone else, you must be doing something right. Splyce pushing in the side lane here with Chachi, but Caps, no MR, remember, on that Renekton. All of G2 coming down here. Can Splyce react quickly enough?
He does have stopwatch.
He's got stopwatch. There's a hero's entrance, trying to slice some dice out. will pop the ultimate. Cole the Weak coming out as well. Goes into stopwatch. Splyce, they just want to push mid. They just want to go for mid tower here. They will get the shutdown, but it's all 5 members of G2. The mid wave pushing in as the inhibitor has to be the target for Splyce.
And that's why Chachi wasn't the guy on the sideline, why it was Humanoid, but it did buy them a lot of time to force this down. We'll see if they also turn it into an inhib or respect the flank potential, because here comes G2.
Caps totally behind Splyce right now, but he's not going to be able to make any catches out. Wonder still pushing down towards the bottom side as well.
Oh, that was that moment of, okay guys, everyone stay calm. We're on G2's possible inhib. We're not going to try to force it, just disengage.
That's the sort of moment in solo queue where your team goes too far and then you lose the game off the back of it as the enemy team just pushes towards your base.
We're basically in promos for Splyce here.
Yeah. Probably the most important game of their split so far. They backed off, they've reset. Let's have a look at where they are in terms of items. Zhonya's finished on towards Humanoid. You've got 3 items on the Renekton. You've got very tanky items on Xerxes as well. Really looking for that next Zeal item from Kobe. That's when he really comes online. We always talk about it. 4, 5 items on the Sivir. That's when you can just demolish someone with those ricochets.
And we made the comment at the start of this cast that normally the games don't go this long. Like, we know that Splyce like to play this slow style, but G2 are so much faster, and you expect as G2, the heavy favorites in control of the league, would be in control of this game. And it just speaks to Splyce's strength. Play what you know, play where you're confident, play in your pocket. We'll get there in the end, boys, and Kabe's ready to take over this game.
He's doing it at the moment. 17,787 damage. 2 champions from that Sivir. Ocean Drake picked up quite late, not really going to do too much. Humanoid chased away here by Perkz, who has a lot of damage on the Kai'Sa, sitting at 4 items himself.
He was not going to take that. Humanoid did have ult as well as the Flash and Hourglass available.
Yeah, you don't really want to dive all the way in. Perkz has learned from his mistakes, but now it is once again Chachi trying to deal with Caps in the side lane. He's not in the best of shapes, but the rest of Splyce are coming down to react to this. Maybe looking for this bot lane tower because they haven't quite broken through this tier 2 line. Tier 2 goes up down in the top lane for G2, but Splyce with 4 members strong can just push in. Remember, Perkz has the teleport on the Kai'Sa. He continues to step forward. I've seen this story before. Last week against SK, G2 left a man in the side lane and it cost them dearly. This time, they've got Wonder going up towards Perkz as well, so shouldn't be too much of an issue.
And it's G2 trying to play that objective trade game. You can see that Wonder also forced in the mid wave into that mid tower, and again, if Splyce started to overcommit to pushing bottom, that it would have been a very easy rotation for Perkz and Wonder to rotate to mid to start taking these towers. So really respecting how strong Splyce are in kind of that 4-man, 5-man unit, and trying to play hit and run League of Legends where you chop up the map.
What are the next teamfight objectives for Splyce? Well, you have to think the Baron is the key target for them. If they can pull G2 into a fight there, they might be in very good shape.
I mean, we say that, and you would expect it for how G2 have, how Splyce have been taking all of these team fights. But if G2 can get over there earlier, place down vision, and just not get flanked or caught out blind, they still do have a very strong composition.
Splyce trying to get this mid-wave pushed in so that they can go and deny some of the vision that G2's already set up. Mickey actually backs away, and you'll see Splyce now step forward as a group, hop on the hunt to make sure that they are in the best possible shapes. I think that was mostly for Humanoid, who was a little bit caught unawares. Oracle's lens was not used there from Xerxes. Could have been. Caps chunked out a little bit, but the Wall of Pain comes down. Humanoid going into the backline, trying to get Jankos. He flashes away. Heroic entrance. Great hook on Caps. He cleanses. Now Splyce stepping forward. There's Cataclysm. Jankos forced off the backside of this fight, and Kobe just opening up. Boomerang! Boomerang! Boom! To G2. Here comes the Requiem Dome, as it looks like Jankos is just in the right position to use it. Humanoid pops the stopwatch. Splyce get 1.
And the only saver left alive for G2 here is going to be Caps. Can Caps and Wonder approach this Baron pick? Can they chunk out enough members to stop Splyce from picking up their 2nd Baron of the game? Here comes the TP from Kai'Sa.
Perkz can get onto the back of this fight. You can see Chachi backing away, still has the teleport though. Caps on the back line is G2, trying to start the fight in the river. Chachi there, Caps has the flank position, he's gone back. Need to teleport in soon because Caps just gonna jump in. Surprise, says Caps! That's 2 down, a 3rd to follow, and it's all on Kobe. He takes out 1, Chachi's on the fight. Can Kobe get the boomerangs in? Can he turn it around for his team? The only man who's been on this team the whole time, it's Kobe! And it's a party for Splyce, because they ripped through G2! Holy hell!
That said, the Baron has been saved for G2. Huge play from both members. Caps making sure that they stop the Baron, maybe following it up again.
Oh, almost landed the chains, but Chachi will get away just in the moment. What a fight from Kobe, though. What a moment to step up and be counted for your team.
And the one time that Splyce actually lose vision control of an area, Caps manages to sneak into the darkened area.
He's got flash still. He's got the chains as well, but Kobe still has the spell shield. 1 auto, 2 auto, goodbye Caps. Once again he goes down, that's a minute before the LeBlanc is back.
And remember when I said that Sivir should never reach 6 items when you have that much shutdown, 9, 0, and 5. Sivir is going to be 6 items. She is going to take over this game. So let's pull it back. Let's see what happened. G2 fans are rejoicing at this point. They're like, yes, we found it. You left it open, and we're going to rip this game wide open. Huge damage, but Kabe and Chachi managed to pull the fight back. Sivir is doing so much damage at this point. She hits you once, it's gonna crit, and it's gonna kill you.
Kobe 3-shot Perkz in that fight. You could tell there's a little bit of malice in it as well. Splyce start up the Baron, Elder Dragon up in 50 seconds. And Splyce, second Baron of the game, fully built Sivir in the perfect spot to take down the #1 team here in the LEC.
And at this point, G2 cannot fight Splyce. If it's a front-to-back fight, they automatically lose. So they're saying, how do we eat up as much map as possible? How do we find the pick, get into the backline, and delete Kabe? You're looking at probably the hero play from Caps and Jankos to delete this Sivir.
You have to think if Splyce take this win, they go from being just a playoff contender to a contender for top 2 here in Europe. Maybe not in the regular season, but definitely coming into playoffs. Now, Caps has the flank position. The inhibitor tower goes down in the top lane, and Splyce backing off once again. They know the Elder's up in 15 seconds, maybe just looking for the reset there, but G2 already there. Perkz and Mickey getting vision control around it, making sure they're in the ideal spot.
And if G2 can actually zone Splyce out from walking in here, G2 could actually try to tank this up and take it, but Splyce smartly just immediately ran there.
On the hunt, Perkz takes a crit. Chachi going in as well. Perkz stunned up. Here comes Arce! He dunks onto Perkz. They dunk Jankos as well, and already G2 2 men down. The Reckoning coming out. Norscaven will be sacrificed for his team as Jankos gets a counter kill, but Splyce could just look for the end here. They just need to push in with this minion wave.
And they grab the minion wave instead of going for the open inhibs and are trying to go through the bottom of the map. Caps is resetting his position. He is still alive. He still does a lot of damage, but can he hold this?
That is the question. All inhibitor towers down now. The first inhibitor here from Splyce. 2 cannon minions in this wave as well as G2. 3v4 trying to answer. Double taunt comes out. Caps trying to jump on Kobe, but it just doesn't have the damage. Wonder does though. That's Kobe down. The shutdown. And maybe that's the fight that G2 needed. Caps will fall as well, but already G2 have 2. And now Chachi not in the best of spots as Mickey gets the taunt. Wonder looking for the chase. The slice and dice. Chachi will take him out. They turn it back around the stun. Is it enough? Is it enough? It's not the stopwatch. You could go golden all you freaking like, because Chachi will take you out for the triple.
Best in the LEC meet best in the late game. Splyce plant their feet. They finally have the confidence to push in, and they have now taken the bottom inhib of G2.
What a performance from Splyce so far. 22 kills to 11 up. It's 8,000 gold in the lead. They're looking towards the Elder Dragon.
Oh, just a crazy series of events. And here's the thing, I was like, finally, Splyce had the confidence. They're going to try to end the game, but G2 remind them, you don't have all of those massive cooldowns. You had used all of your ultimates in the beginning. We have the cooldown advantage. We can try to fight against the gold lead here.
And you can see here, Chachi, Mickey thinks he's got him. Chachi's like, oh, I can turn this. I have my Fury up. Wonder goes golden for a second, but Chachi times it perfectly. Now, the Elder Dragon has been started here by Splyce down to 6,000 HP already. G2 have no way of answering this. This is a triple Dragon Elder, double Infernal Elder, more importantly here for Splyce.
This is game for Splyce. This should be it. This is the nail in the coffin for G2. A team fight composition with battle stats galore on the Elder, double Infernal. There's no way they don't take it in.
Ooh, last team fight you have to feel. Maybe a little bit of magic from Caps. We've called him miraculous in the past. Can he be that? Look at this from Kobe though. Going for the death dance. Who needs boots? Who needs boots? Kobe has the on the hunt, has the chase potential, just needs to be with his team now, has the death dance. Makes it so much harder for him to be burst down. And G2, it's a flank fight they need.
And that's the key thing. It's making sure that Kabe has the defensive itemization, that's what we're going to call it, to survive the burst damage. All he needs to do is one W that gets off, a single auto attack, and he will rip through G2's front line.
Caps with the flank, Kobe caught out, but Chachi's on a rampage! That's a very dead Karthus, back to death for you. The Requiem comes out, it's not going to do too much through the locket. And now Mickey needs a perfect engagement, he doesn't have the flash. Caps forced away to the top side of the fight as G2 just trying to lick their wounds a little bit in their own base. There's the redemption out from Splyce. They can reset, they can just wait for the minion waves to push in.
And all of the wards placed around Splyce, making sure that Caps can't find an entrance to get into that back line.
Splyce are staring down G2 right now. They're looking them in the eye. They say, you want to play in the late game? Well, the late game is our friend. Perkz jumps away with the supercharge, but caught out. There's the hero's entrance as well. Chachi will go down, but he's still got the GA. Mickey going in for the engage. Can't quite get the damage off, but Kali can. Vanguard's edge comes out. Caps still unable to get a good flank position. The Frozen Tomb on one. He's underneath his towers. Caps gets the shut down onto Chachi, but it's just not enough. Kali's still alive, and that's all you need if you're Splyce. Going for those Nexus towers as one comes back out, but Kali sends him right back to the fountain. Splyce clean it up. They stare down G2, and they will take down the top team in Europe.
Who is going to dictate the pace of that game? Total opposites here. The fastest team in the league versus the slowest team in the league at 41 minutes. Splyce say, you're the best in LEC, we're the best at 5v5. Fight us on our terms.
And time after time, they just pull G2 into the fray. They say, G2, you don't want to fight us? Okay, you go to a side lane. We'll take everything on the rest of the map. We'll force the 4v5. We'll run face first into you, and we'll just bash you down.
And there were so many fights that G2 just weren't ready. They didn't expect Splyce to be so decisive. And I want to talk about some of the key members of that decisiveness. Yes, you have champions like the Lysandra, like the Jarvan, so of course it's going to be Xerxes and Humanoid's names that come up. But Humanoid, a rookie, to be that willing to pull the trigger, to find the correct zone control, to find the correct target every single time, had a phenomenal performance.
Such a good performance. I remember talking about him week 2, week 3 when he was stepping up on the Lysandra, and we were saying, hey, is this guy our rookie of the split? Then his name fell out of favor. And now once again, he's definitely stepping up there, especially against someone like Caps.
And you heard it from the team all the time. When they talk about their rookie mid laner, they say this guy is confident. He doesn't care who he's facing. He will have the confidence, sometimes cockiness, to go for the play. Showed today.
Definitely showed today. Great stuff from Splyce with that win. They pretty much guaranteed themselves this place in playoffs. They haven't quite run the numbers yet. I haven't put on my cap and got my time stone out, my cape, and got my time stone out. But I'm pretty sure with 9 wins, they should be guaranteed a playoff spot. We'll confirm that for you later on. G2, though, with a loss, mean they're not quite locked as the #1 dogs here in Europe. Still only locked top 2. Still have a road to Rotterdam. Still one of the best teams in the league, but a loss like this will be disappointing.
And the questions are, was this G2 at top 4? Or top form. I'm gonna say no, just hesitantly. I don't want to take away from Splyce's victory. Very well earned, makes their playoff road that much easier, but this still didn't feel like the vicious G2 that we expect to see.
Not at all. It felt like they were just willing to play to the beat of someone else's drum. We're going to have a look at some of the key fights there for Splyce, because it was just fight after fight after fight. They kept finding good fights on their terms.
And it was the fact that G2 just looked completely unready for all of these fights. And yeah, you have so many hard engage tools, but you have to expect that. You need to respect your opponent and respect the power of their composition.
You definitely do, and you can see like the willingness to go for the fights. This fight was very much dictated by the fact that G2 had let those double Infernos go down earlier, so they had to fight around it. And then this moment, Kobe being able to get away, not dying, the ricochets start coming out, and he does so much work.
No lie, as soon as I saw the front half of that fight, I'm like, oh no,
it's
G2,
done.
They've done it again. There's no way that Splyce come back from this, but Kobe plants his feet. And not just Kabe, but visit Chachi. Chachi had such an incredible game on that Renekton. I feel like you can grab any player that you want. They're all deserving of an MVP or a player of the game. I don't know where I would put it. I think it has to be Chachi, personally.
Okay, well, you're going to be
Tell
a little
me
bit
where it is.
disappointed, because if you thought Xerxes, Kobe, or Norscaron had a strong performance, you can vote for them as key player of the games at LOL Esports.
Chachi's not there?
Yeah, I mean, Chachi had a great performance, but the people behind the scenes decided against it, and I'm trying to think of a reason they would have done that. We're gonna say that everyone else had better performances. All of Splyce played incredibly well.
I'm literally about to walk backstage and just slam someone. It's fine.
I'm glad I'm not backstage. For more on Splyce's win, here's Frankie with their support.
Hello, yes indeed. I'm with Norscaron, and actually when I was speaking to your coach, Duke, before this match, he said if you guys could survive the early game, you could do it. And my word, did you do it, Norscaron. How did you fix your mid game for this match?
I mean, we've always kind of had a good early game on stage, I would say, compared to, I would say, like our practice. Yeah, it's not the same, but we figured that if we could survive the early game, which G2 is very good at, we figured we could beat them. And we had the Gathering Storm on Sivir. He was very strong in the end of the game. We figured out that G2 really likes to not team fight, or they like to team fight with the wrong champions. So we just figured that we would beat them if we team fighted with the right champions. So that
Team
was kind of power.
fighting with the wrong champions. I'm sensing a bit of flaming here. Who are the wrong champions?
I mean, their champions that should play like, or the champion they play kind of like 1-3-1 or 1-4 kind of, and they just team fight with it, but they should be like pressuring multiple sides at the same time. So we figured that was a weakness of them, and yeah, we think we had the right idea coming into the game.
A weakness of them, though, because you guys truly focused on Perkz in your draft. You were just banning all the ADCs. What was the plan there?
I think it's not like targeting Perkz in general. I think just AD meta right now. The Lucian Draven is really strong right now, and I don't quite remember what else we banned, but it's not really because of Perkz, but yeah, it's just a meta.
Now, although that was a really impressive performance for you guys today, Noscurain, we like to have a laugh here on the LEC, or at least I do, and this is my first week, and I've got to draw a little bit of attention to that Chachi solo pursuit of Wonder and Perkz. Going past the 2 towers to their base, thought he could get the kill, nearly died himself. What was it like on comms?
I mean, I think it was just like people not saying anything, like we were just happy we won the fight, and then everybody sees Chachi on the minimap just chasing a bit long. I think he probably thought he could get him, but he was not fast enough, and we were kind of just like, Chachi, what's going on? Like, what are you doing? But he just backed off in the end, and it was okay.
We said the same thing in the green room, Noscurain. Right, well, we have to go to a quick break, but do not go anywhere, because after this, it's going to be XL versus Schalke.
That's the path. Going on to Jankos, they get the lockdown. Heroic entrance is going to connect, but it's not enough. First blood goes over to Splyce, and now Xerxes not in the best of shape. They're controlling this top side of the map. Humanoid jumps in. They're looking for the engage. Lantern lands. Hero's entrance will come out, but already one down. And here comes Cap jumping in onto Noscurain. It's a 3v4 in favor of G2, but Humanoid just turns it around. Almost gets out.
Okay, we walk in. I will left the door and Blank, okay? I have it. Look. Kill a Blank.
Yeah, we can win.
Nice.
And he's gone back. Need to teleport in soon because Cap's just going to jump in. Surprise! Can Kobe get the boomerangs in? Can he turn it around for his team? The only man who's been on this team the whole time, it's Kobe! And it's a party for Splyce because they ripped through G2! Holy hell! Vanguard's edge comes out. Caps still unable to get a good flank position. The Frozen Tomb on one. He's underneath his towers. Caps gets the shot down onto Chachi, but it's just not enough. Kobe's still alive, and that's all you need if you're Splyce. Going for those Nexus towers as one comes back out, but Kobe sends him right back to the fountain.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC Spring Split. I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson. Still got myself, amazing Invedius, hanging out here at my comfort zone. My legs are hidden and we're ready to talk about some League. Guys, first things first, that was an incredible game of League, but I'm a little confused. You know, you spent the first 3 days going like G2 are really good, G2 amazing, safe prediction. I'm now 0-1. I look like a fool.
That's true.
What happened?
So coming into today, one of the things we were talking about was what kind of G2 would show up. Maybe they would try some new stuff. Maybe they would try hard for the rest because they have locked in top 2. But honestly, what I saw was just clear disrespect against their opponents. I absolutely hated their draft. I felt like they had no easy way to win this game at all other than outplay their opponents. And I thought that it was pretty horrible League of Legends. So
okay, well, in a different path, as Fedius calls down, your key player of the game was Kobe. 72% of you guys had the votes for him. And I mean, his performance was severe. Thank you. I'm here all week. Thank you very much.
It certainly was.
But I mean, he definitely had Perkz' number. Like every team fight, I saw him dishing out so much more damage than his counterpart. But that's like, I guess, the difference between late game AD carry and like an early game AD carry. You know, so Kobe versus Perkz.
Yeah,
we saw it.
We certainly did, and he sold his boots at one point. That's how bloodthirsty that man was. But we should move on to Schalke 04, who started their year with a bang, but have since fallen from grace with the worst record of all teams in the second round robin. It's a cliche question, but it's happening. What happened?
Well, as you can see on the board behind us, they actually had a fantastic first half of the split, going 7-2. And recently, they're currently sitting at 0-5. Unfortunately, we had Amazing on the desk last week, who told us all about how, at the beginning of the split, they had a very good insight into what was strong. It felt like they were ahead of a lot of the teams in the meta. But throughout the split, to me, it doesn't feel like that they've been able to improve as much, while the rest of the teams have dramatically caught up.
So are we attributing almost all of this to what's his name? Dylan Falco, strat book from Worlds, coming in with a big Fnatic logo on it. He rips it off. It's stacked, and they look good for the start.
Yeah,
that's it.
Partially, but it's also like the players really synergized well with the playstyle that he tried to achieve, right? So in the beginning of the split, it was like basically 1-3 on meta only. You basically just played for silence all the time, and that was basically the words meta. now it shifted a bit, and it's not just the words matter anymore, but you have to take the extra step towards playoffs, which is now basically a team fight comp, which we just saw out of Splyce, where they basically try to hard engage as much as possible and try to team fight. Right. And those are the tools we haven't seen out of Schalke yet. And I think this week, especially due to obviously me observing some of the practice, I've seen them like try to kind of create that style for them and hone themselves to what they think is the playoff form they need to be in.
Yeah. Now, of course, you know Schalke much better than I. Is this something you think they're capable of, turning it around after what has been a string?
Hard to say no here.
I just threw you under the bus. Yes, Alex. Yes, they'll do amazing.
I honestly do think so, because all of the players do have the experience coming in. I'm honestly upset because he had that experience from last year's summer. Yeah. We actually stood in the finals and we played the similar playstyle that now, for example, Splyce just played. I think they all have the experience and it just needs someone to step up and guide them. And I think Upset is going to be the man to do that.
Okay, so eyes on Upset. Vedius, anything to add to that kind of list of crossing your fingers and toes for Schalke?
So originally what we were going to do is look at one of their comps that they used during the earlier parts of the split, because I felt that it was a really strong indication of what they were very good at, and it highlights a lot of what Amazing was saying as well. But a lot of having spoken to Amazing, my perception has shifted a little more, because back in the first half of the split, you can see Playmaker for Ignar, Memento on and Engage, 2 solo laners, and this really reinforces what Amazing was saying, which is playing the 1-3-1 style, splitting up the map, having your jungle and support roam a lot, and basically leaving your AD carry to be independent. I feel like this is what helped them achieve such success in the first half of the split, but I feel like we're going to see a pretty big shift now. We're going to see more of these late game carries coming out from Upset. We're going to see Ignar play much more towards his lane, and I'd like to see them play a lot more around their superstar Upset in the bot lane.
And we don't have much time, Amazing, but I want to read a quote to you from Cadril from Excel, because they're trying to play spoiler here. And he went on record in an interview saying, we're struggling with synergy and general team issues. Some of it's hard to talk about, lots of disagreements. It doesn't feel like we're on the same page. Now, is it safe to assume that every team has experiences like that?
For sure. Actually, there are rare occasions where a team basically synergizes from the very get-go and has no issues whatsoever. But honestly, these teams do not make it far. You need to have disagreements. You need to have like those clashes in the team to actually improve, because otherwise you just have a yes man on every side and you get nowhere with it, you know? So I do think it's actually important every team has been going through it.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5 human beings. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. I mean, these guys hate me already. But anyway, for more on the struggling Schalke, let's see what their coach has to say going into week 8.
Thank you, Machine. Now, Dylan, thank you so much for joining me. We've got to talk about the fact that Schalke had such a great start in the first half of the split, but the past few weeks, not so great. So I just need to ask, when did the LEC stage stop feeling like home?
I think all throughout our loss streak, we have felt that we're a stronger team than the stage results. And to be honest, it's been a bit frustrating for us. I think we come into every week thinking, okay, we're still a good team. We still have great scrim results and had a great first half. And this will be the week we bring it back. But it kind of hasn't happened. I think we have taken a lot of time and effort into strategies that are kind of hard to execute and rely a lot of like individual prowess, when I think we're just a better team teamwork-wise. So we're just having a focus on some easier to execute strategies for the rest of the split to just beat some of the lower teams in the standings.
So let's focus on being on individuals and more as a team. So what is that key focus? What's bringing these guys back together?
I think we're just going to try and play to our strengths. I don't want to get into it too much for strategy reasons.
I understand.
But we obviously have like a very strong bot lane. We look to enable them. I think that like Odo's been playing extremely well and winning matchups is something we look to as well. And then our support jungle have been moving together as well. Good, at least through the early half of the split.
And what about XL today? Because this is a team that's also struggling with their confidence. But the thing is, they're not making it through to playoffs. They know that, so they have nothing to lose. How are you going to win this match?
Yeah, it's always kind of a bit scary playing against teams where they're already eliminated, because they really have nothing stopping them from doing something very cheesy or very unexpected. That being said, I think we're just going to try and draft something that's solid, try and play, like, not do anything super risky ourselves, and I think we'll just win in the end because we're the better team.
So not taking risks. There are a few predictions though against XL, against you guys today because of the previous few weeks. But let's look to the future. Let's actually look into playoffs, because you've got some tough matchups there. You've got Misfits, you know, so-so at the moment, but you've got Origen as well, and they are going to be so tough to beat. So what do you think are your chances of making it through to playoffs?
I actually think we have one of the easier last 4 matches. I think our chances are good. Like, obviously they're not not 100%, and we're on a bit of a losing streak. But I think we've played most of the very, very strong teams already, so I actually really like our chances going to playoffs.
Well, good luck, Dylan. Thank you so much for talking to me, because we need to head back to Frosk and Medic.
Thank you very much, Frankie. And what a game it's going to be. Pretty confident words there from Dylan Falco. We're just the better team, so we'll win in the end. Hasn't worked out for them in the last 5, as they have yet to get a win this half of the split.
Yeah, the reality is that coming into this game, at the beginning of the split, everyone's like, Schalke versus Excel, this is easy. This is so Schalke favored. And now it feels like Excel fans are looking at this like, we smell blood in the water. Yeah. We know that this is a wounded animal and we can take it down. And Schalke fans really need to be clinching, because again, the only way this strength of schedule gets easier is if Schalke were playing themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have some of the easier teams, as you say, on the docket in the form of Rogue and Excel, who are both eliminated from playoffs, but that means they've got nothing to lose as well. Like, all Excel can do, all Mystique can do coming in this game as well, is just show up and be like, hey, I deserve to be on this LEC stage.
Yeah, that's the key thing. It's the fact that we have substitutions coming in. Kasing was moved down into the UK Premiership, I believe, whereas Mystique is now joining the stage next to Jeskla there, so trying to get some of their rookies some LEC experience.
I will be remiss if I didn't say UK League Championship. The casters there have moved away from the Premiership and now doing the League Championship, and they would tell me off if I made that.
Thank you for telling me.
That's all right. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's not me. It's the casters there. Be angry at them.
How British can we make this? How many apologies can we stack on top of each other?
We can definitely put a few more in. Let's get into picks and bans. Schalke on the blue side, Excel on the red. Schalke did choose blue this game as well.
One of the 2 teams that did pick blue side coming into the Silas 9.4 disabled patch here. So the question is, what is the priority pick? Because coming into this, it feels like red side, you ban Lucian, you ban Jarvan, you ban Jace. And what are the big priority picks that are left? You know, it used to be Silas because you could flex him. He had a lot of blind pickable matchups there, but I feel like it should be something in the mid lane. Maybe a support.
I like mid lane. I think Abadage has quite a wide pool. He's played a lot of Lissandra, some LeBlanc, Rise there as well. But also, getting something for upset seems to be a power move for Schalke. They want to play through their bottom side of the map.
See, I actually suspected that it would be something like the Lissandra, but it felt wrong because Zoe has such a good matchup into Lissandra. So I expected that Schalke would be like LeBlanc, Zoe ban, try to priority pick Lissandra, but Excel read that. They take away the Lissandra, and suddenly now it's the Jarvan.
Yep, Jarvan, the first pick here for Schalke. We've seen it work very well for Splyce in the first game, and now Excel perhaps looking towards their jungle. Nico is still available. Heard rumblings about it across the course of the week, but you never know where these teams are going to go when there's nothing on the line.
Don't think it's going to be a Sejuani pickup.
Oh, no. You got baited.
Well, it just tells me that they know for sure that that's going to be a Jarvan jungle.
Okay, why does it tell you that?
Frankly, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it says that they don't care and they're just like, let's give a really easy composition. I think something that is fun about Excel, as I now think through it, is that Excel didn't win through cheese. Like, a lot of people expected that this team's gonna have to really layer on the Gouda if they're gonna take any victories, but the best games from Excel that we've seen is them just playing really simple, easy to execute compositions, and Sejuani does kind of fit in that whole Venn diagram of easy to execute in the meta right now.
You throw the ultimate out, it hits someone, you all jump onto that target and take them out. There's the Renekton for Expect in the top lane though, alongside the Thresh being picked up by Excel. Schalke prioritized their bottom lane as expected. Kai'Sa and Alistair the picks. Upset is 5-3 on the Kai'Sa across the course of the split. Has actually only died once on it in those 5 games though.
Upset is a very good AD carry. The problem is that Upset hasn't really gotten to the stage of the game where he can take over. A lot of things have been going wrong for Schalke before they even get to showcase how strong of a team-fighting team that they are. A lot of solo deaths in lane, particularly around their mid lane. Abadage has something like the most solo deaths pre-15 minutes of any mid laner, so it hasn't been a good look. We'll see if he gets something safer. It's not going to get Lissandra. That's what I expected it to be.
Not going to be the Rise either. Kalista banned away by Schalke, taking that away from Jeskla, but Jeskala's tended to err towards things like the Ezreal, like the Sivir, those safer AD carries down towards the bottom lane. Jinx removed as well from the pool.
I think Sivir's hard to pick here because Alistar has such a good combo into Sivir. So if you do, your spell shield basically means nothing because you spell shield the W, the Pulverize still nails you.
Instead, it's going to be the Cassiopeia for Excel. Could be bot, could be mid. I've heard a few rumblings of Conqueror Cassiopeia. We'll see if that comes out in this game.
And that's the question for me is it that domination, Conqueror, Cassiopeia into the bot lane, or will it go into the mid lane? Zoe was the thing that jumped out to me. Zoe, a very strong blind pickable champion due to her range, due to how many team fights she can slot into. Seems like the obvious answer for Abadage. She has great wave clear once you're level 5, so if he does want to play safer, not feed before 15 minutes, he can just sit back.
Picking up that Zoe will give him a little bit of safety in the mid lane. First time he's played it, though, this split. I'd like a tank for Schalke as well. Odoamne on the Poppy is something that we have seen before. Not what we're going to see this game, though. It's the Vladimir instead.
Yeah, I did not want to see the Poppy on Odo. Not that I don't like Poppy as a pick right now into the meta, but I actually really love how Vladimir slots in. Because of the power that Urgot has lost in the top lane pool really getting opened up, I feel like Vladimir, it's his time to shine. He was just left out of kind of the relevant conversation of top laners, and he hyper scales on side lanes. So Odo has a carry-oriented champion that eventually can take over a game and can also take over team fights.
Ooh. Yasuo, the final pick here for XL. Still not sure if that Cassiopeia is going towards the bottom lane or if it's going to be Yasuo Thresh.
I'm going to say that it does go towards the bot lane.
Yeah, you think you play Cassiopeia Thresh down towards that bottom side, hook into Miasma, into just Twin Fang after Twin Fang?
It is a very kill-oriented bot lane, which works with a kill-oriented support like Thresh.
It definitely does. Important to note as well, Mystique's signature pick, this Thresh. We've seen him play it in the Challenger Series qualifiers a long, long time ago. And he still enjoys a little bit of a Thresh in the UK LEC. With 20 seconds left, it looks like you are correct. The Cassiopeia going down towards Jeskla. Special will be taking the Yasuo mid.
So we will keep our eyes on kind of what Keystone Cassio goes for if we're going to see the Conqueror build that has been very popular in Korean solo queue. It's a different max. It's not the Q max Cassiopeia that we normally thought of as the Marksman Cassiopeia. It's an E max, so back to that Twin Fangs.
And with so much on the line for Schalke in this game, they will want to work their way around some slightly eccentric picks in the form of the Yasuo and Cassiopeia. Of course, they're sitting at 7-7 after starting the split so well. 7-2, lost the last 5 games, have a relatively easy strength of schedule left. You know, Misfits, Origen, Rogue, not the hardest opponents in the world, but still, you need to be picking up these wins, especially when teams like Splyce are taking wins over the top dogs.
And for me, I just want Schalke to play confident League of Legends. I want them to slow things down, get involved more with Memento and Ignar, unlock him from the lane. He is on something like the Alistar, so he can do a lot of damage in these roams. And I want Schalke to go back to what made them so successful in the early half of the LEC.
Looking for Memento and Ignar to step up. Of course, Upset, the key man for this team, has been, since their inception, a long, long time ago, or since their return, at least, to the LEC. Big game. Lots on the line for Schalke 04. Not so much for XL, but a chance for their rookie support to prove himself.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And special on the Yasuo versus Abadage's Zoe. Now,
yep.
Abadage could choose just not to play this lane. He could say, we're just going to farm it out. I'm here to provide utility and long-range engage for my team. I'm here to, chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of gum. But if he does choose to play this lane, this can be very devastating because Yasuo, obviously with the wind wall, can cause a lot of problems for Zoe, and Zoe is still a low mobility mage. She presses all R, she's gonna go exactly back to that little circle on the ground, and it's very easy setup for Yasuo to nail it with the tornado.
That is the question for Abadage, because he has stepped forward a little bit too much recently in lane. He's the most deaths of any mid laner at 15 minutes, I do believe. We do see Jeskla going for the Phase Rush Cassiopeia here. Not the Conqueror E-Max, just wants that little bit more pressure in the lane.
Yeah, still the domination, however, so we will keep our eyes to see what Jeskla is going to max. If it's going to be the Q with E. The old Cassiopeia would max the Q to have a lot of that push potential there.
See trades happening in the top lane as well as Odoamne, and expect just a little bit of damage down onto each other. I do want to talk a little bit about the top lane because last game we saw Chachi on the Renekton really get ahead of his lane opponent. Vladimir, a bit more sustain in his kit than the Aurelia we saw in the last match, but maybe not the best time to do that as Memento comes in for an early gank here. Double flay, we're knocking Ignar back. Jeskla with a good flash away from the EQ combo, but already that Cassiopeia's flash is burnt. Mystiques doesn't have level 2, so no hook available for him. And we are a successful gank for Memento.
Yeah, this should be an easy repeat gank, however, for Memento as well. Now, my curiosity is on Casual, where his pathing is going to go. He got information that Memento, oh my god, the wraparound.
Still only level 2, and now level 2 from the XL bottom lane may mean Memento doesn't want to do too much. And you can see, actually, if we just pan our way up the river as Memento comes in here for this invade, there is a ward from XL that means they know Memento hasn't gone back towards the top side of the map. Now, as this trade happens, Memento jumping in, Kadril low on HP. The Electrocute coming out from the Jarvan as well will force him away, but there's still no smite on Memento, and with Mystiques and Jessica able to push out the lane, they can come and join this.
We definitely have to be very careful playing this, however. You can see that Momento's starting to pull back because Abadage has lost push priority or control over special here, as Yasuo actually has inside cut here if he wants to join this fight, and he is circling underneath.
And nothing too much going to go on. The XL bot lane able to react in time, stopped any more pressure, but Upset now does have a 10 CS lead in this bottom lane. Yes, Jessica will catch some of it back up with the wave pushing in, but it's not the easiest position to farm from.
Yeah, kind of the bigger picture is the fact that while Memento lost a little bit of speed in his jungle, you know, he was dancing around a little bit with Kadril, the map still feels very much split. You have so much vision control over the bot side river for Schalke, and you can see Upset and Ignar, despite having the vision control, are actually trying to set a trap for Jessica and Mystique.
They are down towards that bottom side. Ignar has the flash pulverize if he wants to go in.
It's up.
He's waiting.
There's no way they fall for this trade.
No, you don't. In all honesty, if XL had fallen for that, they would have deserved the fate that would have been caused to them. We did see Expect just pushing forward to try and get a little bit of vision control in the blue side jungle. He used the Scryer's bloom. Mystique doesn't hit the hook here. Maybe trying to bait Ignar in. There comes the engage because Kadril is waiting around the corner. Great play back. There's the Miasma as well. Already the cow going to be stunned up. One more auto is all they need. Ignar down. First blood to XL in the bottom lane.
Okay, so two things. A great read from Kadril to recognize that, hey, my team's trying to get baited into this 2v2. I can disrupt a lot of this. But also a poor read from Ignar. The wave was actually pushing into Upset. Upset had decided, you know, we've already got the advantage here. Cassio doesn't have the flash. Let's let the wave push in, freeze it, and really punish Jeskla. Not allow him to approach this wave because he doesn't have flash. And Ignar decides to throw that all away by looking for the all-in engagement. So very different pages between Upset and his support.
Definitely was. Upset as well running the cleanse, so don't have quite as much pressure in the lane because you haven't got the heal early on. When you get to level 6, of course, that will be very impactful. You can cleanse away the Petrifying Gaze, you can cleanse away the hooks as well, but right now, XL in the advantage in that bottom lane. It's showing on the scoreboard as well about a 300, 400 gold lead.
It's also the lost chapters now completed for Jeskla right there, which means that Cassiopeia is pretty much unmovable in terms of a mana resource from this lane. She can just sit here, she can just free push the wave, try to look for these trades with the QE, and there is a lot of kill pressure now turned around in favor of XL because Ignar doesn't have flash.
Moving away from the bottom lane, we do want to just talk around the other two lanes for a second. Odo Amne now has gone back, got a Kindle Gem and a Cloth Armor for himself. Very even into this Renekton lane. Not too much pressure being put up here by either team.
I'm really glad that you bring up the Vladimir versus Renekton. I think the last time that we really saw this matchup played out was Origen versus Vitality, and Alphari was able to absorb so much pressure from Cabochard because the thing that Renekton really excels in is diving opponents, turning 2v1s around. And against a Vladimir, you just can't do that. It's so dangerous to dive him due to the W. And so I feel like Vladimir's like a perfect answer to absorb a lot of that pressure.
Ignar with the Hex Flash here, going to catch out Kadril. Kadril just looking to jump across the wall. He's stunned up. There's the landing of the EQ combo. Easy enough for Abadage with that Drowsy as well. Good kill from Schalke.
There we go. Ignar is now connected back to the game. Much better play from him this time around. Slips into Fog of War, has the control ward in his pocket, and knows that Kadril, hey, you burned your flash downstairs ganking us. Let's see if we can catch you out looking towards mid lane.
And the CC combo is actually disgusting as well. Abadage with the Sleep Trouble Bubble. You have the EQ combo as well from the Jarvan. Expect trading onto Odo Amne here, but Odo still has the Hemo Plague, and Vladimir's just too safe. Too safe in the top lane for Expect really to do too much on that Renekton.
I like Ignar threatening the wave.
I mean, it makes sense because Jarvan's on his way down here as well. Ignar looking for the stun, Lantern out, but Jessica's still caught up. Doesn't have the flash. Still from that level 1 gank teleport coming in now. Memento on the Miasma. Oh! The fly into hook combo from Jessica is absolutely perfect. Expect comes in. Odo with the Hemo Plague. Gonna get some health back, but Kadril now waiting just around the corner. And XL once again reacting in the bottom lane, getting themselves their second kill.
Yeah, Party in the bot lane, but of course it's Jessica as the big pickup here. Now a 2-0 Cassiopeia. Just checked what he's maxing. It is the E-max Cassiopeia. So looking for very heavy trades there.
There's a reason we picked up Mystique's Thresh as well in the pick and ban phase. It's his signature champion. He's doing a very good job on it so far. XL will get the first dragon of the game. It's a mountain. very strong position for them overall. 7 minutes in, 1,000 gold lead, 500 gold lead or thereabout for XL.
I mean, frankly, with the Dragon RNG...
Oh!
I was going to say, frankly, with the Dragon RNG spawn here, the fact that your Cassiopeia is sitting 2-0, the fact that you have a Cassiopeia and now you have a Mountain Dragon, if XL ever blow this game open, the possibility of an early Baron is that much more terrifying. It works beautifully on this composition.
And this is really good stuff from Yeska. Puts the miasma down, realizes momentum's going in, and then Mystiques with the flayed hook on the Jarvan, perfectly timed. It's not the most difficult mechanical play, but you have to do it just at the right moment to pull that Jarvan back. And we heard Dylan Falco say, you know, our players are just better. We want to play through the bottom side of the map. Well, it's not working out for them so far.
And it's also a really good read from XL, you know, to have such a powerful 2v2 of the Thresh and the Cassiopeia. For the longest time, you never let these champions through together. It was instantaneous death. So, you know, Schalke, they put their gamble that they have the access to the Kai'Sa, to the Alistar, their team fight presence, their carry potential from upset is so strong, whereas XL put more of their firepower into that lane phase and said, okay, Cassiopeia and Thresh, they shouldn't be able to break this.
Expector's trading in here. He's going to get that Conqueror up. Heals, of course, from it. Cold Meat coming out alongside the Ruthless Predator stun. Odo will get the Sanguine Rush and then heal up quite a lot from those minions anyway. So he's not too worried about this. Continually trading with Expector is what he anticipates doing in this lane. And neither of the junglers really want to come up towards here anytime soon.
And of course, the big obnoxious thing of Vladimir is the closer he gets to level 9, the closer he is to 5 points in Q, which means he's unmovable. So I like the fact that Kadril is trying to look for opportunities here before that big window, because once Vladimir's 9, it almost doesn't matter. He's going to be so hard to dive successfully because he'll just get so much health back so much quicker.
Kadril and Expect will get some deep vision in here. Blue buff still a little away from spawning, but Expect can kind of read where the Jarvan's going to be now because they know these camps aren't up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you can't look for the dive top lane, you can still play around the fact that your Renekton is shoving forward, that he's always going to get the early rotation. So why not place the vision down into the jungle, see if you can take your opportunity that, hey, if I can't break Odo here, maybe I can break Memento.
Memento was one of those players we wanted to see step up in this game. We talked about it in the early weeks. Memento, Ignard, working together, getting deep vision in, going together as a gank squad in the early game. Well, hasn't paid off too well for them so far this game. We saw that one gank around mid from Ignard. That did work, but the rest of it has been very much on XL, getting good counter-gank timings, getting good TP players down towards the bottom side.
And finally, we have a little bit of setup here. So Flash still available for... I was going to say Flash available for Ignard, but well spotted.
And Mystique's actually, like, laning phase is probably the easiest part of the game to come into a new team or come into a different squad and actually play from solo queue or from, you know, from the academy team. But his laning phase has been very, very strong so far this game. I want to give a bit of credit to the rookie player on the XL lineup. And I wonder how that transitions into the team fights because Thresh it's very difficult to choose exactly how you play team fights as Thresh. Are you more peeling? Are you more trying to be the engage tool for your team? With the Sejuani, I want to see him be a bit more of a peel, but we'll have to keep our eyes on him as the game develops.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you're kind of asking the question of what is his responsibility to this team fight and to this team. And I think because you have Kadril on the likes of Sejuani, you know, Kadril still, you know, it's his responsibility to say the fight happens now. It's going to be like this. I am the front line. So I think it is fairly easy for Mystique to just play it out as the Thresh.
Pretty brave there from Expect. Knew he was going to tank up a tower shot at least, but just trying to force Odo 1-mate back as much as possible. Momentum's going to step on a ward here down towards the bottom side as well, and Kadril is just waiting around the corner. He's in that bush. You can see him coming in to join his team. Both junglers have been tracking the other relatively well recently, and they've slowed the pace of the game down just a little bit because of it. Hook lands for Mystics though, straight onto the Miasma. Unbreakable will used by Ignite. He has the flash, looking to get next to the wall to get away. Flashes across. Glacial Prism's going to connect, and now Mystics in the perfect position for the play follow-up. One more auto attack will get the kill. Kadril healed up. Memento jumping in here as well. Now it's on Jesper. Memento gets the flag and drag in. The hook lands once again for Mystics, and Kadril turns it around, gets the stun onto Memento. They get one kill. Abadaja here in time, though, as Upset will get the shutdown. Special can't quite land the knock-up, and it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade in the bottom lane.
Some fancy footwork from Mystiques right there, again showcasing his Thresh, but it is ultimately Upset that picks up the big kills there. That's now a 2-0 Kai'Sa. See what she buys when she comes back. Is it the double pickaxe? No, it's a straight Infinity Edge.
Big shutdown kill onto Jesper as well, of course, so a lot of gold going into his back pocket. Straight Infinity Edge is very good for the Kai'Sa. And Upset there was able to stay undamaged for a long time just because of how much time Ignat soaked up. It looks like Schalke are going to go for this lane swap, but they've walked straight over a ward here. Ignite actually walked over a ward at the blue, so Expect should be aware that Schalke are on the top side of the map.
Yeah, but it's an Ocean Dragon spawning in 10 seconds versus the possibility of looking for this dive here and the Rift Herald more importantly. So I really like the flip from Schalke as Ignar. You're a bit deep.
But he was there for the Squire's Bloom, and then someone just swope it away. Swiped is the word. Swiped it away from him, right at the opportune moment.
Ignar has a tendency where he goes pretty deep behind enemy lines, and he's been caught out at some pretty unfortunate moments for Schalke fans.
Okay.
Of course, Upset was able to lead him out of danger there, but it is something to watch for as a Schalke fan, is kind of when Ignar picks his moments to go on an adventure, to go for a hike through the woods.
Seems like both teams have accepted that they want to play around the Rift Hold instead of the Ocean Drake, as you say. Plates in the top lane pretty even, as they are on the bottom lane. It looks like only one plate's actually gone down this game. That was to expect up towards the top side. Jessica, now with the Seraphs building up, it's actually in a very strong spot on this Cassiopeia. The Infinity Edge, of course, on Upset means that he can trade some of that damage back. But if Jessica has the time to open up with these Twin Fangs, he's going to do a lot of damage to the Schalke bottom lane.
And you can see the respect from Upset and Ignar recognizing Jessica's power on that Cassiopeia right now. So they're just saying, that's fine, we'll let it push in, we'll kind of wait for our opportunity to strike. And with the Miasma being down, that is kind of one of those windows that you're looking for, that Ignar can say, okay, if we have perfect information about where enemy jungle is, maybe we look for the engage then.
Yeah, Risk is, of course, Memento on the other side of the map now, and Cadril on the top side of the map, meaning it's a lot harder for Schalke to take that engage. Sleep's going to hit here on to Special, caught out, not quite with a Powder Star, as Abadage comes up just short with a shot. And across the board, it looks like both teams kind of settling for this rotational play that we see, trying to get the vision control around the Rift Herald. But now, Ignar with the flank position, Upset, stepping forward. The Miasma's down as well. Ignar in a bush, no wards in there. Mystiques, do you spot him? Jarvan on his way up as well. Here comes the Hex Splash. Jessica going forward. Upset actually very low already, and Jessica gets away heal on Upset as he pops the potion.
And you can see exactly what Schalke were trying to set up on the map. Memento was sprinting his way towards the top lane. Ignar had already managed to maneuver behind enemy lines for Excel, and they wanted to pull the trigger on the engage, but slightly slow to it, give Excel the inside track to this Rift Herald.
Ignar still has the Hex Splash. Memento with the engage potential as well from that EQ. Looking at the Zoe and Yasuo rotation. Teleport coming in as Cadril now forced into the back of the pit. Here comes the counter teleport though, and Odoan is going to try and jump into the pit. Abadage forced away. Mystique's getting a lot of damage down. The double last breath. Memento almost gone. He's fallen, the Cataclysm comes out, but here's Odoamne. Hemo plays straight into the stun. Mystique so low hooks, once again landing, and Mystique hits hook after hook as Excel wipe away Schalke. Abadage trying to do a little bit more as Expect gets forced away. They picked up the Rift Herald. Miasma stops the Hex Splash going out, but the jump back in. Expect once again lands the hook. So much damage coming out of Upset, but he opens up his back once again. Abadage still doing work here as Upset just cleaning up the fight. Somehow got the triple, somehow got the penta. The main man for Schalke stands up and is counted.
And everything else falls down around, but one thing remains for Schalke fans. They still have the best ADC in the league, and he just picked up a pentakill, 7-0 at 15 minutes. That guy is huge.
I thought they were done for in this fight. Replay brought to you by Alienware, and look at this fight, because it looks like Excel have Schalke's number.
And it's just completely different pages. The fact that Ignar is bouncing out the jungler because he's like, we're going for the smite contest. Meanwhile, Memento is going for the dive. He's saying, let's team fight here. And it just shows some of the splinters in Schalke's normally so crisp team fighting. But it doesn't matter because in the end, Upset takes his time, he paces correctly, and he outmaneuvers this team fight.
And you think when Upset gets stunned there, they have enough, but just perfect positioning from Upset, stepping back, kiting back. Absolutely beautiful stuff to watch from the Schalke AD carry.
Oh, and that was almost it for Schalke. That was almost lights out if they had just into the meat grinder over that team fight, and Upset manages to pluck it away from total darkness.
Want to give some credit to Abadage in the fight as well. His positioning when he was forced down towards the bottom side of the fight, he was able to re-engage, landing the bubbles, landing the paddle stars. Perfect stuff there from Schalke, and we've moved from a position where Excel were in the league now to Schalke being about 1,000 gold ahead. Rift Herald used mid. Of course, Excel picked that up in the last fight. This tower should fall as well. Ignar coming down from the top side, looking for a bit of a flank here, but with the Rift Herald charging in, you have to think that's a tower going down. It does. Excel pick up the first tower of the game, 17 minutes in.
That then again does unlock this Yasuo that he can start moving out into those side lanes. They can park their Cassiopeia and their Thresh very safely into that mid lane because Cassio can just clear the wave, has the Lantern, doesn't need to be afraid at all.
I want to take a moment just to think about what that's done for this game. We'll wait to see if Memento ganks this top lane, because although the Penta came out for upset, XL still very much in the action. Now, will Schalke engage here onto XL? They don't. Yeah, I just want, if you could just break down for us, Frosk.
I mean,
what's that done for the game?
It was really the difference of Schalke, dead in the water in that moment, and then now Schalke still having a chance or an opportunity in this game. And it feels good for upset fans, but it still feels bad from Schalke fans because you're still in this problem where our team is supposed to be so good at team fighting. This is where we're supposed to thrive, so why do we keep, misplaying slightly? Why are we out of sync? Because something that Schalke were known for was their synergy, but I go back to it. Memento's forcing the fight. Ignar's punting the jungler over the wall. Why isn't the call fight together? Jarvan on top of Alistar.
So Schalke able to delay the game a little bit, able to stall out, able to get this AD carry in a very strong position. Infinity Edge finish, building up towards that Ginsu's on the Kai'Sa can do a lot of work. Ignar once again snuck into a bush here. You can see Memento realizes the top side of the map's where he wants to play. He's got down towards this river side, but Schalke still unable to open that top side, unable to take down the tower. And it's still XL who seem to have just that slight bit more map control. They're playing around bottom most of the time. Now they're coming to playing around top side most of the time. Now they're coming up towards this mid lane. Memento forces away special, but Kadril is waiting here. Has the opportunity to strike if he can find the perfect engage.
I think Kadril just needs to walk away from mid and go bottom, and we should split the map. You can see that Schalke are cheating or shadowing towards the top side of the map, and XL should double down here.
Odo with the Phantom Feet side steps, but the stun lock is coming out. Expect underneath the tower. Odo doesn't really have an escape plan here. No flash, no way out. Expect gets the kill, and XL find a pick in the bottom lane.
And I hope this gives the confidence for Kadril to repeat gank for Expect. He is your big carry at this moment into the game, but meanwhile, Schalke, they have the numbers, they have the mid lane, and Special just has to let it go. He can't just step forward and win wall that because Memento will just snap engage.
XL trying to react, but they're not going to be there in time to stop the tower from falling. First of the game for Schalke, 19 minutes in. Game pretty much entirely even. Bot lane tower will go across towards XL as well, giving that little bit of an advantage. But as we get towards the 20-minute mark, I do want to just highlight how important this win will be for Schalke. They have Rogue, they have XL left to play. They have still Misfits and Origen, two incredibly tough teams, and they're only sitting at 7-7. When teams like Splyce pick up wins, when teams like Origen pick up wins, when Vitality continue to stride forward, Schalke need to find a win, need to find something in this second half of the split if they're going to be in playoff contention.
And it's not just about playoffs for me. Watching Schalke, it just feels like they've lost a lot of their confidence in themselves. For me, it's finding the win on stage so they can get out of this rut. Sitting in a 5-game loss streak, that hurts. And it doesn't matter what happens in scrims if you can't translate it towards the stage. So while a win here would always be nice, and it should be frankly expected in terms of where these teams came in from the standings, from the expectations, Schalke need to make a statement this game. They need to find that momentum behind them. They need to find the trust back into each other and start playing with more confidence. Start playing with that explosive nature that made them so successful in the beginning of the split.
Maybe getting that Penta on towards upset earlier on will have given them a little bit of confidence. It doesn't seem to be hampering XL too much. Still making a few plays across the map, still finding those picks where they can. But now with Baron live, you can see all of the vision control is set up towards this top side of the map. Actually, XL have been quite passive with their vision. Control ward in the back of the pit, control ward near their jungle. Whereas Schalke are the team that have river control, have the vision in there, making it a lot harder for XL to step forward.
Feels like the game is basically on a knife's edge right now. A single team fight could really swing very quickly for a Baron. With such a fed Kai'Sa, she's going to shred through this objective, as well as the Mountain Drake, as well as the Cassiopeia for XL. So either team could turn towards this monster objective with very little pushback.
But that Vladimir is still scaling up. Here we go. Ignar and Upset coming down. Field and going for the fight. Cataclysm used by Memento. Miasma comes out from Jessica as well to stop Ignar and Memento getting in for the engage. Special did have a flank position, but not going to get it. Down towards the bottom side, though. Odoamne is chasing out Expect. That Renekton will just about survive, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen. Odo, though, has popped the ultimate, has popped the flash as well. Expect popped his as well. And now XL, once again, set up towards the Baron. Gets Special has the priority up towards that top side. They pushed out mid. They can get vision control here towards Nashor.
And we're in this very tense dance over the Nashor, but at this point, you're still trying to get some key itemization for champions. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Ignar caught out behind his own lines, but he's the one that will fall first. You have to build. Glacial Prism hits upset. He pops the cleanse. Ignar already down. Memento there as well, but too late to the party. And now Kadril just needs to pop the blast cone to get out. XL find the pick they wanted.
And the confidence to go hunting like that from XL is that Memento had just used the Jarvan ultimate previously, so they knew that walking into the jungle blind, even if they found Memento, that they had the advantage. They had the Sejuani ult.
Abadarge joined up with Memento and Upset to try and defend this outer tower. Minion wave still a long way away, still sitting between that tier 1, tier 2, so they're not going to get too much out of it.
And so kind of back to this previous point, I was talking about you're waiting on item break point. So yeah, Upset sitting, you know, big and pretty right now, but Odo is still having a relatively hard time down here. It's a little bit easier that now that he has the 5 points in the queue, so hopefully he can just kind of sit here and stall out the Renekton, but he's just now completed his Hourglass. Previously, before this, he was sitting on the pieces of it and was just getting kicked around.
And alongside that, as soon as he can deal with Expect, you have to think Special will go into that side lane. Yasuo into Vlad is a historically good matchup for the Yasuo when he gets his Infinity Edge, when he gets towards that 2-3 item breakpoint.
I actually think he's okay right now because I think Expect is between backs and buys, whereas previously, before we looked at it, Odo was between it, so Odo got a good back timer while all the action was happening on the top side of the map.
And once again, XL putting their resources up towards the top side. 4 men strong, Upset farming up as well. He's got the Ginsus building up towards that next item, expected to be perhaps the rapid fire cannon. There we are, completes it on the Kai'Sa. But we talk a lot about how Upset's in a really good position because of the Penta, because he's got he's sitting on 1,000 gold bounty. But you look at Jeskla, he's got the finished Seraphs, he's got the Liandries. If that Cassio gets a couple of Twin Fangs off in a fight, you are shredding through your opponents.
It's, again, the difference of how they want to fight, and that if you have Kadril and Mystique and Jeskla there, that front line is massive between the Thresh ultimate, Kadril's health bar in general, and Cassiopeia's ability to kite and control a fight, whereas, again, Schalke are really reliant on long-range pick. So they have Abbedagge on the Zoe, and then Upset, who is so far ahead that he could just flash into the backline if he was feeling pretty confident.
But that long range is what makes it so hard for XL to set up, but they don't care. They just engage straight onto Memento. The jungler from Schalke caught out, and he's got nowhere to go. Steps on the miasma, and immediately XL step on the gas. Abbedagge going in with the bubble, lands it only onto Mystique. Now Ignar and Upset needs to join the pipe, because you have to feel XL will just start up the Baron straight away.
And the only advantage that Schalke have here is that they still have the long-range poke from Zoe. Here comes the TP, so Odo's coming from the top side.
5,000 HP left on the Baron. It's down to 2,000 now. Ignar coming in. It goes down. XL get it. Now can they take the fight on the back of it? Upset still alive on the back line. You have to look at him if you're Schalke. Kadril alive. The hook lands onto Odo. He gets into the back of the fight though. Abbedagge putting out the damage from the side. They're sitting on a knife edge and they're slicing through XL. They get 2, but Kadril Expect and Jeskla get out alive.
Fish in a barrel right there for Schalke, but they don't get the Baron. I believe 3 Baron buffs make it out, so it can be applied to all 3 lanes.
Really good stuff from XL. They pulled the trigger as soon as they caught out Memento, who was not in the best of positions here at the start of this fight.
And just a massive mistake from Memento. We said earlier that Ignar has a tendency to go for some hikes in the darkness. This time around, it was Memento out for a night walk.
Baron secured, of course, the smite makes it so much easier for XL. Off the back of it, Odo gets a good Hemo plague off. You can see Upset trying to get in the fight, but just can't get close enough to really rain down hell upon the XL players.
So much damage there coming out of Odo and Abbedagge.
Yeah.
Oh, that was disgusting from Vlad.
It is absolutely disgusting, but the problem is now you've got a Yasuo who can split in a side lane, you've got a Renekton who can split in a side lane. They have the Baron buff as well, and across the board, XL in a very good position, 900 gold lead, 25 minutes in.
And XL are really dependent on the Baron buff with this composition, because you have, what, 3 melee members. I'm going to barely count Cassiopeia and Thresh as ranged champions. You don't have a traditional ADC, so they need the assistance in sieging, especially against a composition like Schalke's. If they don't have Baron, it should just be a fairly easy stall game, and when you have Kai'Sa and Vladimir, that's really the pocket that Schalke want to sit in. They want to stall out this Baron. They want to say it's very difficult for them to siege safely. We can just survive this, wait it out, and try to outscale on a side lane with really only Yasuo being the big problem.
And Upset is the one pushing out the top lane at the moment. Bot lane being pushed in by Special. Upset doesn't have the teleport, of course, so it'll take him a little bit of time to join his team again. XL trying to deny vision around this red buff, then we'll push in. Here comes Jessica with the Baron buff up. Cadril has one as well. Hook doesn't quite land on Odo1, but all they want is the tower. Memento goes a little bit too deep here, pull back with the play. Glacial Prison doesn't quite connect. That is a big team fighting ultimate down for XL. Now, Upset has joined the fight as well, sitting on 3 items on that AD carry, but the tower is the target. Ignar jumps forward with the Hex Flash. Tower still slowly chipping away. Abaddage is trying to match up against Expect in the mid lane, but all XL really want is this turret. They can't defend it yet. They will wait for the next wave.
Yeah, and the Sejuani ult not hitting was the unfortunate thing for XL. I do like the fact that they rotate then to Expect. He still has the GA, so even though they don't have the Sejuani ult, they can use kind of the all-in dive for Renekton.
Yes, Hook cleanse straight away. Oh, we saw pings on the bush coming on the minimap, and I thought Upset may have been done for. But he doesn't get caught out yet. XL, though, will use that as the opportunity to push in because Expect is already taking that mid lane tower and has the flank position.
And again, it's back to that idea that with the Renekton, with the GA, he feels very confident that even though we don't have Sejuani ult, we can still threaten this dive. I'm totally fine to get back there and be that, you know, budget Sej ult.
And looking for the Cloud Drake off the back of this as well. XL, about 1,500 gold they'll take off the back of this Baron. Not the biggest advantage in the world, but when they lost 2 players in the fight for it, they will accept every little bit they can get. 2,000 gold lead coming up to the 28-minute mark. And Schalke, they're limping. They're limping over the finish line right now. Even a win in this game will not give them too much confidence, you have to feel.
I mean, in this game, though, I feel like Schalke weathered the storm. Yeah, they lost their towers, but, you know, it's not like an in-him has been cracked open or anything like that. This is a moment where you're probably peeking into comms and both teams are saying, it's fine, guys, we outscale. Again, it's about where you find that scaling potential. Yasuo special will be a big problem, but this is a guy that's relatively new to the LEC. I don't know what special's confidence is that he can play into a side lane and he can be that big pressure point for XL, or if he wants to be kind of buckled up with his shot caller with his team and try to follow up on a massive Sejuani ultimate into a massive Yasuo ult.
I mean, that's the question, is that how confident as special coming into the LEC this split can you be against Odo1, who has been playing in the LEC since around 2014? A guy with 4 years experience versus a guy with just 1. It's a very big gap between the two.
And again, it's not even just about player versus player, because you'd say that Odo's probably going to have his number there, even though the matchup's not great for him. But it's just the confidence. You know, guys, do I go push now? You can see him right now in the river. It's, do I join you guys? Am I pushing top lane? Where am I going?
XL maybe a little bit split on the calls. We heard from Machine earlier, the Cadril, perhaps sometimes says the team isn't on the same page, but now they're just looking for that final tier 2 you have to feel. Upset, no cleanse still on that Kai'Sa. Very, very fed. You have to be fed enough to escape from the XL lineup. 3,000 gold between the two teams. Once again, looks like XL are just getting the vision control, getting some deep wards in, and then settling for this Baron, which is up in just a minute time. You can see how back and forth this game has been, how on a knife's edge, as you said, Frost, it has been for both these teams. XL in the driver's seat at the moment, but only by a hair.
It's frankly been a bit of a roller coaster. I feel like amazing backstage is probably just like white-knuckled. Whereas it feels like there's not as much pressure for XL. Obviously, you want to win here, but you're looking for experience for your rookies. They've made it fairly clear where their priorities lie by moving Kasing into the other roster, starting to experiment a little bit.
And I think that's, like, XL have always said they're a 10-man roster. They always said they wanted to develop their academy players. We've seen Mystique's have an incredible performance so far. Looks like he's going Shirelli's Reverie next on the Thresh for a little bit more engaged potential. A couple of other big items being picked up here. I want to bring attention to the Mercurial Scimitar on Upset. Cleanse and QSS now for him. Infinity Edge on Special. He is going to be a monster if he can get those crits to hit. Ignar going for the engage here as Upset comes in with the Supercharger as well, but Cadron and Expect will get out for the moment. Mystique's looking for the hook, only lands it onto a minion and takes a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but that great paddle star blocked up with the wind wall. And now Upset and Schalke with the pressure in mid can use that to get some vision control around this Baron, but XL still in a very strong spot if they can find the team fight.
So what you're looking for is fishing for Schalke. That's all they're doing. They're throwing out Abaddge's Sleepy Trouble Bubble. They're seeing what they get. Ignar's hunting for a flank. He's placed great deep vision onto the side, and he's just seeing if he can follow up to that CC. Whereas XL looking for the Wombo combo.
And I mean, for Schalke, you're in a pretty comfortable position because at the start of the split, we always talked about them as probably the best, if not one of the best team fighting teams in the league. They're very good at judging exactly when they can engage, very good at judging exactly how they can take a fight. Maybe it hasn't been the case in the second half of the split, but still, you have to think those instincts are there.
Expect some trouble.
He's okay. He'll get out, but yes, he was definitely in trouble for a while there.
He's going to have to reset and catch that wave that Odo has prepared for him later.
And that's what we talk about with top lane, this back and forth that you have in the side lanes. Like Odo will push up the wave, either special or Expect will come and match it, and that gives Schalke the time to get the vision in, get some deep wards in as well. They're not going to do that just quite yet. It looks like Ignar actually backing to refill his warding totem, his Celestial Eye. And then when that's refilled up to 4 stacks, he can then come and just get a little bit more vision with his team. But both teams seem to be settled in this slow dance back and forth around the Baron, and the question is who blinks first.
It's also for Schalke, they can try to stall out.
Oh. Well, this is not blinking. This is staring right into the eyes of your enemy and just saying, okay, we'll take it. That's gone. That's gone. Ignar looking for the engagement, gets knocked up straight away. Offset on his way as well. There's a flank here from Odo, and maybe he gets jumped on. Glacial Vision straight away into the stun. He's locked up. He's done. And Schalke caught napping as XL take everything off the map.
It is Cassiopeia with a Mountain Drake. The ability to burn through that. Then you have a Renekton and a Yasuo on top of it. They, like you said, they blinked and Baron was gone.
We set it up when the Mountain Drake was taken. The first dragon of the game, you said, XL can take this incredibly quickly, and they just showed us how fast they can do it.
Yeah, to quote Double Lift, I don't know if you've heard of him, it's a bit cheesy in the game.
10% extra damage is working out for XL. Now they're pushing in a 4v5 situation. Odo 1, they still 20 seconds up, and there's the Windwall to stop Abadargate getting any push. Looking for this inhibitor, XL. I've opened up the map, they've broken through the base, but can they take down the inhib? Still good sleeps, Upset still alive as well. He jumps forward, looking for Expect. There's the QSS. Cleanse still available for him. Ignar with the flank potential. The Cataclysm comes out, but still XL all alive. And Ignar will be the first to fall. The sleep comes out once again, but Abadargate can't get past the wind wall. XL do not take the inhib, but they all get out alive.
And you could see the mentality there. Schalke are saying the wind wall is down. Now is our time to look for the engagement because Zoe and Kaisa will actually be able to hit their opponents. They tried to look for the window, but XL read it. They disengaged safely, and it was too long. Ignar couldn't find the quick enough engage that Windwall was back up, and everyone walks to safety.
What a series of events for XL. 6,000 gold up now, 3,000 gold already off this Baron buff. Yes, they didn't take an inhibitor, but they've taken a lot off the plates of Schalke.
You're also starting to see the ebb and flow of how this game is going to work because XL's composition is very reliant on the Baron. It's kind of wait for Baron, take Baron very quickly, use it to crack a tower. Then it stalls out. We dance back and forth into mid, take another Baron, rinse and repeat.
The question is, though, with a minute and a half left on the Baron, can XL take more? Can they put Special in a side lane, Expect in a side lane, and actually crack maybe another tower, maybe even get that inhibitor in the top lane? Because if they can, that's when the game really speeds up and Schalke have to find a way to react, which is what they're trying to do in the mid lane. You can see Odo here doesn't have the teleport, of course, used it in that last fight, whereas Expect still has one of his own.
You would say yes if maybe they caught Schalke out of position, but because they're trying to crack inhib lines, it's much harder because you have to go that much farther down the map.
I totally agree with you, Frosk. But XL may be willing to take that gamble. Special pushing in, just needs 1 or 2 autos on that inhibitor. Jester here as well, as all of XL move across. It's a little bit risky, but XL will do it just in time. And there is the inhibitor broken now. XL can push towards the mid lane, Expect caught off towards the side, doesn't have the flash, is getting chased down here by Upset, uses all of the damage on and towards him. Their base is being broken open. Upset still has to wait around for the GA, but that's the second inhibitor to fall, and XL just continues to push in. Odo, Expect eventually taken down. Odo gets the kill. But XL take 2 inhibitors from it, and I said a minute ago, can they take more than just that tower? Well, they took the entirety of Schalke's base.
And I said it's if they can catch Schalke, but Schalke decided to commit to the tankiest member, the hardest member to run down. And yeah, it's nice to have that shut down on Odo, who's now level 17 on Vladimir, exactly where he wants to be. But most teams cannot come back from a 2 inhib deficit. The one nice thing is that the Baron will come up, and they just have to kind of hold off the Baron maybe for about 2 minutes before their inhibs can respawn, and they'll have a bigger window. But
that's a long, long time to have to wait. I mean, you look at how little Schalke's actually taken of XL's structures. This bottom lane tower is still alive. They still have tier 2s across the rest of the map. Only 2 towers to 8 in favor of XL. 6,000 gold lead still there for the red side team.
And it feels like you're just watching Schalke bleed out at this point. And now I turn everything towards Excel. When is this team going to, you know, feel everything behind them? You do have a lot of rookies, a lot of people who are new to the LEC stage, so they should feel fairly confident with their sizable lead now. Just pull the trigger, just end it, put them out of their misery.
Ignar caught out, Memento and upset here for the fight, but here comes Jessica as well. Ignar pops the unbreakable will. There's the hook, pulls him back. They've gone, they pulled the trigger, and Schalke are the ones to suffer. Ignar goes down, and now in a 4v5, you have to think XL can push in.
And they've got two super waves to work with. The one in the top lane is going to be pretty slow going. You can see Odo also out of position because he's trying to clear mid lane. Maybe Kadra looks for the hard engage here.
Maybe Odo looks for the flank as well. No Glacial Prism on Kadra. Special still doesn't have the ultimate either. XL maybe just accepting they got one kill and they will back away here. Waiting, hooking, seeing if Mystiques can land that death sentence for Schalke.
There's nothing else for them to take on the map right now, so they're not punished for sitting here. They do need to be a little bit cautious of the Baron timer coming up in 1 minute, but for probably the next 45 seconds, they can feel free to push here.
Ignar back up though. Upset forced away with the Steel Tempest. It looks like XL will just reset. And while we have a moment of pause, XL actually pushing towards the mid lane. Let's wait to see if they do anything here, because they're just trying to wait for Schalke to push back. Maybe Upset takes a step too far.
I was going to say, who's going to be the greedy one? Is it going to be Upset?
Doesn't look like it. He's still got the Mercurial Scimitar and the Cleanse, so catching him is actually an incredibly hard task. As you say, 30 seconds on the Baron. Expect down towards this bottom side. Maybe Upset goes in, he goes all the way deep, and XL were waiting for him! They were waiting for a bit of that action. Ignar gets a great knock out of 5, but it's him who's going to pay for it with his life. Ignar goes down as well. Schalke lose 2, and XL with the perfect bait in the bush. And Mystiques goes down. XL just want to reset for the Baron here. They don't even need to push in. They can just get the vision around the Baron and then starve Schalke out.
Because XL didn't actually kill the members that they wanted to kill. Yeah, they have the jungler dead by the time that Baron is back and alive, but Abadage and Upset are still here, as is Odo. So even with just this 3-man, there's still so much bite in Schalke.
And in this brief moment of pause, I just want to stress how important this game is for Schalke. They are sitting tied 5th, 7-7. A loss here pushes them down the table. They will be equal with Misfits. We've already seen Splyce take a game today. We're going to see Origen play up in the next game as well. Every single game counts, and now XL on the Baron. Schalke do not have a way to react. The Baron goes down to XL, and Schalke are on their last legs.
3 Barons in a game. We talked about the rinse-repeat cycle of XL, that they were going to be hyper-reliant on the Baron to push it in, so every single time they gained more and more ground of Schalke.
40 minutes in, a 6,000 gold lead still for XL. You're looking at complete builds all over the shop here. Only Special sitting on the BF sword, waiting for that 5th and final item. Upset, after getting that pentakill very early on, has yet to get another kill this game. Still 7-0-4 on the Kaiser. And it feels like Schalke may have missed their window, because now with 2.5 minutes left on this Baron buff, XL can just start to push in.
But what is Upset supposed to do? You look at his 2 primary engage options, Memento and Ignar, 0-5, 0-7. He needs a team, a frontline, if he's ever going to use the power that XL gave him off of that pentakill, and Upset frankly never got the opportunity to do it.
And I think if you could exemplify the contrast between first half of the split Schalke and second half of the split Schalke, it would be this scoreboard. 12 deaths, 0 kills on your 2 main engagers, 2 main tools to start team fights up for you. Memento and Ignar have very much struggled.
Whereas on the other side, nothing but praise for XL. I love the fact that they've kind of gone back to fundamental, just clean League of Legends. Kadril in particular, yeah, he's on the Sejuani 1, 3, and 12, so his score does reflect how active he's been in all of these team fights. That makes sense. He's the big AoE ultimate, but kind of the intangibles. He's constantly shadowing underneath his lanes. He's constantly placing down vision. He's constantly opening up XL to actually play, smarter League of Legends than you would expect from such a rookie team.
Mystiques looking for the hook here, lands onto Memento. There we go, full on engage, but you don't really want to go onto the tank. Ignar gets the push away here, and XL will just reset. You can tell they didn't want to quite kill Memento. He popped up with a Gargoyle Stone Plate. There's an Elder Dragon on the cards here as well. Inhibitors respawned. Now Jessica will take this incredibly quickly. Special there as well. Memento maybe looking for the steal. There's a ward in the back of the pit. Memento needs to go in. He tries to get that. He gets the steal. And now Upset's going to tap in onto the back line. Jessica there gets the damage down, but it isn't enough to work his way through. Upset just needs one more Twin Fang. Upset jumped into his demise. And XL will sweep away Schalke in the river. odoamne with a good flash away as XL look for the reset. Miasma comes forward, special kills Ignite. Now it's a 2v4 in favor of XL. Abadage and odoamne running for the hills. XL still on the chase. Special going down towards the bottom lane, just looking to push in the minions. The sleep lands, but Abadage cannot get away. Another kill for XL, and you have to feel that's the death knell for Schalke.
The flash from Expect Him, make sure that he found the CC. They managed to lose the Elder Drake, but surely should win the game, at least take some of these inhibs.
Oh, I think you've got the game from here on out. 11 seconds left on Memento.
What can Odo do?
Inhibitor tower goes down. Odo doesn't have the ult, doesn't have flash, doesn't have a hope. You have to feel against this XL oncoming storm. This is the first Nexus tower, their target. They will get it relatively rapidly, but here comes Memento trying to stop the party, trying to stop the play. Mystics doesn't hit the hook. They've got the stun lock onto Odo, though they're not back. The second Nexus tower goes down, and XL say, we may be out of playoffs, but you still gotta beat us, Schalke.
UK underdogs taking down a wounded Schalke. People were on the fence. Is this Schalke favored with the current trajectory of the team? Is this XL favored with their current form?
Well, I think it's XL favored now. Pretty strong performance from them across the board, even after Upset got that pentakill early on, and Schalke very much licking their wounds. 0-6 in their last 6 games. Credit, of course, to XL, and special credit, I have to say, to Mystiques on the Thresh. Had an absolutely top-notch performance coming in for his LEC debut.
Gone are the days of the Urgot jungle. XL, I mean, they read the quote on the analyst desk.
Yep.
You know, we're struggling, we're not finding the synergy, it just feels bad. Didn't look bad there.
No, it didn't look bad at all. They did exactly what they wanted, played to their team's strengths. Even were able to weather some storm coming out from Memento down towards the bottom side early on. Level 2 gank. And it still ended up being XL who came out on the top. I think if you're Schalke, though, you're wondering what happens, right? You say you want to play through your bot lane. You say you want to get your AD carry ahead. You say you're the better team on the day. All of those things happened, and then still, somehow, XL come out on top.
Level 2 gank from Memento.
Yeah.
They put everything in Upset's back. He got the pentakill.
Yep.
You look back at kind of the timeline of that game, you're like, Memento ganked level 2. Upset got a pentakill. There's no way Schalke lost this game. Huge credit to Jessica and Mystique. They went toe-to-toe. They were able to turn around that bot lane, have presence everywhere. Again, Kadril, his scoreline showed, you know, how supportive he was, but if you go back and watch that game, just how he sets up his lanes, how he's able to execute on playing side lane pressure because he's constantly where he needs to be. It's these little things that you don't necessarily see because they don't reflect in a scoreline, which are very impressive. Kadril is the real deal.
He definitely is. We're going to have another look at that final fight. Let's break down exactly how XL were able to take the win. They were fighting over the Elder Dragon.
Did Expect just bow to the cameraman?
You see it, like, as soon as you see the steal, you think, okay, Upset jumps on the backline, he's able to get the damage down, but Yescler and Mystique's able to step forward and shut him out.
The mentality here is that if we lose Elder, the game's over anyway. We need to plant our feet. We need to look for the fight. So Schalke were between a rock and a hard place. They decided to go for it. Credit to Memento. He did get the Elder Dragon, but Upset flies into the back line and everything gets turned on him.
Exactly. I think if Upset doesn't jump in, maybe you have more of a chance. You kite back, you've got Zoe, you've got the Vladimir there as well for a bit of pressure. Maybe Schalke could have come out on top of that, but Upset saw his superstar moment, saw him taking out 2 players on the backline and then just wasn't able to do exactly what he wanted. For more insight on XL's win after the break, we're actually going to have Frankie talk with Kadril, the jungler, who I think actually set up a huge amount of success there for XL.
Yeah, again, it's that intangible, kind of the invisible pressure and power that Kadril provides to his team.
Yeah, if you, whoa. I started off an entirely different sentence to the one that's in front of me there.
Read the prompter.
Okay, if you got one, I've done it wrong again.
I've got
Can you
one
do it
important
for me?
question for the LEC fans. Who is your Kia player of the game? Expect Kadril or Mystique? Head over to @LOL Esports on Twitter and vote now.
I read that really well, actually. I'm pretty impressed with myself. Thank you so much.
I agree with the crowd.
I think it has to be Mystique's, right? Mystique's had such a strong performance across the board.
Yeah, and they've also got the 6-man behind them. How many fans do we have for Excel?
That's actually quite a lot. That is quite a lot of fans. Origen had a great return to form in the league so far, but who is their star player? Vedius and Amazing. We'll try and answer that when we return as Origen go up against SK Gaming in a pivotal matchup. Do not miss it. I can't say words. Words are hard, Fosk. Words are hard. Maybe trying to bait Ignite in. There comes the engage because Cadril is waiting around the corner. Great play back. There's the Miasma as well. They're ready to cow. Going to be stunned up. One more auto is all they need. Ignite down. Burst blood. So much damage coming out of Upset. He opens up his back once again. Avantage still doing work here. It's Upset just cleaning up the fight. Somehow got the triple. Somehow got the penta. The hook lands onto Odo. He gets into the back of the fight though. Avantage putting out the damage from the side. They're sitting on a knife edge and they're slicing through XL. Maybe Upset goes in. He goes all the way deep. And XL were waiting for him! They were waiting for a bit of that action. Ignite gets a great knockup on a 5. Jesco there gets the damage down, but it isn't enough to work his way through. Upset just sweeps one more Twin Fang. Upset jumped into his demise. And XL will sweep away Schalke in the river. And XL say, we may be out of playoffs, but you still gotta beat us, Schalke.
Kajor, congratulations on that win. But first of all, we've got to talk about what happened when Upset lived up to his name, came in, got that pentakill, because I was not expecting you guys to stay afloat, but you did. So how?
Well, it was quite a shocker. I didn't even realize he got a penta until I died. Like I was like, wait, what? He got a penta? And then it was quite nerve-wracking because he got 5 kills in one fight. So obviously the Kai'Sa was really fed, which was kind of their win condition. So that kind of sucked. But I mean, we misplayed the fight a bit, but everyone was like, okay, we can stay calm. It's just one person, right? We just have to kill him, and then the team fights won. So yeah, we played it well afterwards, but it was quite shocking. Yeah.
And talking of team fights, actually, I did read quite an interesting interview with you on the Red Bull website this week, where you talked about how it feels like in the past it's been you and Expect playing together, and the other team doing the rest of the team, sorry, I should say, doing their own thing. So how did you actually pull the team back together? Because it looked like a different XL this week.
Yeah, throughout practice the last week and 2 weeks, we've been trying to play more as a team together, like communications really well. And we've been practicing these kind of strong team fight comps, which you saw last week, which is needed for everyone to be on the same page. So once we started playing this, it was easier to synergize together. Whereas in the first couple of weeks, it was just me and Expect like talking to each other, playing our own game. But now it feels a lot more like a team, and I think Mystiques has played really well this game.
And talk to me about Mystique's performance, because it's his first appearance on the LEC stage, and he did brilliantly.
Yeah, so we have a 10-man roster, and he was performing really well in scrims. And in the scrims, yeah, he was playing really good. And it's his first LCS game, but yeah, I think he played really, really well. Like his communication was great, and it was quite shocking how well he played.
Now, you have just upset one team. You're going to potentially upset Fnatic tomorrow. And although you guys are not going to make playoffs, you can stop other teams getting there, can't you?
Yeah, that's essentially our position now. It's like we're just here to stop teams getting to playoffs, and we're like the gatekeepers. You have to get through us to get to playoffs in a sense. So it's quite a fun position, but it kind of sucks to be out of playoffs.
Well, does it not feel good, though, to potentially make some teams cry?
I mean, it feels great to win, but like deep down inside, it's like, well, we can't really play for playoffs anymore, so that kind of sucks. But yeah, it feels great to win regardless.
Well, Kajor, thank you so much for talking to me, and congratulations on this win. Let's head back to Alex and the analysts.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Yes, that was Kajor there, and it's bittersweet. A huge victory for XL all the same. Quick reminder, I'm your host, Machine. We've still got ourselves the lovely, amazing Invidious over there. And records set, records broken, however you want to frame it. And it was quite the upset. And upset, part of that record as well. We are, for the first time, and let me get this right, because Trevor said it nice and slowly for me. For the first time since they started keeping track of stats in European League of Legends, no team has got a pentakill and then conceded that game. So history has happened. Amazing. Let's start with you.
Okay. We're really starting to push the limits of how far we can go in order to still lose. You know, and this may be the epitome of what we can do. You know.
So Schalke have set records, just not the ones they were looking to set.
You know, I am impressed. You know, you come back, you get this prediction correct, and not a single smugness.
Oh, well, you just summoned it now. You started that. But yes, I mean, the Union Jacks, I was blinded by them, but I'm happy I did.
Well, they certainly had a great performance today. But we have to get into our next matchup, which is Origen versus SK, which is the one I'm really excited about. I just want to get away from your smugness.
You're not happy with I smiled, my bad. Anyway, we do have ourselves a juicy matchup, and it is Origen taking on none other than SK Gaming. Now, interestingly enough, both teams took down G2, and both teams are now battling for survival in order to get to those playoffs. So, gents, where do we start this conversation? You know, are we going to start focusing on the likes of Origen? I mean, these guys, I'm very interested. You've been telling me a lot about them coming into this. This is a team that's been putting in the hard graft and play what seems to be clinical League of Legends.
Yeah, exactly that, Machine. The interesting thing about Origen is their style is very controlled, very patient, but also very solid. It's they're a kind of team that likes to play correct, quote-unquote, League of Legends, and they leave very few openings for you to attack.
And as someone that's been playing this game for the bigger part of your life, amazing, is this something that you enjoy seeing? Is it kind of sexy League of Legends?
It is. It actually is. You know, I played with NukeDuck and Mithy both on separate teams, but both of them kind of showcase what I actually like in League of Legends. It's make the control play, don't go for the 50-50, don't coin flip, and actually try to understand what your comp is trying to do, and then play towards it at all stages of the game. And I think Origen's this split, even though they had a rocky start, they have been starting to do this and are now looking like a true contender in the end.
And this is their toughest task coming up throughout their schedule. If they best this, could be easy, smooth moves for the rest of the split. But let's go ahead and start a big conversation. Earlier, I asked the analyst who they think is the star player on Origen. Vedius said Alphari, while Amazing is on the NukeDuck hype train. So while they make their arguments, you guys at home can vote on your favorite of the two. Do it nice right now, spam Alphari or NukeDuck or LOL in the chat, whatever you fancy. So gents, who wants to go first? Ladies first, Vedius?
No, please, the honor must go to
Okay,
guests go first.
So, as already touched upon, Nuke is playing the right style of League of Legends, and I think he's actually the core of Origen because he decides where the play happens. If he decides to roam bot side, the play happens there. If he decides to roam top side, the play happens there. So basically, he's the facilitator of the team, and he basically, honestly, is the basically gives the energy to the team, you know, like if he decides to make something happen, it's gonna happen, but he's always controlled and doesn't do it in any kind of random way, and that's what it is, you know, about Origen. So I think he's the heart of the team in the end.
Well, this is a little unfair.
But you haven't made your case yet.
I haven't made my pitch yet, so listen here, chat. The thing about NukeDuck is I agree with everything that Maurice has said. He is a very solid mid laner, he is very talented, and he is very good at keeping the game controlled. Yep. The problem is when they are down and out, when they need a play that will turn the game in their favor, he's not the man that makes it, he is. Ultimately, when it comes down to star power, Alphari is the guy that will make the decision that can swing the game. And I feel that that is something for me that is lacking from NukeDuck right now, and it's something that hasn't really been prevalent through the majority of his career, whereas Alphari is never afraid to take that gamble, make that risk, and I think it's really important for the success of this team.
I'm seeing raised eyebrows,
I mean, yeah, I guess if you need someone that can type in chat and make the play happen that way, you know, like he's the man, but I honestly think that Nuke is just...
I convinced some people, though. I convinced some people.
Like, we're still there now. I think I still stand by the fact that Nuke is the core of the team, because if he wasn't there, the team wouldn't be as controlled as they are.
And we will take a look at that final count. We're just going to stop it right there, and you can see that it was... We were clawing back. Vedius managed to get a solid 20. It's still going. I can
no.
Give this another 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Guys, we stop right here.
Okay.
Cut off.
So the winner is NukeDuck. And I mean, both of you making fantastic cases. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. But I also have to remind you that there is another team stepping into the Rift. And let's look at Origen's opponents, SK, who are coming off of a massive upset against G2. And yet this is the same team that fell to XL. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers as a bit of a newbie. I'm trying to comprehend how does a team do that and then fall to a team that struggled to qualify?
So my view is that they have mechanical ability on the team, so each one of their members is actually good enough to beat and contest the top teams. But they honestly have zero game plan, and like I don't want to say this, but they basically have zero brain in the game, you know. So basically, they just make random plays, they coin flip everywhere, and if it works, they will beat the top teams because they can sustain that lead.
Sure.
Right? But bottom tier teams, they are born in the dark, you know, they have been molded by it, and they're basically coin flipping every single day, you know. So they can kind of outsmart SK in certain situations to basically make that coin flip turn into their favor.
So it's just strategy is where that weakness, that Achilles heel of SK.
I would best describe them as a team like in CSGO that would be really good at landing those shots, but would also juggle grenades and would think to themselves that this was a pretty cool party
FaZe
trick.
Clan. Oh,
exactly.
great, we have one
There you go. They're very unpredictable, and you never really know what team is going to show up on the day.
Okay.
And they can thwart giants while also lose to the smallest opponents.
Well, scene set. An unpredictable wild card of SK going to be taking on the clinical and precise Origen. We'll see if SK can get another big win tonight as we leave it to the casters for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Machine. And I think we've already heard from Amazing and from Vedius. You know, they said who their key player on Origen is. I wanted to ask you, Frost, because you weren't able to represent yourself on the desk. Who would be your key player on Origen?
For this game against SK, it's Cold, and that's because the most important player for SK is self-made. Okay. So Origen need to look at Cold. It's all up to him to dictate the pace and tempo of the game. I understand what Vedius is saying. You know, Alphari, he's the crazy play. He'll be the one that makes like that snap-second decision-making. NukeDuck, I'm not sure what that was.
Yeah, I mean, it was Andre's face on Cristiano Ronaldo. That is what it was. And I think that's enough said about it.
NukeDuck, veteran player, but for me, the calm, collected style of Origen starts with Cold in that jungle. He is so fundamental to how they execute and play the game.
Let's get on into picks and bans. And as you say, Cold, one of the key players here for Origen. Origen actually decided to be on the red side for this game. They had side selection. They chose red. We're waiting for that first SK ban. as I think we just did jump out of lobby, so we're back on it in just a second. What if you were Origen, would you make you choose red side?
I'd probably use it as a counter pick.
Oh!
Someone that I like to counter pick for would be NukeDuck.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, given something strong against Pyrian in the mid lane. We are back on into picks and bans. SK on the blue have banned out Draven. Lucian, the second ban. A Kalista to follow from SK. So lots of AD carries getting removed from the pool early on.
And Kalista has really started to crop up. It seems like everyone was watching the SK versus Griffin storyline. Maybe they've been scrimming it for a long time, but she is getting so much respect today.
As she is. And Patrick was the first player to bring it out in the LEC as well. So not really too surprised to see it come up against Origen. Lissandra taken away, Cartha's taken away as well. And means that we're looking at things, you know, Jace Jarvan's still available here.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of those two. Now, we've seen teams usually give away the Jarvan and then take the Sejuani so they can kind of match that scaling utility potential as well as early gank access. Both these champions do similar things, but this time around, you know, the gauntlet is thrown down. Do you take the Jace? And if you leave Jace open, clearly Alphari has something to counter it.
I mean, when we've seen Werlib have strong performances as well, it's been on more tanky top laners, you know, the Sion, the Poppy, that's where he's getting his win.
And this is playing chicken. This is saying, do you play the Jace? Because if you don't, you know that it can be flexed between multiple positions on the side of Origen.
Well, Jace will be locked in for SK, so the gauntlet has been laid down. It's been picked up by SK. An immediate response is the LeBlanc for NukeDuck in the mid lane. No counter picks here, just going for that very strong, powerful assassin mid laner. Alongside it, the Rek'Sai for Cold.
And because of the Lissandra ban, it basically blows open the door for LeBlanc to just take over a game. She doesn't have a lot of champions that can deal with her in the mid lane now. If Pyrian wants to be super safe, maybe he goes towards something like the Oriana and just tries to survive the lane. It's also been kind of his comfort pick that he's gone back to.
A matchup I'm not incredibly familiar with is the Corki matchup as well.
Hexdrinker.
Hexdrinker seems to be pretty strong, so we have seen Pyrian play Corki already once this split. One of the wins that SK got was on that Corki as well.
And if he does want to pick it up, it'd have to be here, because you have to think, if you're really concerned about NukeDuck's matchup, you could ban it in second phase. So we'll see, do we prioritize bot lane? Do we try to get Pyrian a matchup that he knows he's going into?
Well, that is what is going through SK's mind at the moment, and they are going to go instead towards the Gragas. That's going to be jungle Gragas. You have to think maybe the Jace is even being taken in mid into this LeBlanc match.
And it feels like with that type of setup, you're looking at a possible Yasuo pickup. So I would expect it to be banned in second rotation here from Origen. It works so well with the Gragas cask.
It definitely does. And Yorick going to be locked in straight away for Origen. So that's the top side of the map secured for them. They're actually keeping that counter pick down towards the bottom side. It's still a counter pick, of course, but an AD carry counter, maybe Cassiopeia still on the cards here as well if they want to take that.
I'm actually just very surprised that they would wait this long to get firepower into the top side. Into the bot side. It tells me that Origen just feel confident enough playing their side lane pressure with Yorick and LeBlanc. They're just like, these are the champions that we want. This is the playstyle that we're doing today. We're not about playing reactive today. We're about, this is our set game plan, and we're going to make sure that we get the pieces to execute it.
Well, with the Thresh ban, I think Origen probably looking towards another mid lane ban. Is the Syndra coming out here? A good matchup into the LeBlanc, but Corki's still available for SK. Maybe Origen saying, we don't think that Jace is going top. We think it's going mid instead.
Pyrian's got a wealth of options that he can look towards. Corki, Oriana, Yasuo if he really wants to.
And we'll keep our eyes on that. SK going to get rid of another support in the form of Galio. If I'm Mithy here, I'm thinking, you know, Alistair's still pretty good. Tahm Kench is okay as well. Even the Morgana, if you want it into that Braum matchup, is a pretty strong pick, and it's all champions Mithy has been relatively comfortable on.
I'd like something like a Morgana, I think. Kind of really depends on what Patrick's pickup is going to be. It feels like they might not reveal it yet.
Yeah, I think you want a counter pick, right? That is where I would go for the final pick. It is going to be the Tahm Kench, and Crownshot immediately hovers over the Ezreal.
Do you think it's going to be something fun like the Nico?
See, now you put it in my mind, I can't think of anything else. I've got a one-track mind, Frosk, and as soon as you say Nico, I say, ooh, Pop Blossom down towards that bottom lane. It's a possibility. I wonder how it would work into something like the Ezreal. Ezreal seems a relatively safe AD carry in that matchup, and Nico very much about getting those 3 empowered auto attacks off so that you get the passive on your Shape Splitter, the extra little burst of magic damage.
I mean, talking backstage with Vedius, we've just been trying to theorycraft Nico, waiting for it to pop up. We've seen a couple of bans here and there, and he feels strongly that you could just blind pick the Nico. So you wouldn't necessarily have to wait until last pick to bring this one out.
Well, if I'm looking at the rest of the picks for Patrick, there's no Draven. Ezreal's taken away from him. No Kalista, no Lucian. Civic, Hogmore, Tristana are the other 3 AD carries he's played this split. We are going to see World get a strong top lane in the form of the Renekton, which means that Jace has always been going towards the mid and will be matching up into the LeBlanc. And I will admit, Civic would be a lot more disappointing than a Nico pick here, but good scaling proponents on the side of Origen means that the Sivir fits relatively nicely into their team composition.
And it makes it really easy for to buy time for Alphari to play a side lane when you have a champion like Sivir, because you can just park her wherever you need that wave clear to be. More often than not, it is in the mid lane. And in tandem with Tahm Kench, what are you supposed to do there? How do you ever engage on it?
You're never going to be able to kill that lane. So what we think is Origen going to play up towards that top side through the Yorick, split pushing through NukeDuck on this LeBlanc as well. SK tried to get an answer with the Gragas and the Renekton. Gives them quite a lot of power up towards top. Don't really expect either of these teams to focus much of their early game down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, so again, all eyes for me are always going to be on Cold and Selfmade. Anytime SK and Origen clash here, these junglers are both high impact players. Cold with Rek'Sai is fairly interesting because the last time he pulled out this champion, it was against Vitality, and all Cold did was he just kept the river warded. And he just said, you know, Vitality, they love to gank early. Mowgli's a very aggressive jungler, and all I need to do is track this guy. And my lanes are experienced enough that they'll walk away with the game. And I feel it's a very similar pattern of play here. You know, Cold, he just needs to watch Selfmade. Doesn't need to interact with him. Just make sure that he doesn't get a chance to impact these lanes.
Jumping into the third game of the day. It's a very vital one for both these teams. SK want to distinguish themselves from those teams sitting around the bottom of the playoff mark, sitting in that 6th spot. Origen, on the other hand, have been quietly rumbling, quietly working their way towards 2nd place, and a win here would put them in very good stead, actually equalizing their wins with Vitality, with Splyce at that 9-win point. So for both these teams, a vital matchup. The question is, who will come out as the victor? We jump onto the Summoner's Rift for the 3rd game today in the LEC. Here we go.
Crowds live today.
They're pretty hyped. I can't blame them. Like we are 18 games away from the end of the first ever LEC split. And still, we only have 3 teams locked in or out of playoffs.
And one of the teams that does have a lead on kind of their playoff position is Origen. You know, when we're talking about the stakes for this game, it feels like it should mean a lot more for SK because their destiny really hasn't been decided or locked in stone. And it's kind of an interesting cocktail that you have all of these things. You know, SK, legacy organization, very young, inexperienced roster with so much pressure behind them, and probably one of the hardest games that they'll face. It's hard to compete with this hype.
They're pretty hyped. Can't blame them. Origen fans coming out of the woodwork. Wonder where they were in the first few weeks when Origen went 1-4.
Suddenly, you guys were real quiet those first few weeks for Origen.
Yeah, what happened?
Oh, nothing?
Probably the same place the Schalke fans have gone now.
There we go.
Let's go. So, let's talk about early jungle pathing. You said Selfmade and Cold are the ones to watch early on. Cold starting on the top side of the map, Selfmade starting down towards the bottom.
And again, just the idea of Cold on a champion like Rek'Sai, her ability to track and move through the jungle so quickly using the Tremor Sense, using her tunnels is so good at making sure that enemy junglers can't do anything. And Selfmade being on a champion like Gragas. When you see this Gragas pick in very aggressive regions that shall go unnamed, it means level 2 ganks, level 3 ganks, level 4 ganks. And that's what I really expect from Selfmade when he has so much firepower in all of these lanes. That's a Renekton, that's a Jace, anywhere on the map he wants to attack.
Of course, LeBlanc quite hard to gank early on with that distortion. She can just jump away, but when you use that aggressively, that's when the opportune moment comes to strike now. Krug stun by Selfmade down towards this bottom side. Looks like he's going to go for a normal first clear. Lots of wards already coming out from Origen in the river, as you see, just trying to track where Selfmade is. And in terms of like lane strength and lane power, I think the only really winning matchup I can see across the board is that top side. You know, Renekton should be able to bully out the Yorick early on, in my opinion.
I don't think it's just your opinion. I'm going to say
I said that, so if you said no, I'd be like, well, my opinion's obviously wrong then. But thank you for backing me up.
No, it's okay. Yorick, of course, still very dependent on more levels to make sure that he can take over a side lane. We have always talked about in fact, all day we've seen the Renekton picked into matches that should outscale him on a side lane, and that hasn't come true yet today. And we've also seen 2 massive upsets, so I'm not ready to just discount Warlib and SK here on this side lane Renekton.
I mean, especially since SK took down G2 last week as well. Like, they're coming off a very, very high against G2 and now looking to repeat that performance against a team some people would say is the 2nd best, maybe the 3rd best in the league on current performance.
I mean, you talk to players and you talk to teams, and the response is always, Origen are terrifying. And the reality is that you see 2 games of a team a week, Saturday or Friday and Saturday. And you have to think about all of those scrim blocks and all of the percentage of play that you don't see from a team. You maybe see 5% of what a team's true capabilities are. And yeah, it needs to count on the stage. You need to pick up those wins. But I'm going to go ahead with the teams here that are rumbling that Origen are terrifying. And if they move into a best of series, they're going to be that much scarier due to the experience and the versatility that this team has.
Gone 7-2 in their last 9 games as well, so definitely on a run of form. And a lot of that has come through the bottom lane. You know, Patrick has had some very strong performances in the last few weeks. Cold, I mean, basically anyone on this team, you could pick them out and find 2 or 3 games where they really stepped up. But SK, last week against G2, had that stellar performance, especially from Crownshot on the Jinx. He really stepped up to the plate and was counted for his team after a lot of people had doubted him as an AD carry in the league. You know, put him in bottom 5, maybe AD carries.
And specifically on Ezreal, so it's nice to see that Crownshot kind of feels like he's found his confidence on the LEC stage, going back to the Ezreal, because you keep hearing things. I was talking to Brokenshard, and Brokenshard's like, his Ezreal and scrims is amazing. We just need to translate that onto the main stage. And, you know, Jinx, Xayah, that's something that I trust Crownshot on. His Ezreal, I'm starting to warm up to it a little bit, not quite there yet, but I hear good things.
We'll keep our eyes on him. Selfmade with the first back has gone for the Predator boots, as you would expect on the Gragas. Maybe looking for a gank down towards this bottom side. He's going to get his Krugs first. And then there is always that opportunity for a jungle matchup.
So the pathing from Selfmade was actually red Krugs into like full clear for his jungle. He did take some time to sit in the side lane while Pyrion was pushed up, if you kind of rewind your map back to that pathing. And what it does is it resets Krug timer very quickly, and Krugs is like the #1 experience camp for junglers. Typically when you have this type of pathing, it's like a rush level 6 type of pathing.
Okay.
I thought he might use it to rush level 3 and then try for like a cheesy gank, but just didn't have the opportunity in the lanes. So it's just kind of interesting from Selfmade. We'll see what he does if he does reach level 6 in a pretty timely manner.
First bit of action on the Rift.
I like that side.
The fans go wild. Spirion and NukeDuck trade
You're
with
not
each
gonna play-by-play Cassie. He hits the distortion.
Look at that. He's hitting the minion with that cannon form. Oh, he jumps in. Oh, he jumps in though. Pyrion ignited. Is it enough? No, he is level 6 of the minion dying and just about survives. The crowd obviously prophetic in their cheers there, expecting something to happen. And now Selfmade going to come in and clear the wave out here, but NukeDuck with the first little foray in that middle lane.
I think NukeDuck thought he had it, because he's sitting on Flash, so he can at least trade Flash for Flash. He's looking at basically one auto attack, and I think NukeDuck was like, my Ignite, he's got this. But I believe, it was a minion that died?
Minion died, level up onto Pyrion as well, giving him that little bit of extra health. Well, it happens, you got to judge these things. He's a veteran mid laner. We talk about how strong he is week after week. We had amazing, extol his virtues, sing his praises. Those are the little things that count when you get down to the crunch in the LEC.
But now you are playing in a lane where you don't have the Ignite, whereas Pyrion still has access to both his summoner spells, so retain that Flash.
Definitely did. Now, as we just scanned down towards this bottom lane, something we haven't talked about a huge amount is the push potential coming out from a Sivir. With the Ricochet, you can just push these waves relatively quickly, and you can already see the tower has taken a couple of plates worth of damage. Pyrion still has the flash here. Cold gonna flash in. The chase coming out. Pyrion with the knockback hasn't burned his sums, and with the Hex Drinker coming out will be so safe underneath his tower. And once again, it's a summoner burnt for nothing from Pyrion.
Yeah, and I do want to point out the build, the itemization. So we talked, briefly about Corki when we did see the LeBlanc coming out. Corki, one of the answers into LeBlanc, because he can defensively itemize into the Hex Drinker early on to deny a lot of her kill pressure here. Same thing goes for Jace, so you can see Pyrion saved him right there.
Selfmade eyeing up this mid lane for a potential gank, but it's going to walk straight across the ward, and NukeDuck still has a flash, so shouldn't really be able to do too much around that mid lane. Both junglers just kind of facing off against each other. You see Cold come in for a gank, then you see Selfmade try and find an avenue of an approach, but neither one really having the impact perhaps they would like in this early game just yet.
Oh, hold on.
He's waiting for him because he knows he's going to distort in here. He's trying to bait him for another distort. Pyrion going to stay around low. Hex Drinker Still no shield on that. That passive is down, but NukeDuck is forced back by the wave, and Selfmade just letting his mid laner try and act as a bait. And NukeDuck is not biting today.
Yeah, just getting a better back. So I was trying to take stock of kind of who's won this early game and what's been pretty slow. I'll hold that thought, though.
You don't need to.
He's okay.
You can drop it again.
And what I was going to say is that the plate advantage seems to have gone in favor of Origen. You were talking about kind of the push priority that Patrick had on the Sivir, and I think he's got 2 plates. Let me check. Yeah, he's got 2 plates.
As a note with the minimap, there's a big 3 on the tower that you can always have a look at if you want to see as a spectator at home. See that blue tower on the side of SK only has a 3 on it, meaning 2 plates have gone down.
Fun fact, Medic, I normally wear glasses.
Yeah.
You see glasses on my face?
So that's why I transitioned it from mocking you halfway through my point to advising our audience, because I remembered you usually wear glasses and didn't want to tease you for your short-sightedness.
I can't see that number, Medic.
Right, it says 3, and that's because 2 plates have already gone down. Patrick just tanking up a missing shot here. Selfmade is around. Level 6 hit on Crown Shot. Dreams just hit the 6 himself as well. Pyrion coming down, trying to clear out some vision in this river. Maybe looking for a little bit of a 4-man dive down towards the bottom side, but not going to happen. Selfmade goes up again towards the river. All even 9 minutes in. Not too much to talk about.
I think that a 4-man dive would be a bit overzealous from SK at this point, especially against Tahm Kench and Sivir. I think more importantly, they were trying to get control over the river. I thought that they might transition that control into Cold's blue buff, which is actually up here. But because they don't know where Cold is, it might just be an assumption.
Another gank from Cold, and Pyrion sidesteps it once again. NukeDuck jumping forth and back, but just getting the chip damage down. Pyrion's done a very good job of absorbing pressure in the mid lane, and as much as you say a 4-man dive would be over-eager, I'm a play-by-play, okay? I like to talk about action, and so far, although this game has been very cerebral and has been very, you know, everyone is thinking a lot and thinking about exactly where they step, and they're trying to read each other, which is great for someone who loves to analyze League of Legends. Someone who likes talking about fights. It's not the best game so far for us.
The big win is still, though, in the analytical side of this game, which is that Origen have managed to play around priority. Every time they have priority, every time they have the assured, controlled play, they act on it. So you can see Sivir and Tahm Kench, they're rotating up. Meanwhile, Selfmade, he's trying to force something. He's getting desperate. He's fishing. He's looking for it.
Alphari pops the eulogy of the Isles.
Walking away from it.
Well, he fished for it a little bit and then realized there's no lake or river up here, so there's no fish. And Alphari, with a little bit of backup from the Maiden of the Mist, is just able to force him away.
Yeah, exactly. He looked at Maiden, he's like, this isn't a 2v1, this is a 2v2. Yeah. I don't want it.
That's the major issue. Dragon goes down for Origen as well. 500 gold lead for them. NukeDuck will be given that blue.
Yeah, and that gold lead is, again, in things like the tower plates and the CS discrepancy for NukeDuck. So while he didn't get the kill on Pyrion, he has made massive advantage that he's constantly forcing Pyrion back at poor back timings. He's eking this CS and this experience away from him and continuing to chunk him out.
Keeps on just pushing that Jace back out of the lane. Mithy came up here to clear some vision around the Rift Herald. 2 plates going to go down in the top lane as well for Alphari, and that is very good stuff for him. Very good news with a 10 CS lead on the Yorick. He is in a strong spot. And Origen across the board, very happy with how this early game's gone. You have about a 500 gold lead. You had the Dragon down towards the bottom side. Now you have control of the Rift Herald as well. So they are playing around where they want their strong side of the map to be and doing it perfectly.
It's a paper cut play style. Origen are just slowly whittling away at SK, making these tiny little advantages on a composition that has a lot of scaling potential in the Sivir and the Yorick. They also have good mid-game bridge points if they want to skirmish around something like a LeBlanc. So as far as Origen's game plan is concerned, they're probably like, this is totally fine. Yeah, we didn't get the kill on NukeDuck, but we are sitting very happy in everything that's happening in this game. Whereas, again, SK feel like they're getting a little bit desperate. You can see Selfmade is trying to attack the map, but he's just walking into vision every single time and not finding any sort of pressure on these ganks.
And this is how Origen have exemplified their playstyle recently. They are slow and steady. They've got the lowest combined kills a minute in their games. They have second lowest kills and deaths at the 15-minute mark. And their gold's even. Crashot's fine. Crashot's fine. You were excited there. I knew he was okay. True Shot Barrage comes out as well as Patrick forced away with the on the hunt. Here comes Selfmade with the Predator. Eaten up by Mithy. Mithy dodges away from the explosive cast. Still has the flash as well. Oh! The proc from the Runic Echoes gets the kill.
That was a quick turnaround from the crowd. They're like, he's out, he's safe. He wasn't safe.
I was so sure he was fine that I was talking about the graphic, never mind the fight. Origen actually going to play up towards that top side. They will look for the Rift Herald themselves. They're going to lose some plates in the bottom side, but they won't lose the tower. Too tanky at the moment for that. Cold claims the Rift Herald. There's a Maiden here as well. Maybe even put the Rift Herald down. You've only got 3 plates left on that tower. You could just go for the first tower push.
Oh, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Rift Herald is spawned. You're going to get massive bang for your buck out of this push here, especially because it goes into Alphari's pocket.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of gold going into Alphari's pocket.
Look at his items. What are you supposed to do as Renekton against that?
I love it. It's such a smart build path. It's such a smart pick into the Renekton as well. Tower goes down in the top side as the crowd goes mild. And next up, NukeDuck looking for the play in the mid. Pyrian still has the flash. NukeDuck there. Flash away from Pyrian. Cold not able to get the knocker, but he's going to go in with the Void Rush. Row indeed. As Cold will get the kill. Origen answer back with one of their own.
And again, it felt like Origen were just sitting in their pocket. They're like, this is totally fine. We're making these incremental gold leads across the map. And suddenly that they strike. They take the Rift Trail. They have no problem trading Mithy's life across the map for that. Excuse me, Patrick's life. Not going to blame the veteran member. Going to blame the newer kid.
Oh, we could blame Mithy anyway if we really wanted to. Now, Tower's still alive down here towards the bottom side. Mithy pops the heal so he can switch over to the flash with the unsealed spellbook. Not too surprising. And across the board, Origen still pretty happy with how this game's gone, but SK should be as well. You know, you've got okay scaling in the form of the Ezreal, the Jace. They will do a lot of damage and a lot of poke in the later portion of the game. And if you can avoid full-on team fighting Origen, you actually got a very strong composition as the game does progress.
And I want to quickly point at Origen's vision line here. Some of it has started to die out, but they did this against Vitality too. Normally you would expect a team like Origen, who seems to have like this, I'm going to say it, I hate this word, cerebral style of play, that they would force a lot of deep wards and deep vision, but they actually don't. A lot of their vision just sits in the river, and I think it's almost like a combined element of just the experience that this roster has, that they don't need perfect information to you know, maximize their play chances, that, you know, high reward, low risk play style that they like to go for. And I think that's almost only possible with a team like Origen, where the collective experience that you have for the roster is just crazy.
NukeDuck dumps back here. Cold there as well, but we've already got Sorcerer's Shoes and the Relic Runic Echoes finished on towards the Gragas. Oh! Cold dodges away.
Was it a dodge?
It was a dodge. It was a dodge. I mean, it was missed as well, but I always give the benefit of the doubt to the team that did a good thing. And that's what happened here. So Origen get tower in the bottom lane. 600 gold lead for them as well. Let's have a quick look across the items. Iceborne, Gauntlet, Mana Moon stacking up on Crown Shot. Still no first completed item on Patrick, but he will be going towards the Essence Reaver.
This is my other thought with Origen's like vision that stays pretty shallow. It's that Deficio walked backstage and he was like, stop feeding before 15 minutes. No one walks into the jungle alone.
I mean, that's what used to happen in the Origen games. They have been able to stop that for the moment. Dragon goes down, it's an Inferno, well with the flank, and this is going to be a 5v5. Pyrian on the wrong side of the map, though, and now Origen actually just want to back away. They're popping on the hunt. True Shot Barrage comes out as well. You can see Worlb's in the middle of that fight. He's doing a lot of damage, but SK just can't get the chase on. The Maiden is acting as a bouncer and stopping Origen in their tracks.
And something that is pretty cool about Origen's composition when they do want to disengage like that is the... Oh! He's dead.
Oh, he's done! NukeDuck goes in, gets out! That's another kill for Origen. Great stuff from them. They get the Dragon, second of the game, and a 1,000 gold lead.
And then you get cute little plays like that. But what I was saying is that between the Tahm Kench and the Yorick, because we expect this composition to play in 4-1, but when they do play together around objectives like that, their zone control is crazy, and their ability to disengage is pretty nuts. Because you can throw down the baby cage from Yorick, you have the giant Maiden in front of you, and then you can just gobble someone up with Tahm Kench. It's actually really hard to ever lock down Origen. They can very quickly run in, grab the objective that they want, grab the tower damage they want, and then disappear into the night.
Well, it came in with the teleport here as SK wanted to fight, but they just couldn't get onto the Origen backline.
I don't know how you actually crack Origen here. You're dealing with a hyper-mobile LeBlanc, you've got the Spell Shield on Sivir, you have a Tahm Kench and a Yorick. How are you ever supposed to fight into that? Which means that Pyrian on this Jace needs to be ahead of the clock so he's hitting damage, and more so needs to have that long-range poke potential. And the fact that Jace received so much attention, was put so far down, it is sitting on, I think, a single completed item and a defensive item, really hurts SK.
I don't actually think he's completed his item. Oh no, he's gone for the Yumu's. He has just finished that one up and has the Hex Drinker as well. But that fight, just not enough stuff from SK. And Origen now putting the pedal to the metal as they push down towards this mid lane tower. Already broken tier 1s in the side lanes. Now they can just open up the map a little bit more. Feels like a 1-3-1 has started to be enacted from Origen.
I mean, let's be honest, do Origen ever put the pedal to the metal?
Okay, so they move the pedal like 2% closer to the metal.
I mean, they are starting to speed up the tempo because they can, but it's like the difference between if G2 are a Ferrari, and when they step on the gas, you really feel it. Origen are like a Prius.
They're more economical, at least, with some of their plays.
They're
NukeDuck
silent. You'd never hear them coming.
Silent but deadly. That's the Origen mantra across the course of the last few weeks, and they have moved that Yorick into a side lane with the Trinity Force. He's basically just impossible to deal with, even though Renekton, who is such a strong early game champion, can't really get through him with that Black Cleaver. And then as well, the LeBlanc sitting an item ahead, sitting a kill ahead, is in just such a strong spot across the board.
So it feels like so much pressure and eyes have to go to self-made. With Jace and Renekton into these side lanes, there should never be an opportunity where they get to pick to kill someone. You know, it's going to be really hard for Renekton to force Yorick to fight him. It's going to be really difficult for Pyrion to force NukeDuck to fight him, and at this point, I don't think Pyrion wants that. So Selfmade needs to decide, how am I going to force either the side lane or the mid lane? Like, where am I going to use this Gragas Cask to get something back for SK? Because Origen can just hold them at arm's length.
Yep. Well, that's all they need to do as well. You've got a strong scaling Sivir who will be even stronger on a couple more items. You've got the LeBlanc, who's incredibly powerful when she gets to that 2-3 item spike, can just burst people down. But SK forcing around mid, bringing everyone here, saying we want to get this tower, we need a little bit of gold in our back pockets, and they should get it pretty easily. Selfmade was around the corner as well. That's the tower down. Good stuff from SK as they strike back towards Origen.
And also great positioning. Selfmade cheating off to the side on top of the vision, looking for someone to disrespect, to step forward and to sweep them off of that tower. So excellent read from Origen to also say, you know, we just need to give this one up. We're not going to open ourselves up for any sort of counterplay, and then in the end, they do trade back up.
Way!
And that's the thing. You look at that, you're like, ah, yes, SK, great job. They got the mid tower, and it is true, it's good. But ultimately, Origen, we're just looking, you know, 10 seconds later, we're fine trading that mid tower for interior top.
Alphari pops the ult hit, True Shot Rush, not quite enough to take him down. As you say, Origen playing the map just as much as SK were playing the map, equalizing that sort of trade in the side lane. And as we come to the 20-minute mark, we do just need to think about exactly how these teams want to play out the rest of the game. Because Origen seem to be happy with a 1-3-1, happy taking it a bit slower, rotate Alphari when you need, but at some point, SK will need to pull the trigger. At some point, SK will have to force, and the question is, where do they force? What do they force around?
Well, hold on.
I think we're okay.
I'm really scared for them.
Who are you scared for?
I'm scared for SK.
Why? Do you think NukeDuck can just take them out?
Yes. Look at Pyrion's items.
Yeah,
that guy's not a champion right now.
You're right. He's quite far behind.
And that's what's scary for SK in general, is that their composition wants to drive tempo, and they want it to be in the driver's seat at this point in the game. And because they're not, you're looking for SK to prioritize defensively sweeping out their jungle, and then trying to create numbers disadvantages or make big picks and trying to find their foot back into this game. But they have to be so careful.
Oh, crown shot! Oh, he's dead!
Yeah.
That's what NukeDuck can do to a man if he oversteps. He gets him out. There's the kill. Now they'll go down towards the Cloud Dragon.
You asked me who I was afraid for. That's exactly what I was afraid of.
But that wasn't Pyrion. That was crown shot.
He could have done that to Pyrion.
Okay, well, he did it to crown shot in at the moment, and Origen will use that advantage to come down towards this bottom side. You can see 4 members near the red buff of SK. They continue to push in the side lanes. Yes, SK are answering, but every time Origen find a pick, every time they find a little bit of damage, they just continue to starve the life out of SK.
And again, it's those paper cuts, but they paper cut you in the same position. I don't know if you've ever gotten a paper cut underneath your nail, but it hurts. And that's what Origen are right now. But eventually, they're just gonna rip the nail off.
As a medical professional, it's one of the most painful feelings I've ever heard of. I'll admit. Paper cut under the nail. It's like, nah, incurable. I'm sorry. Make your peace. I want to bring a little bit of seriousness to SK's plight in this game as well, because when we look at their playoff run, when we look at them at 7-7 at the moment, they're trying to fight to get towards, you know, those 9 wins, which is historically the best point to get into playoffs, but they've still got Splyce, they've still got Rogue, they've still got Vitality left to play.
And the thing is that you would expect that this game would be hard, possibly the hardest, depending on, you know, who Vitality are starting.
I mean,
I'm going to hold the point.
G2 today as well. They're not the easy opponent they seemed like at the start of the week.
And that's what I was going to bring up. It's the fact that everyone is stepping up. You know, this is a ridiculous strength of schedule for SK.
It really is. NukeDuck continuing just to poke and prod around the side of this fight. Alphari pushing into the tower here as well. The Demolish Pot comes out. That's another tower across the OG. 3,000 gold ahead now. They can just get this vision in once again. Look towards the Baron. OG in a very, very powerful position, and SK found wanting of answers.
This has just got to be so frustrating to play out if you're SK.
Well, I mean, Mithy's caught him out a little bit here. He's going to flash across, trying to catch out Patrick. Patrick pops the spell shield, and Wellup can't get close enough. Put into the cage. He jumps back onto the back line with the slicing dice, but Mithy eats him up. That's one down, and now SK taking the fight. Cold going to jump across the wall. It's actually Alphari the one to fall, and NukeDuck jumping in. Selfmade goes golden. It's up to Crownshot. He's opening it up. Cold jumps onto the back line. He gets Crownshot. Mithy's still alive. Patrick's still alive. OG somehow still alive as NukeDuck jumps forwards once again. Empyrean has nowhere to go. Can't get away from Cold, and the dunk crew. It's a triple kill for the man in the jungle.
And for a split second, it actually looked good for SK right there. That was kind of the one area on the map that they wanted to teamfight in, which are those close, tight-knit corridors. You have so much line damage with Ezreal and Jace that if you can get Origen in a choke point, you can start picking them off. But the same thing can be said for Sivir, and ultimately the gold lead spoke for itself.
You can see here, Wellup realizes he's out of position. The chase comes out from Origen. Wellup's like, oh, can I get someone? Can I catch someone out? He jumps onto Patrick, but just doesn't have the damage to take down the Sivir quickly enough.
The one thing, though, is that I believe the shutdown bonus goes to Pyrion, and that may actually help this Jace get a foot back into this game, so he's on clock, and he's actually doing the damage that he needs to be doing at this point in the game. And it's right here, we're like, maybe SK have actually got this, but the flash forward from Cold to separate the team fight, and the NukeDuck quickly gets around the corner.
You have to, like, Selfmade was probably 50 extra damage away from killing both Mithy and Patrick in that fight. He could have been the man that his team needed in the moment. You can see Andre there giving a little fist bump across towards.
He's like, not even close.
Easy, easy clap for Origen so far. 5,000 gold ahead now, 25 minutes or 24 minutes in. They've got this Yorick down towards the bottom side. Baron is available for them if they want it, but they don't really need it so far this game.
Well, knowing Origen, they're not going to take it unless it's like 100% guaranteed, because that's the only way SK get back into this game. And with their comp of Jace and Ezreal, it's actually quite easy to fight around the Baron as long as they have, you know, the vision to step up to it.
So NukeDuck is on a ward here. Selfmade coming in, trying to bait just a little bit. Crownshot on his way down as well, but they're not going to do too much as NukeDuck just jumps away with the distortion. Cold is the one split pushing in the side lane as he has easy access to burrows and can just get himself back towards the team. And I like, Origen will happily do this for the moment, you know, this 1-3-1 or 1-2-1, technically, with NukeDuck just trying to poke and prod down towards the bottom side. But if SK hard engage, hard force onto maybe the Sivir Tahm Kench, hard force onto Cold, they do have an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, but just say what you said. Hard force onto Sivir and Tahm Kench. With what engage? It's a Gragas.
It's a very quick Gragas, though, with the Predator boots.
He's a fast Gragas.
Speedy boy as he tries to get into the fight.
And don't get me wrong, the possibility's there for the outplay. It's just, again, I said it, and I'll say it again, this is so frustrating for SK to play against, because you're trying to, like, Rubik's Cube this game, problem solve, figure it out. How do we actually crack them?
And what would be your solution, Fosk? If you were in SK's mind right now, if you could be a coach for a second and speak into their ear, what would you tell them to do?
Go back to basics. So the first thing that you want to play around is your vision. You want to make sure that you defensively clear out your jungle so you can actually walk in between your lanes in your own map to pick up farm safely, which is what they're doing now, as well as prioritizing the Baron. And then you're just going to trade farm back and forth and try to make high reward, low risk plays. You don't want to over engage into a long team fight right now. You just don't have the items or the stats to back it up. You're looking for picks. Quick hit and run.
Cold has got a litany of burrows around here. Almost looks like an episode of Stranger Things. Like in the second series where he puts all the burrows around. I've been watching that recently, which is why it came to mind, I'll be honest.
It's good.
Yeah?
Kind of weird, but I'll work with you.
That's kind of my, just my way of working generally. Anyway, so SK, vision control, go back to basics. That's what they're doing up towards this top side, but Origen do just have the advantage if they push in as a four-man. You can see NukeDuck is waiting here to see if Selfmade steps out of position. Pyrion coming around the backside of the fight, though. Maybe SK can find a pick. Maybe they can find someone out of position here from Origen as they step forward towards the Baron. But NukeDuck does still have that flanking position. Maybe Origen will pull the trigger.
Yeah, now that they have kind of their triangle vision set up in this area, and because your 3 items are almost complete for Ezreal, SK probably feeling a little bit safer because they can kind of kite out of situations safely. But again, it's moving over into areas first around monster objectives, making sure that they have the vision there so they can at least approach and start using some of their poke tools.
Patrick has teleport here. He was waiting between the inhibitor tower and the first tower, actually. NukeDuck may be caught out because that's a speedy Gragas coming on his way. The double distortion used, NukeDuck will jump back. And now Origen as a three-man unit will push in, try and get some of this vision cleared out. They don't have any Oracle's lenses up at the moment, but some control wards in their back pockets.
I thought it was very cute that Origen were setting up for the Abyssal Voyage. They basically looked to NukeDuck and said, hey, go look delicious over there. We'll see who we catch coming for the play. SK smartly sent majority of their team, and Origen were just like, it's not worth it. Not in front of Baron. If we ever misplay that, that's exactly how SK walk back into this game.
And I think that's the only criticism I've had of Origen on their meteoric rise, the last 9 games going 7-2, is that sometimes at this point in the game they're a little bit too safe. Like the best teams we've seen in each region tend to be a little bit more willing to take a skirmish, tend to be a little bit more willing to make that big step up play. And Origen, although they play safely, against a team that would take a 50-50, might sometimes lose out.
And there is a conversation that's kind of happening in the wider community. I think Papa Smithy really started it about, what is the optimal way to play League of Legends right now? And it feels like so many teams are going towards that skirmish, risky style, but I'll hold the thought because maybe the trap has been sprung?
Yeah, I mean, Mithy's jumped on here by Pyrian. Selfmade there as well as Cold comes in from the side. Patrick there with you on the hunt. Cold forced back, but gets a lot of damage down as Selfmade and gets the boy to sold off. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Yorick and NukeDuck push down towards the bottom lane, though they're going to lose an inhibitor. Maybe even the base. In time, Whirlib came back to respond, but Origen get everything they wanted out of that fight.
Yeah, and that's the 4D chess. It's the fact that you trade jungle for jungle, but as long as you also have the pressure point bottom, Origen now secured their opportunity to step up to the Baron next time. It's going to be pretty difficult to always have a member down there to time with the Super Wave, and this should be a very stock standard. Okay, we wait until the Super Wave pushes in bottom, and then we're going to dance with them around Baron.
Seems to be pretty easy stuff for Origen now. As you say, the Supers pushing in that bot wave just make it so much easier. Quick look across these gold differentials. Big lead in the top lane for Alphari, about 2,000 gold there. I mean, it's about 6,000 gold across the board for Origen. It's just little bits here and there. 2,000 in the jungle as well, actually. Cold having a very strong performance on the Rek'Sai once again.
Said it. I think Cold's Rek'Sai, pretty great. Allows him to track.
It
He's
does,
more of
actually.
a, what do we call them? Carnivores and herbivores?
Yeah.
He's like an herbivore jungle.
But he's got 5 kills, though.
Well, yeah, but
It seems pretty carnivorous to me.
he's kind of like picking those up in team fights as like the, the assassination potential.
Yeah, I often find herbivores are just like, oh, yes, I love vegetables, but now there's something low near me.
Good clarification. I mean his early pathing.
Okay, I agree with you there, Floss.
Feels like this game was quite quiet for a long time, and then as soon as the map opened up, Origen just used their big brains to outmaneuver SK.
200 IQ plays across the border. Setting up 4 items on the Sivir now. Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver complete on him. Cold has a few items under his belt as well. I think he's got the GA on that Rek'Sai. And maybe Origen actually just starting up the Baron. You can 3-man it here. That Yorick pushing down towards the bottom side has the teleport, but the easy Baron take you have to think for Origen with a Infernal and Mountain backing up their damage. Now, TP comes out away from the fight. Whirlib's low, but Yorick's just going to push the bait. NukeDuck's there as well. I mean, Origen run away, but Origen's just taking the base at the same time. Alphari and NukeDuck are in here. SK ran away from their own base and maybe sacrificed the game. Origen continue their climb up the LEC table with a dominant win over SK. You said they have big brains, Frosk.
It's not flashy, but it puts wins on the board. You can see it. You know, Origen were playing with their food. They were pulling SK around the map. They were trying to bait them into opportunities that they wanted to create. And SK, they just got frustrated. Whirlib, teleports. He's like, let's just start a fight. Let's go for it. He's out of position.
You understand it, but there's a moment where you're like, well, they did this to us last time when we tried to make a fight and we lost our inhib. And then you make basically the same call again and you lose your base. Like, obviously credit to Origen, they starved the game away from SK. They continue to play this methodical style of League of Legends that just seems to be their best way of winning at the moment, seems to be working incredibly well for them. And they continue their climb up the LEC table. You know, they've got a couple of tough matches left. Rogue tomorrow, Schalke next week, XL next week. Actually, the one I would have said is tough is Schalke, and they're not looking that good at all at the moment. So Origen, if they don't take 3 wins from 3, probably be kicking themselves.
And it's the possibility that Origen could finish with a 4-0 and not just, with G2 continuing to kind of fumble and drop these games. There's a very real opportunity where Origen start to rocket up the standings and show that they are truly the best team in the LEC before playoffs even begins.
Yeah, they definitely could. And I think Origen right now should be looking at second place, and they should be eyeing it hungrily, because although Vitality have an extra win over them, although Splyce have an extra win over... Oh, no, actually, they tie up with Splyce with this win, actually, don't they? Yes. Although Vitality have one extra game over them.
It's Vitality and G2 that are still sitting ahead of them.
But Vitality, if they lose later on today, when they play up against Rogue, that will even out that second place spot. And Origen continue to be the team that, to me, looks the strongest of the chasing pack.
But it's kind of back to that conversation that we were talking about. You know, what is the defining style, the superior, optimal way to play the game? Origen, when I look at them, they almost look like a miniature LCK team. You know, this is the style of League of Legends that everyone praised for so long, whereas G2 seemed to be that, you know, rise of LPL, rise of Invictus Gaming, like scrappy skirmish style. So from a holistic level, super exciting to see the LEC with kind of like so many different styles rise to the top. But now I'm curious, you know, who is going to be able to play both that define themselves as the true champion of the league?
Or if one style just comes out on top in terms of the 1v1 battle, you know, maybe we see a 5v5 between Origen and G2, and we see which style is just superior. Because if Cold tracks Jankos as well as he tracks Selfmade this game, can Jankos actually make a play? Can Jankos do anything in the early game to really set them up for success?
There are so many good signs in the crowd today.
I just don't understand why Andre needed to put on Cristiano Ronaldo's body. The guy's a beast anyway.
What I was going to say, though, is we were like, you know, Origen this, G2 that. Splyce just had a massive upset, and Vitality have been sitting consistently back here like, guys, what about us?
Yep.
And again, it sounds like such a cop-out, but it feels so good to look at the LEC, and you have so many strong teams with very defined styles this late in the season.
Yeah, and you still have these teams fighting at the bottom of playoffs as well. I think SK is the best example of that.
I'm looking at the top, you're like, but what about the bottom?
Every game matters so much. You have to look at both ends. SK, you know, now sitting at 7 and 8. Who are they fighting up against? Who's next? Schalke's still at 7 and 8. You've got these teams down towards that bottom side really fighting for that 5th, 6th spot. As much as the 2nd spot is important, who gets in is really important to me.
The answer is for Fnatic fans, and that's all majority of the audience cares about. They're like, okay, SK lost a game again.
Yeah.
Fnatic just need to keep winning. Hopefully we can slip past them in the standings.
That's definitely true. Your options for key player of the game are NukeDuck, Cold, and Mythy. Go to Outlaw Esports on Twitter and vote.
You know who's not in that list?
Alphari.
Alphari.
Various.
Interesting. If only I had a detective to tell me why.
Oh, that's an entirely different person. I've actually never met Detective the Vedius or Dr. Medius. They're totally different people. Don't know if they're like twin brother or anything.
For more on Origen's win, let's check in with Frankie and their jungler.
I'm here with Cold, and I'm interested in what you thought of SK's draft, because they were focusing that bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they put a lot of bans towards Patrick, but I think that's just a strategy that doesn't really work. He plays pretty much every champion in the game, so I don't think any of us were worried about it. It was just kind of wasted, in my opinion. But
I think he's played something like 13 different champions across this split, actually, so he's not someone you can really test in that way.
Yeah, I mean, he's so young and talented, and he plays the game all the time. So of course he's gonna have a big champion pool. So yeah, I was a little bit surprised, but I think teams are just trying to look at different ways to target us and see if we are prepared for it. So I think it was all right to try it, but it just doesn't work.
Do you feel like SK targeted you differently to the last time you met them? Because it looked really like history repeating itself.
I actually think last time we played them, they should have won. They had a big lead on us in the early game, and they just kind of threw the game. I think this time around, we had a better plan, and we knew how to execute the game. So the game was pretty simple. I didn't really feel like they pressured us that much. They were just kind of giving us what we wanted. So.
And we definitely learned that you never try and take a team fight with Origen. Every time they came at you when you were tackling that dragon, it all ended in disaster for SK.
I actually think they should be winning some of the team fights with their comp, but maybe we just outplayed them. I'll have to rewatch it, but usually we had the control and we had the tempo, so we had the setups on the Drakes, and that kind of gave us an advantage in the fights, I think.
Maybe. I sense a little bit of flaming here now, Cold. I do actually need to ask you a question, though, because the thing is about Origen, you're very reliable, you play super safe, and you often win. You've won 8 out of your last 10 games here at the LEC. But can you actually win playoffs without taking any risks?
If we can win playoffs, I mean, we will see. We take one game at a time and we play our style, and I think no other team in the league plays the way we do. You say super safe. I think we are more calculated, and we like to play smart. Some of the other teams doesn't like to play that smart. Hint at a certain top team. but that is what it is. So this is just the way we play, and I think it works for us.
Well, I love a gang of geeks, and I think Origen just might fit the bill. But let's head back to Alex and the analysts, because I know they're gagging to break that one down.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Frankie, there with Cold. So, gentlemen, we've got so much to cover. What a game, what a result. And I think I really like that Cold corrected it. It's like, I don't consider it safe. I consider it restrained. I consider it calculated, I think was the word he used. Does that sound about right? Does that resonate with you? Clinical. Some would say.
Yeah, I think that this was typical Origen, what we saw. They are a team, we talked about at the very beginning of the day, where when they make plays, they're kind of looking for those plays that have a 70-80% chance of success. If it's 50-50, they don't feel the need to take the risk, which is why their games seem a little bit slower. But they did some really cool stuff this game, which we're going to talk a little bit later on about.
Absolutely. I want to start at the very beginning. Is that Sound of Music? I think it is. Anyway, let's look at those picks and bans, amazing, because your eyebrows were raised before a single second of gameplay happened.
So I actually thought that SK targeted Origen in the right manner. I would have picked a strong 4-1-2 as they did. Basically, Ezreal, Jace, Gragas, Braum, you have a lot of contests, you have a lot of ability to basically like create space for you and your team. And Origen so far has shown like almost like inability to play the 1-3-1 properly, which we're going to come back to later. So it's actually the right way to attack them, but it was the wrong execution given the comp.
So for me in this draft, I actually like the fact that I feel SK had a lot of early game options that they could leverage, and I think that's the best way to attack Origen, because when they make these random mistakes in the early game where they just die and they fall behind, as we talked about earlier, they're not the team that will make those gambles. So if you can get a strong arm on the game very early, then it becomes difficult for Origen to find ways back in. And I felt like when you draft things like a Renekton and you have a Jace, you actually have a couple of side lanes that you can play around. But as Cold said in the interview, we didn't really see much pressure coming out from SK in the other game.
Right idea, wrong execution. That's the summary of the draft? Love it.
I would say so.
And actually, I was learning an awful lot. I just sat here with Vedius and Amazing, and I watched Amazing teach Vedius about League. Of course, I'm included in that list, bro. I'm not sitting there like, oh, you didn't know?
Yeah. Sorry, remind me of your prediction this game.
I'm 0-3 today. I'm 0-3.
No, but all seriousness, it was specific to jungling, which I'm not going to fault you for not having your head around. But you were praising the route that Cold was taking, and I'd love you to explain it. For
so basically, the route that Cold was taking was basically a controlled route where you're greeding on one side, you're basically taking as many camps as possible, so then you can spend longer time on the opposite side because you don't have to return to the same side as fast again because the camps are not respawning yet. So basically, you don't have any camps to take. On that side, you can spend more time on the other side and basically slow down the game and allow your bot lane especially to just control the pace of the game too, because you're going to sit around them for longer. And I think that helps Origen in general because you want to open up Mithy, you want to allow him to basically just play the game controlled and allow him to roam and open up space later on in the game. That's something they did where they went for crabs, especially on level 6, level 7, when Mithy was actually comfortable getting out of lane phase.
Right.
And this gives me a perfect opportunity to talk a little bit about Alphari here, because what you talked about is that the jungler pretty much didn't spend any time around the top side of the map. He did a very greedy kit and allowed him to invest a lot more towards the bot side. And the Renekton into the Yorick matchup is heavily favored for the Renekton early on. So Alphari, in a matchup where he had no support, in a matchup that he's losing, actually ended up coming out ahead in that 1 versus 1.
Okay.
And actually did very well for himself.
He certainly did, and he was a big part of how that game ended. And of course, we'll touch on that.
But
that
was
is
he one of the 3 OP players? I don't remember that being a thing. No, but obviously this team fight is going like this is basically a compilation of NukeDuck's kind of solo kills where he looks for the opportunities as LeBlanc as he's supposed to, and he basically showcases what the champion can actually do. Every time he sits in a bush, he has a pink bot behind him, basically allowing himself to be in a secret spot where none of the enemy players can predict where he is, and then he goes for the assassination.
And it's almost like NukeDuck heard me say that he doesn't make plays or take gambles, and then he locks in LeBlanc, and then he has a fantastic game overall. You got to give credit to the man. He helped build a lot of the early game leads for Origen at the first part of the map, and I think that he definitely had a great game overall.
Yeah, and we do actually have that awesome team fight that really did seal the deal. It was the win for Origen around that Mountain Drake, and we can watch that one more time. Can you just walk me through how this, because it looked so good for SK.
So the main issue I have with this fight is it's like SK is trying to force something with no real objective to play around it. Origen are kind of in a better position to react to it. Alphari is slightly out of position coming off the flank, but the key thing to note here is we wanted to highlight how good SK is on a mechanical individual level, and keep your eyes on Gragas, keep your eyes on the self-made. He almost wins this fight single-handedly. And if he just had a little bit more damage, if those health bars had been a little bit lower, this could have swung the entire game in favor of SK. And just due to some very good play from the side of Origen and just having that slight mechanical advantage over their opposition allows them to come out on top. But this is the thing about SK that you can never really predict or control.
Just look at that picture, though. Now that I'm seeing it in the back, that's actually intense.
It's a whole lot of love. And indeed, you know, the topic of the pre-match was Alphari and NukeDuck. And actually, that's where this conversation is going to be coming to a conclusion, because you threw a word out that neither of us were familiar with. Overloading. Can you give us all a tutorial?
Yeah, it is a concept where basically you have two side laners join on one side and basically then try to kill the enemy side laner or basically try to take the turret. What that does is basically evades team fights you don't want to take, and you basically make the game more individualistic, where you have the 1v1 matchups, you have the 2v2 matchups, and then you're basically playing a really, really small map instead of big map where basically enemy can contest your round objectives that you're not ready to take yet. So we see this multiple times. We see Origen, Cold, Mithy, Patrick taking vision out of the Nashor. Meanwhile, that duo of Yorick and LeBlanc are pressuring out the bot side of the map, and that means that anytime they basically get to hit turrets, they will take it instantly. And that's how they also ended the game in the end, where NukeDuck and Alphari basically together looked for the play, and we see it now.
Exactly, Maurice. And I love the fact that the moment SK tried to force something, OG immediately punished on the other side. And I think what's really cool for fans, especially at home, is people are so used to like 1-4, 1-3-1. This is effectively a 2-3 strategy, right? 2-3. And it's something that's not commonly seen because the risks you run is you are leaving potentially your 3-man against the 4-man. And if they win that fight, maybe they convert it into a Baron, maybe they convert it into something big.
It has to be quick, amazing.
Yeah, it has to be really quick, because otherwise it happens what Vedi just said, where they can just force the Nash, and if they force the Nash, you're stuck in a position where you have to utilize your TPs or you have to utilize basically your tempo completely to get back to the Nashor, and that can backfire in a lot of cases. But in this case, it obviously worked out pretty well.
And the execution was just perfect as well, because you look at the vision, you look at how they set everything up, everything was done perfectly for Origen, and for anyone wanting to learn more, I would highly recommend you watch this game again.
No, absolutely, yeah. Go ahead, rewind it, watch it, because your key player of the game was NukeDuck. 55% of the votes, though. It was a toss-up, but NukeDuck does take it with some sexy LeBlanc play and a big win for Origen. That is it for us now. We're going to be going ahead and taking a break, because coming up next, Vitality look to get one step closer to second place as they face off against Rogue. Don't you go anywhere.
You overload me.
Next up, NukeDuck looking to play in the mid. Pyrian still has the flash. NukeDuck there. Flash away from Pyrian. Cold not able to get the knocker, but he's going to go in with the Void Rush. Wow, indeed.
But they have to be so careful.
Whoa, Crown Shot. Oh, he's dead. Selfmade goes golden. It's up to Crown Shot. He's opening it up. Cole jumps onto the back line. He gets Crown Shot. Mithy's still alive. Patrick's still alive. OG somehow still alive as NukeDuck jumps forwards once again. Alphari and NukeDuck are in here. SK ran away from their own base and maybe sacrificed the game. Origen continue their climb up the LEC table with a dominant win over SK. Welcome back to the LEC studio. Now, as Vitality and Rogue get ready to hit the Rift, and with over 100,000 scenarios left, I want to give you guys a quick update on the race for playoffs and the impact of today's results. Let's start off with Splyce's massive upset against G2. If G2 had won that game, they would have locked top spot. But since they lost to Splyce, it gives Splyce the all-important 9 wins, which historically has been the amount of wins you need to make it into playoffs. With Schalke losing their game to XL, the number of scenarios where they qualify for playoffs has dropped from 51% to 37%. About a third of scenarios they get into the playoff race. This means also we have a very close fight in the middle of the pack. As you can see, both Schalke and SK are sitting at 7 and 8, with just 3 games left to secure the wins they need to make it into playoffs. Fnatic and Misfits Gaming are also in this group of teams, and they will play up later tonight in our match of the week. In addition to the race for playoffs, we also have to look at the battle for second place. Splyce have put themselves in the running for that with their win up against G2 earlier, while Origen move up to 9 wins with the win in their previous game as well. Origen actually secure playoffs in 97% of the remaining scenarios that can play off, and will look to challenge for that second place spot, and with it, the spot in Rotterdam. Now, you can get your tickets for the LEC finals on the 13th and 14th of April at eu.lolesports.com/Rotterdam. So if you want to see G2 and whoever gets that second place spot play, make sure you go on over there and grab those now. Now, of course, that's going to put the pressure on Vitality, who look to defend their spot with a win in the next game against Rogue. So we're going to hand it over to Vedius and his discount casting partner, Quickshot.
That is not fair! Just because I stole your duo queue partner, Medic. Hello, everybody. I'm Quickshot, joined by Vedius at the caster desk. And this is going to be a pretty exciting match. A lot is on the line for Vitality if they lose the game, because they're sitting comfortably in second place with 9 wins. If they pick up a win, they go to 10, and they get that 1-game buffer ahead of Origen and Splyce.
And you know, we've seen some crazy stuff today, Quickshot. We saw the downfall of G2 once again. We've seen our second game of the day.
Schalke losing to XL.
The Badger.
I got you,
and
I got you.
We saw Origen in shocking fashion crush SK.
Shockingly winning that game.
Now, the thing is for Rogue is they have brought in their original roster. Profit and Wadid have returned.
Yes.
And part of the discussion was around, number one, they wanted to make sure that they had the strongest possible roster for their regional league. But on top of that, they wanted to see what else they could do with this roster over the last few weeks of the split. And going up against Vitality, the question mark falls. Will Profit be the guy that they look to play around? Will he be the man that they invest resources in? Especially as they're going up against Cabochard, who we know Mowgli loves to play around.
And do you think the Kikis Profit duo can disrupt the Mowgli Cabochard duo? My instinct is no.
My instinct is no.
But we need to see how the draft plays out and whether or not it will work. Of course, really exciting to see Jizuke back on stage. He was ill last weekend, and Seiken played in his place. And I'm glad to see the Italian stallion back on stage.
But even though it felt like he never really left in spirit, really. Seiken did have a fantastic Rise performance last week. Shout out to him coming up to the LEC in what was a bit of a difficult situation for Vitality, but still coming out strong for the team. But now the main man is back, and we'll see how Vitality look to play around.
All right, we of course are playing on patch 9.4, as we have been all weekend long. And when we jump into the draft, Kennen, Karthus, and Braum. A lot of Karthus today. I think we've seen him in every game featured. Jace as well, 100%. Less AD carry bands than I've seen in previous games. So this will allow Attila the choice of the litter. And with Draven still being available, does he feel bold enough? A man that's been outspoken about not having the chance to play Draven historically.
Makes me wonder actually what the priority is. They could look to value something like a Thresh, but instead they're just going to insta-lock the Galio, which is very surprising to me. I know that when you think about support matchups, Thresh is kind of one of the highest priority alongside the Braum, but many now consider Galio to actually be a good answer into Thresh because of how strong Galio is in his early levels. And typically you want to try and pair him up with a strong AD carry to leverage the fact that you can be very aggressive at those early levels, and because of the appeal that he can provide, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like a Draven come out from the side of Vitality.
And we'll see whether or not Attila feels bold enough. Got some options, got some time available. Jizuke will be playing his LeBlanc in the mid lane. Cassiopeia has already been locked in. And I would like to say thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Teller will be playing Draven, has played it twice this split, and has managed to win both of those games. His KDA is 10, 3, and 13. Is it going into Cassio Thresh, which I believe was the lane we saw earlier today?
Yeah, it looks like it for now that Cassio will be the one played in the bot lane if this Lissandra comes through. Now, so far, Rogue, I actually think can be very happy with their draft. Just matchups alone, Cassio outranges the Draven, and as long as Draven doesn't get too close, Cassio doesn't have to worry too much about it. And for Lissandra, I think she is the best pick into LeBlanc right now. She makes that laning phase extremely difficult, and we can talk more about it once we actually get into the game, because there's a lot of complexity to it, but basically it limits a lot of the kill potential that makes LeBlanc so strong in the laning phase.
Well, let's see how the rest of the laning phase, draft rather, pans out. Irelia taken away. Top lane, still available. Junglers still available as well. Kikis and Mowgli going to have the pick of the litter. I quite like Jarvan being taken away from both really Mowgli and Cabochard, having both strong performances on those champions. And Jungle Pool already starting to get hit. So there's the Nocturne. That's denying that from Kikis, who has played a number of champions this split. But I mean, what would you like to see rounding out these drafts as we head to phase 2 and both teams looking for the top and jungle?
Well, for Rogue, I'd like to see some AD somewhere in the draft. They could look to go for something like a Rek'Sai, but so far they're going more towards the scaling side. Thinking about what else they could go for, because they don't know what the top or jungle is, I think the safest bet for them would be go for a jungler. Maybe something like an Olaf could be pretty effective here. With the Jarvan gone, Rek'Sai is another option, but it's very early game focused, and I don't know if they need that with the draft that they're currently going for.
And also, do you really want to try go toe-to-toe early game with Vitality? Bold call. I mean, maybe it can work, right? Lee Sin's going to be the last ban here from Vitality, and if you have just joined us, Nico finds herself in the ban pool. It is a champion that is featuring in the bot lane a lot. Normally I don't like to talk about bans, but it's something that's just kind of crept up in this last week, and maybe we'll get a chance to see it tomorrow. There's that AD champion you were talking about, Vedius. It is Renekton locked in for profit. 100% presence today. Renekton is showing up, and until SK, he'd won most of the games.
And I feel that for Vitality, you could now go for something like a Yorick, have that matchup that you feel will take longer to scale up, but you know will eventually be a much bigger threat in the late game. Something very similar to what Origen did in their previous game. And if they have to blind pick a jungler, it looks like they're going to go to the tried and true Olaf. I think that in terms of being able to play towards the early game, when you have both a Draven and a LeBlanc, it fits very nicely because it works very well in terms of creating early pressure and is great at snowballing those lanes as well. And so I wouldn't be surprised for Vitality right now if we just see something more towards the scaling side.
Ooh! Wait. Ooh! Olaf top?
This is an Olaf top.
What do you think of Olaf versus Renekton?
Oh, this is like a Season 2 matchup. Oh man, I'll be honest, I'm not that familiar with the matchup, so it's going to be a learning experience for us both. Quickshot, we'll keep our eyes on how this progresses as Rogue with some cheeky hovers right now.
I'm very excited about this. Olaf versus Renekton, or
it's locked in.
Versus Riven. Riven jungle or Riven top? Look into your crystal ball.
It has to be Riven jungle. You can't jungle Renekton. To be fair though, Jace did jungle, LCS did jungle Jace, so you can never be too sure. But I think given that it's Kikis, Quickshot, and given that it's...
Yes!
It's Vitality, of course, it's got to be Riven jungle.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you were listening to us before the draft started, Vedius said the following phrase: Kikis could look to invest resources into profit and try challenge Mowgli playing around Cabochard. Well, do you know what? With an Olaf Rek'Sai and a Renekton Riven combination, all eyes have to be in the top half of the map because that could make or break this entire game.
It very well could, and I'm very excited to talk all about it. Quickshot. There's a lot to talk about when we get into the game. I feel like we're going to be drawn towards this Riven, but
I am.
We've got to use this opportunity to remind people what is at stake with this game, because with all the upsets that have been happening today, Vitality need to win this game. Even though G2 lost, Vitality will be going up against G2 tomorrow. That is not going to be an easy matchup, and they want to secure that second place spot. And Getting a win here would still keep them 1 win above both Origen and Splyce. And so they need to secure this victory.
Well, let's see if Vitality can maintain sole control of second place. Fans here in the audience in Berlin have been yelling and screaming all weekend long. Huge shout outs to the Scottish fans visiting us, as well as many of the tour buses, as we've mentioned. Rogue taking on Vitality. Rogue have been eliminated from playoff contention, but they can play spoiler. They can give us a very exciting battle for second place if Kikis on this jungle Riven can step up and you know, pull off another surprise win.
So shall we do it? Should we just talk about the Riven?
We should. What would you, how do you break down jungle Riven when he's combined with the likes of Renekton?
So what we can say quite confidently is that the 2v2 at early levels is quite strong. Quickshot.
Okay, so tell me something I don't know.
What's interesting, though, is against an Olaf Rek'Sai, that's not a weak 2v2 either, right? And that's what's really fascinating about it, because the thing about Rek'Sai is she's so strong at early levels, especially with Conqueror. And when you play up against someone like a Riven, the thing is, a lot of Riven's damage comes from the bonus attack damage that she gets in between her abilities, right? Because you got to remember that she can actually scale very well, and she's quite item reliant. And while she can be oppressive in the early laning phase, it's largely due to her passive. So kind of trying to meander around that in the early game will be a large part of who comes out ahead in those 2 versus 2s. And I'm expecting a lot of action towards the top side of the map. But I kind of want to talk a little bit more about the build, Quickshot. Do you mind if I do that?
Please do, because we don't see Jungle Riven a lot. I saw Khan from SKT playing her top lane earlier today.
Yes, and
that I'm used to.
Over in the LCS, they love her up in the top lane as well. She's even blind picked a multitude of times. So Kikis actually has been playing this a lot in solo queue recently. His last game was actually only 4 hours ago, Quickshot.
Was it a win?
It was in fact a win. He played against a Master Yi. You will notice that he is running Aftershock, so he's going more for the defensive kind of route, so that when he actually gets into the thick of things, he's a little tankier rather than going towards that damage, which makes sense. I think he's got enough damage on the side of his team. And he also actually builds quite defensively too. He starts off with the Black Cleaver to get a lot of the cooldown reduction. And on top of that, he'll then immediately transition to a Death's Dance. So he kind of goes as this bruiser. He likes to absorb a lot of damage. He likes that skirmish style. So he's not all about like full damage. Yep. He's kind of like off-tank bruiser style, which is I'm going to go for those extended trades and just soak up as much as I can.
Okay, and what do you think about how that sort of scales into the later stages of the game? Hold that thought, because I can see Mowgli showing his face in the mid lane, pushing Senkux out. Mowgli also roamed all the way down to the bottom half of the map, picked up that Scuttle Crab, and now will set up a skirmish with Kikis.
You've got to be careful, though, because you can already see the Renekton has been pushed in the top lane, which means that Kikis doesn't have that much support. But Kikis took a pretty solid jungle path. He went from red into Raptors into the Scuttle Crab, and now we see that 2v2 action up at the top side of the map.
All right, there's the unburrow onto Kikis already. Kikis forced to use the Val and the Broken Wings just to escape the engage. The shield helps a little bit. And remember, Prophet took a big chunk of damage from Cabo earlier on. Now here comes Kikis. He goes in for the stun. Broken Wings will not find the knockup. Mowgli's able to escape thanks to the use of the tunnel. And this
wait, what's he doing?
Exactly
He's overextended.
What you expect. Cabo, is this a bait? Is this a mistake? What is this? Here comes Mowgli. There's the burrow into the flash knockup. Cabo keeps throwing out the axes. The undertow, the reckless swings. It's a double kill for Mowgli.
So there we go. The 2v2 has been decided. Rek'Sai and Olaf is clearly the stronger. It didn't help that Kikis had the lower HP, but Vitality off to a commanding start.
Exactly what you wanted to see. Playing around the top lane. Initially, we thought that was going to go bad for Cabo and Olaf, but the lower HP Olaf is, the scarier he is, and he managed to use his flash flawlessly to get out of range.
So this all starts off with Kikis trying to collapse onto Mowgli with Prophet. Now both junglers are actually at similar HP, but remember, he regenerates thanks to his passive. Now in this situation, it looks like Cabochard is overextended, but Mowgli makes the crutch decision to flash in, get the knockup onto the Riven, which means there's a large period of time where she can't then deal damage, and so both Cabochard and Mowgli can focus him, while the cooldowns are sitting there for Prophet, meaning he doesn't have the damage. So basically, it all comes down to the fact that Rek'Sai and Olaf get to auto-attack you much more often than the opposition, which is ultimately more damage, which is why they won.
And that's why Mowgli got 2 kills. You can see some of his season-wide stats thus far. A jungle contradictions is something that our stats team was talking about. You can see counter jungle percentage, the amount of time that Mowgli spends in the enemy jungle, his experience difference is pretty low. Then his jungle proximity, again, some of the lowest in the league for junglers, but his kills plus assists very high, so he's very efficient with his time. When he does gank, and you can see why. He responded to the top lane, picks up 2 quick kills, and now by continuing to apply pressure, increasing that counter-jungling percentage we just talked about, and helping out Cabo push that wave in, build up even more of a lead against Profits.
Yes, and we haven't really talked about it because we got so distracted by the Riven, but on paper, initially, I wouldn't think that Olaf would be that strong of a matchup into the Renekton, but Cabochard must have picked it because he believes it to be a counter. And I think one of the biggest things is that Cabochard, it's very easy for him to wave clear while also stick to a Renekton.
Yep.
And the thing about Renekton is he's very good at these short trades where he dashes in, stuns you, hits you with his Q to get that AoE damage and also a bit of a heal off, and then he dashes back out and the opposition can't really do much. However, when he tries to go in onto an Olaf, he's going to get slowed almost immediately. You also have the ultimate later on to break out from that stun. The lower your HP on an Olaf, the more you can just get that attack speed and lifesteal, and you also have the true damage on your E as well. So in terms of just trading in lane, I feel like Olaf will often come out on top, which means that he regularly gets priority.
And if there's ever any 2v2s and Renekton tries to slice and dice to safety, well, undertow after undertow, as well as the tunnel chasing power from Rek'Sai plus Void Rush, once Mowgli gets access to the Queen's ulti, and you can see Mowgli making it very clear. It was obvious in draft what was going to be happening.
So hey guys.
And this is a playstyle that Mowgli doesn't like.
If you don't know, Mowgli likes to camp top, and once again, he's demonstrating that.
All right, so there's the Ragnarok as Cabo backs away. Gigantic wave of minions, not much going to be lost because Kikis was able to respond, is in range to actually help out. And of course, while all this is going on, Vitality have accrued themselves 1,300 gold lead. Strong CS advantage for Cabo already. And we've seen some trading, both middle and top lane. You can see down in the bot now. EQ tries to put the miasma down, getting good damage onto Attila. Attila forced to flash. Death Sentence connects onto Jack Troll, but Wadid, 200 HP. No damage dealer to stick with, though. EQ's running low on mana, so he can't chase. Is going to go forward, gets the Noxious Blast, and backs away. EQ, not sure that flash was necessary. Now Senkuk's going to get caught up. Ignite is not available for Jizuke because he's running the cleanse. And Senkuk's escapes with his life for now.
So a bunch of stuff just happened.
But what does it mean?
And what I love to see is that we're already getting a lot of action all over the map. And it kind of ties back to a lot of what we talked about in draft. Number one, Vitality, primarily playing around Cabochard. This is something that is not uncommon to Vitality, and it's something that has actually proven to be very successful, given overall how Cabochard has played this split. We also see in the bot lane the Draven versus Galio, how strong they actually are in the 2 versus 2. But against the Cassio, if she is not your focus, it's very easy for her to turn things around in your favor. Just because of the spammability of her skills, and thanks to Phase Rush in her runes as well, it's very easy for her to stick to you too. So they actually come out on top, and they force both flashes out from Jack Troll and Attila. But now Mowgli has decided he wants to help out his bot lane. They have no summers, but neither do rogues, so they want to try and help out and alleviate some of this pressure.
Really good early game here from Mowgli. I think he's shown his face in every single lane, like twice at this point already. Just pushing this advantage and just being, putting extra pressure on the rogue players. And that's why rogue continue to fall further behind. Up to 1,700 gold lead. Some early backs have come in, so Kindle Gem picked up for Senkuk's. He's got the double Doran's rings and the Cursed Seal.
Interesting.
A little bit of survivability, cooldown reduction there as well to survive some of the bursts that can come from both Rek'Sai as well as LeBlanc.
So I talked about in draft how Lissandra is one of the best picks into LeBlanc. I think one of the main reasons for that is because on Lissandra, you can actually rush something like Merc Treads. And the reason for that is why you typically don't want to do that on mid laners is because it really hampers your damage, it delays it a lot. But on Lissandra, your goal is never to have damage. You're literally just a utility bot. And when you're playing with Renekton, Riven, and Cassio, that's all you really need to be anyway. So you can automatically build defensive very early on. But rather than go for the Merc Treads, he's actually just stacked up in health. So double Doran's Ring, on top of the fact that he has the Dark Seal, which will help in his regeneration, and you have the Kindle Gem, just means that the amount of burst that Jizuke has is less impactful because there's more HP on top of the Aftershock that he has to get through. So just a slightly different way of providing more survivability and making it difficult for Jizuke to actually find those kills.
All right, a little bit of an engage here from Jizuke. Gonna get caught out. Where's the tomb? Senkuk's decides not to throw, despite the fact Wadid is waiting in the wings. This turns into a 3v2, but look at Attila. Look at Jack Troll. There's the taunt. That connects one. Whirling Death flies out and comes back. Senkuk to the self-cast. Not dead just yet. One last swing. Attila picks it up, but it is a trade because Mowgli concedes a death.
Ends up being a 1-for-1 overall Quickshot, but Vitality, they're the happy campers off the back of that because it was Attila who got the payout. I'm not exactly sure how much gold he got, but right now he's sitting at a 600 gold lead over Hiku, and for a Draven to get that kind of bounty, definitely very valuable. So if you look at the minimap, you can already see the bot lane has started to roam up. Woodid is already lying in wait. Regardless of whether Rogue tried to turn this one around, Vitality know they're going to have the numbers advantage. So a quick flash knockup from Mowgli sets up for Jackroll to land the taunt, get a bunch of damage out, and Senkax, he is able to use his ultimate to buy a little bit more time while Mowgli dives underneath the tower. But if he hadn't done that, well, actually, I think that it was very greedy of him because the Riven ended up having the shield, which means that it cost him his life. But at the end of the day, it did end up being 1-for-1, and as I mentioned, the Draven got the goal.
A Vitality player greeted on a tower dive? No, Vedius. Tell me something I didn't know. But look, at the end of the day, ends up 1-for-1, like you said, Bloodthirster at 10 minutes 50 seconds, and Jizuke coming to help Mowgli put Prophet even further behind. His flash is on cooldown, and despite the dominance coming up, it simply does not matter. Jizuke gets his first kill of week 8, killing Prophet in the top lane.
Poor Prophet. He comes back to the LEC, and immediately Vitality are saying, well, welcome back. And now we see a bit of action in the bot lane.
Now remember, no flashes for this bot lane either. Petrifying Gaze will catch out Jack Troll, but Attila used a very good displacement to at least slow down this pusher. Whirling Death will clear out the wave, and Attila's got 4 members to deal with. Let's see what he can do. Whirling Death comes back. Good damage onto Wadid, but Wadid forced to use the stopwatch. And Rogue get 2 pretty clean kills and get out at the cost of Rift Herald.
Yeah, overall, very clean dive from the side of Rogue. As you mentioned, 2 clean kills. Unfortunately, another one went onto the support, which is not really the situation that you want to be in, but the Riven also picks up a crucial kill. The main problem for Rogue is that both mid and top of Vitality were able to secure more turret plates, which means that the LeBlanc and the Olaf are getting further ahead. And on top of that, they got the Rift Herald. So this is almost guaranteeing another big objective going in the hands of Vitality. And when you think about Vitality, you think about their 2 solo laners, and with the return of Jizuke, one of his staple LeBlancs being 1-0-1, with all this extra turret plate gold going into his back pocket, you can't help but be afraid.
Yeah, another minute and a half before those turret plates drop. The Rift Herald's available to help secure some of them. And Vitality are a very proactive team. I get to that moment, in a moment rather, because the Brambleback will lose its patience and reset. Kikus and Wadid don't really have the firepower backup to challenge this because, look, 4 members of Vitality pushing forward. And the point that I was trying to make is, as a team, Vitality like to be on the front foot. They like to be making the first move. They like to be forcibly getting ahead. And it's part of the reason they're the #2 team in the league right now, because they're good at it.
Yes.
They're good at playing forward. They're on the same page. And look, a minute before the turret platings drop, you've got pressure in the backline. Kickers is just going to get run down. The tower's going to die as well. And if Senkax sticks around, I think Vitality might go for another fight.
Yeah, it looks like the Riven was not ready to enter Bromacia as Cabochard warmly welcomed him. Another kill goes, well, his first kill of the game now goes into his back pocket, and Vitality continue to snowball the early gold lead. Really beautiful stuff from Vitality, and I just really wanted to reinforce what you were saying, Quickshot. They are the 2nd place team, but often their playstyle doesn't really feel like that because sometimes they seem very scrappy, sometimes they seem a little over the shop, and sometimes you're even wondering what this team is doing. But ultimately, they have a very similar style to G2. They have a lot of playmakers on their team. A lot of them will take those 40%, 50% chance. Ooh, fight
oh my word, Attila! Reaction speed was insane. Insta turnaround. Didn't see whether it was buffered, but and Hiku committed a flash for that.
And it's funny because those plays where you say we can make those work, right? He's actually, like, this is a prime example. Attila with no cleanse in a lane by himself where he doesn't have that much vision towards the bot side of the map, is standing far forward in the lane within flash range of Cassia, and he's like, I don't care, I can outplay this. Like, I know I can outplay this. And then he does it, right? And you sit and you're like, that's a really impressive play. The other 50% of the time, you're like, Attila's killing himself.
What I will say is 55% of the time it works.
Yes.
45% doesn't, because this is still a team that's 9 wins and 5 losses in second place.
Exactly that. And that's why they're so fun to watch. And unfortunately, they don't quite have the same refinement as G2. G2.
That's the big word for me. It's less refined, slightly more chaotic or explosive. You know?
But ultimately, a lot of the plays that they make are well informed, and a lot of the things they try to do are not random. They're actually planned out in advance and they're calculated. And we've seen already in this early game a lot of the top lane dives trying to get Cabochard ahead. And you can, right now, their vision isn't the best. But you can kind of see they're setting up vision around the top side of the map to try and allow Cabochard to play this aggressively. And I'd like to see them push in a little deeper now that they actually control the top side river. But that needs to be the next step for Vitality. Get a little bit more vision control, have a little bit more ownership over the map, so that your side laners can actually look to play more aggressively and use the leads that they built up.
Well, this lead that you mentioned is 5,000 gold right now. Vitality are now going to get caught into a little bit of a fight, or is it Rogue? This looks like at least 1 kill onto Mowgli. Very good setup. Rogue were able to collapse onto Vitality, and I wasn't quite sure they could turn it around, but here comes Jizuke. That's a two-man taunt from Jack Troll. The winds of war are burning down Rogue. What did is already dead, and there's a Mountain Drake up and available for Vitality. It's a 1-for-1 in kills, but with vision control and lane control as well. Vitality could opt to go for that dragon.
It looks like that they could. I'm surprised that they're not. Perhaps it's because Mowgli is dead and they don't have a jungler, so they'd rather just push in the waves, try and get some more damage down onto the towers. But this is one of those situations where you're like, what are Vitality doing? They actually weren't in a situation to be trying to get vision on the bot side of Rogue's jungle, which means that they do end up getting caught out. The problem is here that they actually clump up, and there's another one plays like, you know what, we're numbers down, but we don't care because we know we can outplay you. You've actually used a lot of your ultimates, and this is a situation where we can actually come out on top.
I mean, look at the item disparity. Luden's Echo, Sorkshu's 5 stacks on 2 Dark Seals for Jizuke. He's 2-0-1. The team is up 6,000 gold, and yes, they have a numbers disadvantage, but when you actually add in the combat stats of the additional gold and everybody clumped up for the distortion damage, it goes pretty well for Jizuke and Vitality. And with, of course, that bottom tower going, that's all 3 out of town secured in favor of Vitality. They extend that lead even more. They get an uncontested Mountain Drake. And to be very honest, this is pretty much what you expected when you saw this match on paper.
It's what I expected for the first 2 games, Trevor, and then random things happened. And that's one of the things that's less likely to happen to Rogue, because they're not really the team that try and force these kind of plays. But you've got to remember that they do still have elements of scaling on their side. The Cassio will get stronger as the game progresses. And I'm always of the opinion that Riven's damage is just odd. Because there are weird pockets where she seems to do loads of damage, which is in lane, and then she like gets 2 items, and then it feels like that she doesn't do a lot of damage, and then all of a sudden, later on into the game, maybe she's at like 3 items, she can just one-shot my AD carry. And so Riven's a champion I just don't really understand, and she's just one of those weird ones where like I think very good Rivens make her have more damage than she's supposed to, and then mediocre Rivens like me can't really seem to do anything with it.
Well, where does Kikis fall on the
scale?
scale?
I'm going to find out. That's the ultimate question. So far, he's 1, 2, and 3, and doesn't even have a black cleave yet. So I'm not scared of his.
That was not a very nice question for me to set up. I definitely should not have gone that direction. But I mean, look, it's a good showing from Vitality. They're pushing this vision up into the northern quadrant of the map, deeper and deeper around the Baron. We're getting close to 20 minutes, and take a look at Mowgli. I wondered if he was going to fancy a shot. The whirly death! Oh my word! Here comes Jizuke. There's a good defensive flash from Senkax, and there goes Void Rush. I knew Void Rush was going to get the kill. I just didn't think it was going to be that way. And
we do have a quick pause coming out from Senkax, so we will find out what that is for you.
Look at Jizuke. There's Jizuke. Now, I will admit, the spectator side, looking at where Mowgli's Rek'Sai came out after the Void Rush did look a little odd to my eyes, but it was pretty clear Vitality were going to go for that dive. And as I can see, ultimately has rewound on his client.
Yeah, so the moment Senkax used his ult, he should have died anyway. But I don't know. I don't really know what's odd.
Yeah, no, that was perfect. Yeah. I think it was a flash from Jizuke that threw me off as well.
Oh, yeah, because he goes back to his clone. Right?
Exactly. So nevertheless, we will get confirmation exactly why we believe Rogue and Senkax paused, and we'll let you know. But for the time being, just to step back and once again remind everybody, if Vitality pick up this win, they will end the day with 10 wins and 5 losses, and they play G2 Esports tomorrow. That is going to be a very hyped game, especially with G2 losing today And, you know, all 3 of their games have been lost in the back half of the split.
Yeah.
G2 are donezo, Vedius.
It's really weird for me as a cast to talk. Can we talk a little bit about G2 right now? Because we are on a pause. Quickshot, do you mind going down that route? The thing is about G2, right, is that when they play against Vitality tomorrow, I actually have no idea what to expect. Because Vitality look very clean right now. There's a lot that they're playing for. They want to try and secure top 2, but for G2, they've already guaranteed top 2. So they actually have a lot of freedom in how they play the rest of the regular season. They could look to take it a little bit more easier, because then once you get closer to playoffs, they can then look to try and...
That man on your screen will not be playing easier in any of the games. No. I don't think Vitality have that gear in them.
No, I don't think they do, but I do think G2 do. And I think they're the kind of team that will... I mean, I think they showcased it today. I think that they take a lot of risks in their draft. I was very critical of their draft today because I'm all for trying new things or trying different ways of playing or maybe refining strategies that you're not that good at. But I honestly just think that they drafted poorly today.
There's a huge Attila fan base here in Berlin. And you can see the Portuguese flags in the crowd. And obviously, as soon as Attila's on screen, the crowd erupts in cheers. Thank you for that one, making some noise. But yes, as you mentioned, you know, G2, they're sitting comfortably. They're secured top 2. So definitely going to be going to Rotterdam. And what matters is one of the things that I find very interesting is how teams peak. When do you find your strength? When do you hit your maximum strength? Because when you get to those best of 5s in the playoffs, that's when it matters the most. And of course, Vitality are just a few steps away from that second seed. Their strength of schedule is relatively easy, all things considered. We will actually talk about that once we get into the game. And just remind you of how many matches remaining Vitality have left to play and which ones we expect them to win.
So can we just appreciate one small thing?
Okay, tell me.
When they recently gave a quality of life buff to Olaf, where you can now see his pickup radius.
Yes.
And on the Brolaf skin, it now says Graggy Life.
It does.
On it.
Graggy Ice, I believe.
Oh, Graggy Ice.
I'm pretty confident it's Graggy Ice because it's the same as the Gragas barrel. I do have an update. League officials have investigated a potential bug involving Rek'Sai's ultimate, but have determined that we will play on after reviewing the shadow play from Senkux's perspective. So yes, I saw the Graggy Ice on the floor. I always get nervous bringing that up on broadcast because it's not really a topic we cover a lot.
Oh, I actually have no idea what it means. It's just, like...
So I tell you what, Gragas
Yeah?
invented Graggy Ice.
Okay.
Gragas's ice called brew.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it could, you know, it could be root beer.
Yeah.
It could not be. But we'll just leave it at that, shall we? Bro.
So we're back into game now, Quickshot.
Do you want to summarize what happened the last 18 minutes?
Lots of dying. Riven has done nothing. And...
That was a pretty terrible summary.
Zuke and Cabochard are really fed. I forgot their names. I don't know why I do that.
It's not like we're in week 8 or anything.
I know, right.
But I'll add a few more points here.
All right, if you insist.
7,000 gold lead. Mountain Drake, 4 towers to 0. Vitality's proactive play around the map, and I think led by Mowgli. Mowgli's ganked every single lane and been very successful in the top lane. Has really been the thing that sort of snowballed Vitality once again, and I really like what Mowgli has done for Vitality because it really, really helped refine and define their identity this season.
Sure has. Now we see the 1v1, Olaf versus Renekton.
Well, there's a flash over the wall. Here comes Cabochard, Ragnarok and Ragnarok. He's got 1, he's looking for 2. A new challenger appears. EQ's looking for the counter kill. And it will be secured by Senkux. But I think that was a pretty bro-mantic performance,
that was bro successful.
No, we really suck at that, right? We were not in any fraternities in university. That's what that tells us.
I don't think my university had fraternities. Anyway, point is, so I have to be critical of Vitality there because their top laner just generated a huge amount of pressure towards the bot side of the map, and they actually didn't try and push anything. They tried to help him, which is the mistake. You don't really want to go to that lane. You want to try and push somewhere else on the map. And while now they are using it to get vision around the river, and now they have secured the mid tower, they could have been a lot faster, and they probably could have gotten a lot more off the back of that play. and now they're looking once again for another fight.
Well, here comes Cabochard. He's jumped onto Senkux. Ragnarok is thrown down once again. Senkux with the self-cast on the ultimate. Death Sentence will catch one. That's a kill for Atala. There's the Portuguese fanbase screaming in support. Flashes over the wall. Void Rush was already used by Mowgli to pick up what was a solo kill onto Hikyu and Jizuke. He's found one dead. He sidesteps a Death Sentence and waiting for the spell rotation. Distortion out. And Jizuke's on a rampage. 4-0-3. The base is broken open. And Vedius, it was a long con from Vitality.
Yeah, you know, I can criticize all I want, but the reality is they've made it work. They're on the Nexus Towers. Vitality looking to crush Rogue in 21 minutes.
11,000 gold lead. Vitality are smurfing against Rogue. They will take down the second Nexus turret, and here comes Kikis trying to push forward with that broken blade. Is instantly cut down where he stands after being unburrowed, knocked up into the air. Now, Vitality aren't done yet. Still fancy themselves another fight. Prophet actually teleported way deep into the middle lane, expecting Vitality to back away, and that was the mistake. There's a flash for Attila, jumps over the petrifying gaze. Can't find the kill into Hikyu, but in the back line, Prophet is already dead before he can do anything. Senkux gets tagged by the undertow, and Cabo's just gonna run him down. The swag finish with the hourglass. The Nexus is now the focus at 22 minutes on the clock. Rogue will pick up another kill with the help of the Fountain Laser. The Nexus goes down, and Vitality will retain control of second place. Absolutely love hearing the chants, the cheers, the songs from the fans here in Berlin. A beautiful performance from Vitality. You can criticize, of course, but...
I mean, like, sure, there are areas of criticism, but ultimately, they got the win. Yes. You don't need to, right? Like, that was a great game. I love the decision-making, I love the confidence. Ultimately, it worked out for the best. Cabochard on his Olaf, man. What a great pick. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Renekton was the flavor of the day, and now Cabochard has just shown you a counter pick.
2-2 Renekton today. Cabochard's Olaf, definitely very impressive. And kudos to see Attila back on Draven as well. Still undefeated this year, 3-0.
And this is the thing. We wanted to reinforce today that Vitality, you have to respect them as a team. They do have that very G2-esque playstyle. And something that Frost said earlier in the day is we have so many strong teams in Europe that all have their very own identity. And while Vitality possess many similarities to G2, they have so much uniqueness, and they still have their own identity that just makes Vitality Vitality.
It's just those small differences in how they play out some of the skirmishes, the small decision-making differences between the teams, but it is a very similar style, it's a very similar flavor, and it's arguably the reason why both of these teams are at the top of the table. This playstyle in this meta, with a number of viable champions that you can play really across the map, and both teams are excelling. I mean, look at Yamato. I always find it funny when you look at a game like this, number 2 versus number 10. You can nitpick some of the plays, but it was still a beautiful victory. And we've actually got some highlights of the first top lane Olaf in the LEC 2019 Spring Split. I want to take a look at those clips in just a moment. I can actually see Cabochard chatting to Frankie as well, so we'll get a word from him after these plays. But this is pretty hype.
Yeah, and I wanted to know who would win out on the 2v2. I was more inclined to believe that maybe the Renekton Riven would, but then you look at it, Olaf, Rek'Sai, extremely strong in this setup. And I love the fact that the knock-up coming out from Mowgli, combined with the spammable undertows, combined with all that bonus attack speed that you get, just makes it ridiculous. And who can forget this? Let's call an outplay, shall we, Quickshot?
I'm looking for Graggy Ice on the floor. Can you spot it? I mean, he picks up 1, he picks up 2, and then eventually... Yeah,
he picks up 1, kill, picks up 2, kill, and he's doing exactly the same with the axes. And this man was just on a tear right now.
There we go. Craggy Ice finishes it off. The swag finish for Cabochard. I mean, nicely done.
Oh, we didn't have the Zhonya's under the tower.
We
didn't.
didn't.
That was the only one we were missing.
So, Vitality play G2 Esports tomorrow, and next week they play XL and SK Gaming. As far as strength of schedule is concerned in terms of games and teams and opponents, outside of G2, they have 3 relatively easy games.
Did you see XL today?
I did indeed, and we need to see, can XL continue to play spoiler and trip up Vitality?
I feel like they're just the team that
Next
could ruin
Friday, we'll
everyone's-
find out.
Yes.
Before we get to that, though, we do need to talk about key up player of the game. Your three candidates, Cabochard, Mowgli, and Jizuke at LOL Esports on Twitter. For me, it's a two-horse race, Mowgli or Cabochard. I love Jizuke. It wasn't about him today.
Both very solid candidates.
Yes.
I'll leave the fans at home to
That's
decide.
it. You have to decide. We do not have the power here. Be sure to check out at LOL Esports on Instagram for our International Women's Day Instagram takeover. We're featuring the women and non-binary individuals that help make LEC an incredible show. Happy International Women's Day to each and every lady out there. To get more insights on Vitality's win, here's Frankie standing by with Cabo.
Hello. Thank you very much, Quickshot. Now, that was a classic, confident Vitality performance, Cabochard. Tell me how that match was for you.
We felt really in control. I think it was nice for us to prove that because last time we played Rogue, like the early went sort of well, but then we fell over and we had to backdoor to win the game. So this game, yeah, we knew from the get-go we had the 2v2 top lane, we did it, and then from there on we just took tours after tour and went forward.
Now, an interesting pick from you as well, because that's the first time this split that we've seen Olaf in the top lane. What made you pick him?
Actually, it's one of the picks I really love. I was playing it a lot in Gambit 4 years ago, and even Vitality the first year, and like, I'm not sure it's a pick you can play that often, but in this kind of matchups, actually, I think you can play it for sure, and yeah, this game, I was really happy to play it.
So we might see you pick Olaf again?
Maybe, yeah, sure.
We love to see it. Now, I want to tell you something. Voskurin backstage was saying that she thinks you're the best top laner in the LEC. What do you make of that?
Thank you. Yeah, I think after I played the Shy, especially last Worlds, it really refueled me to like go to the next step. And since then, I'm really trying to push my limits and become the best. So yeah, thank you.
And Vitality is fast potentially going to become the best because this is the best split you've ever had. And you've been on this roster since 2015, Cabochard. So why do you think the guys are doing so well?
I think we had new hopes really after Worlds because of the performance we had, and like last year we didn't have that much expectations. We're just the rookie team and whatever, and the years before it was the 7th place in Vitality. So no, we know we can reach the top. We know we have the players to do it, and yeah, we're not that far from first place. So 3 more matches.
Well, we're going to see you tomorrow in our Saturday match of the day because you're facing G2. So I have a feeling it might be a bit of a brawl. How do you feel about facing the top of the league team?
I'm really excited to play G2. I think they are really good. Last time we played them, actually, we didn't show anything. It was like the last game against Origen, so I was really disappointed after it. So it's as well our chance maybe to reach first place. They are 2 points ahead of us, so yeah, we're really gonna give it all.
Yeah, 10-5. It's not a bad score this close to the playoffs, Cabochard. So congratulations. Thank you so much for talking to me. Now, after the break, we have got our match of the day. It's going to be Fnatic versus Misfits, so do not go anywhere.
What is this? Here comes Mowgli. There's the burrow. Into the flash knockup. Cabo keeps throwing out the axes. The undertow, the reckless swings. It's a double kill for Mowgli. Look at Attila. Look at Jack Troll. There's the taunt. That connects one. Whirling Death flies out and comes back. Senka to the self-cast. Not dead just yet. One last swing. Well, there's a flash over the wall. Here comes Cabochard. Ragnarok and Ragnarolling. He's got one. He's looking for two. A new challenger appears. EQ's looking for the counter kill. Senka to the self-cast on the ultimate. Dead Sentence will catch one. That's a kill for Attila. There's the Portuguese fan base screaming in support. Rogue will pick up another kill with the help of the Fountain Laser. The Nexus goes down and Vitality will retain control of second place.
I almost put a third of my life now into playing League of Legends, and I know that if I'm not doing it properly, then I'll really regret it when I'm done. Whenever I have the chance to sit in front of my PC and play a couple of games, I try to take it as if it were to be like my last games, or as if I were to regret it if I didn't do it properly. So I just kind of try to constantly remind myself that this is not gonna last forever. So whatever I have going right now, even though it's maybe not optimal, I just need to make it work anyways.
up.
Get the Baron buff power play with Shell V-Power.
In the first weeks, it looked dire. It looked like we're not even going to make playoffs.
If you're a Fnatic fan, a little bit worried that 0-3 now, not in the best of shapes.
G2 destroy Fnatic.
And finally, we have some momentum back in Fnatic. They're finally on the board.
The streak continues here for Fnatic, a very clean game.
The fact that we can stand up to teams now is satisfying because it allows the split for something to happen.
The Nexus is being focused. Fnatic are one step closer to the playoffs.
Could be that the old adage is true. In Europe, everyone beats everyone, and it's Fnatic that wins.
You could probably say that Fnatic's back.
The focus being on ourselves is what changed the most. And once we actually talked about it, we all realized, you know what, be a team, we're gonna win.
This game could decide which of these teams makes it into playoff and which team goes home with nothing. So it's not about winning and improving yourself, it's about not losing and making sure the other team is kicked out of the playoffs.
Reckless now caught out by sOAZ. Hansama taking down, flashes over the wall.
The last time we played Misfits, the reason why we lost was because we're still in a 2018 mindset where we'd get away with pretty much everything and could just farm for late and allow me to carry.
Most people would say Fnatic have a little bit of an edge, but if Misfits play through their bottom lane like we've seen them do, they can easily take down Fnatic.
We can still go and make playoffs while being in our current form, but none of us are satisfied with how we are playing right now.
Every small victories are pretty big right now.
XL take the 4v5 and they slam Misfits inside the Baron pit.
If you're looking for a standout carry on Misfits at the moment, it has to be Forbidden in the mid lane. Like, he's the only guy that's performing better as the split's gone on.
The Aurelia is still very healthy, now trying to fire back as the Galio's on the way, and Febiven's still alive. He's already parked the passive, that's the double. He wants the triple.
I actually think it's the best Forbidden's been since probably the last time he was on Fnatic.
When has Febiven ever been relevant not on Fnatic? I feel like he's just playing his own game. That's not really going to win you games nowadays.
Probably going to be a bit of an emotionally charged battle in the top lane. Bwipo has been enabled on patch 9.4 to play some more of these conqueror top laners and actually dominate the lane.
It's my spirit animal, you know, like it's what I'm made of.
This guy just like got known for Worlds, plays against the Shy, and whew, they had to start in sOAZ real fast.
From now on, every game counts.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany, and our match of the week, the final game of the day. It is Fnatic versus Misfits. This is a fight that can turn the tides in the race for playoffs. Just to set the scene on how important this game is, the winner of this game will have sole control of 5th place, and the loser will be in a 3-way tie for 6th, fighting for their lives when there are no more chances to get a second chance.
That's the thing, there's no more second chances. It is do or die for both these teams. And while it's do or die for Fnatic and Misfits, it's on very different terms. Fnatic completely fumbled the first split of the LEC, but right now they are the favorites going into this match because Misfits have been dead in the water. We're just waiting for a sign of life from these guys.
They certainly have been, Froskin. I have a lot of strong opinions about Misfits, and the first one is going to start in the draft, because for Misfits, I believe that their early game is nowhere near as crisp or as efficient as it was in the past. I think they need to rely more on their team fighting, rely on the solid and consistent players of Hansama and sOAZ, and I want to see them drafting more towards that. And you think back to last year when Misfits often held an impressive record against Fnatic, it was because they were winning a lot of those team fights, and it was because they could match you in the 5v5.
Well, let's see how the draft plays out and if you're going to get your team fight composition, Vedius. Early priority in bot laners, Draven, Kalista, Tristana, all taken off the table, and the first target towards Broxah, eliminating his early game impacts.
But outside of the Draven and the Kalista pick, which have started to see a lot of priority cropping up today, there's still so many what you'd say OP or blind pickable champions open, the likes of the Jarvan, the likes of the Jace. There are so many big firepower tools slipping through this draft phase, and Fnatic, one of the few teams, 2 on the day, that chose blue side. So what is the priority?
Well, it's got to be something like the Jarvan, something that Bwipo has a lot of comfort on, something that he's had a multitude of successes with over the last few weeks, and you can even flex it into the jungle if you want to. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see it banned away from Misfits, but then you leave the Jace open and then you have that flex option.
Or even the Galio, if it's all going to be the Reckless and Hilly show. Hilly has recently returned to form, found a lot of confidence on high engage, impactful supports like that Galio.
Well, let's see what Hylissang plays. I've really liked his Rakan in recent weeks. 4-0. Reckless and Hilly have run the Zyra Rakan duo several times, but with Lucian unpicked, or rather unbanned, it is first picked here by Reckless.
And you think the snap has to be Jarvan, Braum. Jarvan because of the flex potential, Braum because you don't want to give away Braum Lucian unless Han Sama and Gorilla have something in the back pocket to deal with such a strong 2v2.
Yeah, I'd be really paranoid about giving away the Braum just because of how strong the likes of Galio, the likes of Alistar into it as well. I much prefer the blind pick Galio because it takes it away from Hylissang, and I don't think there are many other picks you can really draft into it that will complement how effective Lucian is in terms of the early game, unless they go for something that's kind of been quietly working its way into some of the solo queue games.
And Vedi, you said you wanted the strong teamfight presence. You got the cannonball composition in the first two picks for Misfits.
Ooh, and this is a great opportunity for Misfits to potentially lock in the Oriana if they want to. Not only would it help facilitate Hansama, because he could then just go for something like a Kai'Sa, but it's that whole protect style. You then have the ability to do well in the laning phase against the Lissandra, and you also have very solid scaling options later on as well.
Well, a couple of champions being hovered through. Oriana played twice, 1 win, 1 loss for Febvin, and it's going to be a pivot to Cassio. Hansama has played the Cassiopeia. It was in a win. And it was one of the wins that helped turn Misfits' second half of the split around.
We've seen how devastating Cassiopeia can be if she slots down into that bot lane position, despite what Keystone, if it's Conqueror, if it's Phase Rush that we've seen on the day, and especially in tandem with a Galio, the all-in engage potential there is actually quite strong. And while Lucian Braum is revered and feared for that, I actually think Cassio and Galio, if they play their cards right, could match this 2v2 pressure.
I actually think it can be a really strong. We got to remember that Lucian was nerfed not too long ago. His W, which is actually what helped him a lot in this matchup specifically, took a big damage hit, which means that this laning phase is harder for him. And what's fascinating is, especially around the level 6 mark, I can see a huge amount of kill threat. And I think Misfits have options to play around the bot side, especially if they choose to put the Jarvan in the jungle. And they do have those flexibility options. That's the most important thing to remember, Quickshot. Cassio can go both mid and bot. Jarvan can go top and jungle. So Misfits still have a lot of options.
And important to note that Jarvan has not been played by Maxlord in the jungle yet. This split, it has been a sOAZ champion in the top lane. Let's see if they're going to pull that out with Rek'Sai, Nocturne taken off the table. Jace is the other ban from Misfits. And the final phase 2 ban from Fnatic is going to be another jungler or top lane if you're Cabochard in the form of Olaf.
So the reality is at this point, if you look at the last 2 picks for Fnatic, they're going to have to blind pick the top laner unless they want to reveal their hand right here. But I think you could
Okay, I think this is fine though, because like you're guaranteeing a strong topside matchup as well, and like right now I think Renekton is kind of believed from EU's perspective to not have answers, and given that we've just seen one of the answers banned away, it gives a lot of freedom for Misfits to just lock this one in.
But my concern is now that you see the Renekton, you're like, okay, I just got to absorb the dive potential. Things like the Vladimir, like the Poppy, maybe even a skill-based matchup like an Aatrox, although I think that could still fit to jungle.
Ooh, but by locking in the Zac here, it would pretty much guarantee that this is going into the jungle.
If Bwipo throws down the gauntlet and it says Aatrox into Renekton, so hype.
I mean, for sure, because even with the changes, Aatrox still very strong in the 1v1. Love this hover of the Evelynn right now. Throw a shout out to Tarzan, who had a fantastic game on it earlier in the day in the SKT versus Griffin matchup. But it looks like we're going to see very standard engage from the side of Fnatic. And the big thing that concerns me right now for what Fnatic have drafted is their early game has been very impressive over the last few weeks. And by going for the Sejuani, I feel like they're a little limited in where their options are in terms of playing around the early game.
And so many of their lanes actually demand a lot of resources, because you know that the Braum Lucian, especially in how volatile a matchup from Galio Cassio can be, that you want the jungler kind of in your back pocket. Braum really empowers 3v3 when the junglers get involved because of the Winter's Bite, as well as the Aatrox into the Renekton matchup. I feel like Lissandra's cool because she's going to get priority anyway. You can leave Nemesis on an island. He's going to be super safe with that champion. But Broxah has to make sure he's constantly on point. Is Bwipo overextended? Do I need to cover him? Or do I need to empower Reckless and Hilly to play out what our priorities were with this Lucian?
So much pressure on Broxah to make the right decisions throughout the course of the laning phase. But we have the Misfits team composition in Vedius. Do you like some of the pivots?
I love it. I actually love this draft from the side of Misfits. I think it complements their styles very, very well. I think Maxlor is just on something that's easy to engage with, which has been a huge problem for this guy so far this split. I think past the 20-minute mark, he's been almost irrelevant for most of this split, and I think it's really difficult to mess up a Jarvan engage. So I think this is very happy. I think you can also leave Febiven off on a side lane on this Rise. He can play just his solo style, which he's had a lot of success with over the last few weeks. They have a very strong 1-4. They can play 1-1. They can team fight. I feel like this composition is near enough perfect to complement the style of Misfits.
Oh, if it looks so good on paper, can the players today pull it off? That is the question we're about to answer. Just to remind you guys at home, Fnatic and Misfits sit tied in the standings at 7 wins and 7 losses apiece. But the last time these teams met, it was Misfits that took down Fnatic. And of course, those head-to-heads become so crucially important as we get closer to the end of Week 9. The winner of this game will be sitting in a playoff spot alone with nobody around them. And it is Fnatic starting on the blue side on your screens. Compliments of some fancy League Director camera angles. Their opponents, Misfits Gaming, will be looking to take a clean 2-0 head-to-head over Fnatic. And the fans here in Berlin have been rowdy and noisy all day long. Let's see who they're supporting today.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone in the crowd, for bringing so much energy to what will be a very exciting matchup. And I want to start, Frost, with the junglers, because Maxlor is the man I'm keeping my eyes on. I have been...
You're quite critical of Maxlor.
I have a lot of strong opinions about this guy, and like watching their games over the last few weeks, I just feel like he was the guy that got them their early game leads at the beginning of the split. And ever since like they started this losing streak, I feel like he's just been out of sorts. He has not been the guy that we saw last year, even in 2017. And I feel like he's trying to figure out his role and responsibilities in the team. And so I want him this game to enable sOAZ. I want him to get sOAZ ahead. I think that when you have a Renekton against Aatrox, a matchup that arguably should be a skill matchup, I want to see Maxlor try and get him ahead.
I mean, frankly, the beauty of Misfits composition, at least as the lane phase is concerned, is you can go towards that Renekton. You can blow someone up. You have a Rise. That's a targetable lockdown CC that offers a super easy flag and drag from Jarvan. Or you go down bottom with the taunt from Galio. Maxlor has a wealth of options about how and when and where he wants to attack this map.
Yeah, and for the side of Fnatic, I think the early game options are a little more limited. Now, that's not to say that Sejuani can't gank you in the early game. Depending on what the state of the lanes are, she actually has a very solid 2v2 up towards the top side of the map. And she also has options to play around bot as well when you are utilizing this Lucian Braum. Braum, Sejuani, very strong in terms of the 3 versus 3. So I think that they do have options. You just got to be very careful, because if that Jarvan comes early and he gets a counter gank, it's going to go very wrong for Fnatic.
And like something Frostgren was saying in the draft, Broxah's decision-making, where he decides to prioritize his time, can make or break this Fnatic comp. I'm taking a look at the summer spells really quickly. Maxwell showed his face in the mid lane. It's coming up into the flash teleport from Nemesis. A little more global pressure, obviously, can help out against that Realm Warp from Febby.
I mean, obviously, more global pressure, but a super bold move. To see Jarvan rise and to think that you don't have to take cleanse into this matchup tells me that Nemesis needs to play this super safe. He's looking at wave clearing from afar. He doesn't ever want to put himself in a scenario where he gets locked out in the middle of his lane and he's forced to burn the flash, because otherwise he's dead.
So I'm taking a whole lot of damage from Febiven, at least early on there, pushing in with those overloads in the Rune Prison. You can see the wave pushing towards Fnatic, both middle and bottom, so Misfits with the early shove advantage.
And I kind of want to look a little bit bigger picture, because as I'm looking at Fnatic's composition, I have a couple of concerns, and it does start with this Lucian. Lucian is a mid-range ADC. Now, obviously, he has the Relentless Pursuit. Wow, couldn't get my mouth around that one. And he is piloted by a very established guy like Reckless, but against the likes of Galio, of Cassiopeia, of Rise, these champions have so much threat and danger and reach on a mid-range champion like Reckless. It's going to be picture perfect from him to maneuver around these team fights against such champions that have longer range.
It's just really, really risky if you get caught by any of that CC, and Broxah spent a fair amount of time waiting in this tri-bush now on the blue side. Can come in behind Hansama and Gorilla. Dun, here's the Winter's Bite. Justice Punch comes up. Defensive flash from Hansama. Very, very good taunt timing from Gorilla. But this is a successful game from Broxah. It costs Hansama his flash.
So we talked a little bit about it. The Braum plus Sejuani duo is very strong at setting up plays. But also, you talked about running cleanse on Nemesis. The fact that there's no cleanse on Hansama is definitely a big point at which you can look to attack in the early game. And when you are running the Lucian Braum, it's very important, especially in this kind of composition, to try and get this lane ahead. And the fact that they've already gotten the flash out from Hansama is definitely strong. What it has resulted in, though, is Maxwell has been been able to build up a bit of a farm and a level differential, because while Broxah has spent so much time towards the bot side of the map, Maxwell has just been farming away and now is on his second rotation of jungle clear.
All right, where does Maxwell decide to spend his time if and when he chooses to gank? There was a gigantic wave that Hans Summer was catching underneath the tower. You saw Reckless and Hylissang pushing that one all the way forward. So a very small CS disparity, but I think this will be evened up as Hans Summer will use that Twin Fangs to continuously push out this wave and farm it up. And really on that Cassiopeia bot lane, until you pick up that tier, it's a little frustrating to play, and that's obviously why you see him running that teleport.
Tier, Lost Chapter, those are the big breakpoints that you're looking for Cassiopeia, so you can have the mana, spam, be aggressive in that lane.
You'll also note the reason why Maxwell can go for this play is because he has priority in top side and bot side. Something that we talked a lot about over the last few weeks is by having that pressure in a certain lane means that those laners can then provide that support. And against a Sejuani who can be surprisingly strong in these duels, having that pressure is very, very valuable.
Ooh, Bwipo manages to connect a full combo onto sOAZ. Flash is available for sOAZ. He's down to 100 HP. Slice and Dice is not available just yet. One more hit from Bwipo is all that's going to be needed. First blood, solo kill. Bwipo onto sOAZ.
And this was a huge mistake from sOAZ, but a big play from Bwipo as we see more fighting in the bot lane.
All right, Winds of War comes out. That's a defensive flash away. Hans Summer's running down. Reckless realizes he's going to get stunned up by the Braum passive. 200 hit points and no flash on Hans Summer. He's running for his life, down to 100. Reckless can't yet get in range. Once again, very good timing on the taunt. Reckless is low. Gorilla turns it around. Now all of a sudden, Hilly's trying to hunt for a little bit more as Nemesis completes the teleport. Flashes under the tower. Miasma will buy some time, but he will be able to escape with his life. And Nemesis ends up saving the day.
And shots fired across the map. At the end of the day, it is Fnatic with the bigger win, however. They do commit the teleport to it, so you can see the wave is being missed from Nemesis down there, but just in time with his ultimate as we take another look at top.
And this is the big misplay here from sOAZ. He goes to the very edge of the knockback, which means that Bwipo is able to land all 3 of the Qs from Aatrox. And the fact that you eat all that damage, there's no way that you're going to come out on top. Unfortunately for Bwipo, he's able to make this chase happen. We then have a play down bot, where Fnatic's like, there's no flash on Hans Summer, so we can just go for the all-in.
I'm going to say huge credit to Gorilla. He played this zone control so well in the extended fight, using his taunt initially to zone Reckless away from Hans Summer that allows the Cassiopeia to slither to safety, and then again turns it around with perfect CC.
And the fact that Reckless is then forced to use all of his summoner spells and Gorilla just finds that kill just shows you how strong Galio is in the laning phase. You can never afford to underestimate his damage, and it even forces Nemesis to TP in.
All right, as we come out of the replay, it is a very brief pause. I am hearing from my production and stage team that it was an accidental tab out, so we should be in shortly. I have a question. Nemesis using both the teleport and the flash just for a counter 1v1. Do you think that's worth it? Obviously, if he doesn't get punished for having both of those used.
It depends on how hard he's actually punished. If we go back and see that Febiven gets an opportunity where he can pull the wave away from Nemesis, again, this guy's not running cleanse, you have a Jarvan and a Ryze, so you can open up for a gank, and if he decides to limit some of that EXP and that gold that Nemesis would have access to.
So I actually don't think it'll hurt him that much at all, largely because I think this matchup, pretty much for the entirety of the laning phase, isn't going to be touched or really looked at from either side. I think this entire early game is going to be focused around top and bot, because I think the Ryze's only focus is to become a relevant side lane threat. And what you'll often see him do is, because Nemesis has no flash or teleport, he has to play a little more defensively. So what you should keep your eyes on Febiven is which lane he looks to roam towards, as sOAZ is now in trouble once again.
All right, sOAZ has thrown down the Dominus. Remember, he's got no flash available, gets caught out by Broxah. We'll try to get some damage done, but with the Umbral Blades getting it to pull him back, that's just too easy for Broxah and Bwipo. It does open up the Ocean Drake, and I do actually have just a quick reminder of the last time these two teams met. When sOAZ played against Bwipo, the last time, it was sOAZ that was dumpstering Bwipo. He went 5-0-6 in lane, it was sOAZ that got the solo kills, and now the shoe is on the other foot, and Bwipo is getting revenge against his former teammates.
And the fact of the matter is that sOAZ isn't on a champion like Urgot anymore that can kind of go 2 kills down and still find utility or kind of power back into the map. On a champion like Renekton, he's going to have to play it that much closer to the chest to find any sort of relevance in this game.
Yeah, it's actually really hard when a Renekton falls behind to actually be impactful. And this is why we talked so much about in the early game that I wanted to see Maxwell invest time up towards the top side, because it is a dangerous pick, and because this is a skill matchup, one big mistake can cost you so much later on. So we'll see how sOAZ can come back. The bright side for Misfits is their bot lane is doing well. There's a CS advantage in favor of Hans Summer. He has the level advantage. He has now completed the Lost Chapter as well. And and so both mid and bot are still carry threats to the side of Misfits.
I want to take a quick minute to point down at the itemization, and it's a rush on Merc Treads for Lissandra. So again, Nemesis playing so respectful to the rise in this mid lane.
And it's something that we touched on in the previous game. Frosk Betis was touching on how Lissandra as a champion, when you have some damage threats elsewhere, the amount of utility she brings to teams, you need to stay alive long enough to get the utility to matter. And you can itemize defensively. Nemesis with a little bit of alone time in this lane will pick himself up that turret plate as Febiven makes his way back.
It's actually really interesting, something we don't get to talk about very often, but whether you decide to upgrade your boots early or later, and basically there are champions that can afford to do it because they're either just utility bots and they don't need the damage, or they just have so much damage stacked in their kit that they can actually afford to do it. Aurelia is a really good example of someone who has so much passive damage, she doesn't even need items early, she can just afford to get those armor boots or magic resistance boots early. So Lissandra is a really good example of someone that can look to do that.
And that's exactly what Nemesis has done. Got 2 stacks on that Dark Seal, and Fnatic, as we're getting close to 10 minutes, are just shy of a 1,000 gold lead. There's no noticeable CS leads just yet. Small advantage for Hans Summer in the bottom lane, but the wave is crashing into Reckless, so he will claw back that deficit ever so slightly. And we're moving into this mid-game phase where Bwipo has now roamed to mid lane.
And that was the thing that I just noticed on the minimap. You'll see that he's actually now have so much control of this top side. He's constantly has the push against the Renekton, who has to show a lot more respect, and it means that he has that window of opportunity to roam down. But there is no Drake to play for, so he immediately backs off, and Nemesis was not in lane to really set up a play onto Feb.
All right, got a brief moment. I will let you know that with sOAZ dying isolated in the top lane, that was his 17th isolated death this split. That puts him 2nd highest out of all players in the league, only behind Vizicachi at 19. While I'm rambling on about stats, Fnatic are making a play into Hunt Summon Gorilla, but Maxlaw is in range to counter. Goes in with the insta-cataclysm, flag and drags to safety. Reckless will get a full channel culling onto Maxlaw, and the Realm Warp trigger is not pulled, so everybody gets away alive.
So a lot of small things happened there that didn't really go in anybody's favor. The first thing is that the ultimate came out from Nemesis as Gorilla was buffering his E. So a lot of props for Gorilla to be able to actually get out of that situation. The other big thing is Hans Summer used his ultimate a little too early and wasn't able to land it onto anyone. So he couldn't really set up a play for their Maxlaw to follow up on. But the reality is 4 members were drawn bot. Febiven could push in mid, and now he's actually built up a pretty solid CS advantage in the mid lane.
For me, it's kind of the question of what are we fighting over, and it feels like maybe a bit of desperation from Misfits in this early game. Yeah, you see a possible window where you can catch Fnatic out, but they didn't have perfect information about where Broxah was. There was no dragon to fight over. If that fight had gone sideways, that could have spelled devastation for the early game.
And I think very important to note that Misfits did secure that Ocean Drake once sOAZ was killed a little bit earlier. Going to be helping out the slightly extended laning phases. sOAZ is now even on CS with Bwipo. He's got himself the Phage, the Ruby Crystal, and the Longsword versus the Kindle Gem and the Ninja Tabite. And now Helisang with that Unbreakable is being pushed out of the river by Hans Summer.
Yeah, and as we have a bit of time, because the game has slowed down a little bit, some cool itemization things that have happened on both sides. The rush for Ninja Tabite is really good against Renekton. For those players at home that have been struggling against it, getting any kind of armor against a very AD-intensive champion, especially in the early laning phase, really mitigates a lot of that. And because of how strong Bwipo is as a champion on this Aatrox, you actually don't need it, so you can just afford to go for that early armor. And also, something you pointed out, Quickshot, was the early Cinderhulk from Broxah, not even going for boots. He just wants to have that full item completed, get a little bit of HP under his belt so that he can be more of a frontline to then follow up, to soak up more damage so that his damage dealers in Bwipo and Reckless can carry as the game progresses.
On the other side, you do have the Warrior enchant that's coming out from Maxlaw as opposed to the Cinderhulk that we've seen in the previous 2 games that Jarvan has appeared. And for me, it's just this idea of the cannonball composition. You know, if Maxlaw lands on top of someone, Gorilla then stacks on top of it as well, you can instantly delete someone from Fnatic's side.
Oh, but I get so nervous when you say that, Frost, because the cannibal comp can miss the target, can miss the kill, and then they just get Goomba stomped by an Aatrox as well as Lissandra and Lucian. So for Misfits, they've got an even gold footing. It's 12.5 minutes in. We need to see how their team fights work. And Vedius, during the draft, you talked extensively around how you wanted to see Maxlaw making engages that work, and Misfits as a team making team fights go in their favor.
Yes.
And we're heading towards that phase of the game.
Well, we're only approaching the mid game right now, Quickshot, and I think that we're going to see a couple more skirmishes, but I think this game will ultimately come down to big team fights, and that's really what the fans want. Everyone loves to see Fnatic team fighting because it gets to highlight your boy Reckless, but
Your
same
boy?
thing-
Your boy?
The boy.
You actually pulled that off pretty well. I didn't think you could.
And then Misfits, on the other hand, they're a team that kind of historically, ever since they joined the league, has been a very... they've been known for having very impressive team fights, and a lot of it has come off the back of Han Summer. So I think we're going to have some very tense, exciting 5v5s, but it's going to be a little while until we get there.
But my concern is that who actually executes the team fights is Maxlore and Gorilla on this composition, and they have not been as consistent as Han Sama in finishing them.
No, definitely not the case. And right now, Broxah was waiting in the wings. Not going to find an opportunity this time around. I think I've got to give some credit to Maxlore here. He has been able to counter gank at the right times. He was able to secure the first Dragon, secure the Rift Herald there, uncontested as well. But unfortunately, it was at the cost of several turret plates just before they're about to drop. 3 secured in the bottom lane, 3 in the top lane, 1 in the mid lane, and that is allowing Fnatic to once again just edge ahead as far as the gold is concerned. And first big items picked up with Proto Belt in the mid lane, Blade of the Ruined King down in the bottom lane for the Fnatic carry.
But it feels like only for a moment, because it feels like the map has been split, that Misfits feel super confident around their Galio and the Cassiopeia right now. They're constantly playing aggressive, they have the Rift Herald, and they're just looking for their opportunity to blow open this side of the map, whereas Fnatic feel pretty good about the Bwipo versus sOAZ matchup.
The tension continues to build in our match of the week here between Fnatic and Misfits. First tower is still not secured. And it's exactly like you mentioned, Various, both of these teams want to scale up. I think the boop from Shelly will be able to pick this one up, and that will be the bonus gold given over to Febiven, which I think is crucially important for a player that has been fairly criticized and fairly held under a microscope this splits.
And I talked a little bit about it in the draft and how I feel that Febiven as a player has had very solid performances over the last few weeks, but he's been very isolated and almost detached from the rest of his team. It feels like that he's been playing for himself and doing what he wants. And the great thing about Ryze is I think that's the perfect kind of champion for that kind of style. And that's why I was so happy to see it for Febiven, because I think that he can do a lot with it. And now that he's getting all this extra gold, he's actually had a very healthy, safe, free laning phase. And I think that he's scaling to going to be a big threat for the side of Misfits as the game progresses.
It's also the fact that Febiven is now unlocked. He doesn't have to deal with push duty on his tower. He can just throw that lane forward. There's no tower right now from Fnatic to stop it. And then he can start roaming and looking around for those side lane plays and not just being left on an isolated island.
And let's see whether or not the impact is going to be helping out the team, because as we saw on screen, Fnatic were able to pick up a tower in the top lane, while Misfits secured their second dragon of the game in Cloud Drake. The next one will be an Ocean. And as 2 towers have fallen, I want to start seeing as how the teams decide to prioritize their lane assignments and figure out where they're going to start pushing. Because of course on the Misfits side, slightly non-traditional tower-taking team, but obviously the Renekton and the Ryze can do very, very well in their side.
So, I mean, Baron will be a big point of contention later on in the game. You are quite right, Quickshot. Their ability to take towers is kind of weak for a while, but the great thing about AP champions is they reach a certain point and they probably melt towers faster than AD carries do, and that's one of the cool things about Ryze and Cassio. The other thing I noticed, Frost, maybe you can help me on this one, because I'm not used to seeing a Black Cleaver on Aatrox. I imagine that it's largely due to the extra cooldown reduction and the spammability of spells, but this is not something that I usually see coming out from this guy.
I think with the... Oh, you're right.
Because like normally it was like the Ghost Blade, right?
I'm looking at it, I was like, Black Cleaver, what? Renekton always builds it, and then you said Aatrox.
So yeah, it's a little bit of innovation from Bwipo. I think a lot of it is just have that extra bit of tankiness, but also get that cooldown reduction as we see a bit of a play towards mid.
Okay, Flashing Cleanse is available for Febiven. That's the cleanse already used. Caught up, flashes away, gets locked down. Here comes the Galio ultimate, and Febiven stays alive. A few seconds longer, he manages to walk away. Gorilla and sOAZ arrive just in time. Defensive flash from sOAZ, and Misfits come to save the day.
And the most important objective that Fnatic actually want to crack right now is that mid tower, but they just committed so much into throwing everything to force it down, and Misfits somehow survived the onslaught, and they should now have tempo in the game.
And I feel like there's a lot of Fnatic fans here in Berlin, because there was only golf claps at how well Misfits and Febiven were able to escape, but it continues to be Fnatic making some proactive plays around champions and Misfits making more proactive plays around the objectives like the Heralds and the Dragons.
And I want to say it, I know the Gorilla scoreline doesn't necessarily show it yet, but in the first, let's say 18 minutes of this game, I've been very impressed with him. I feel like, just to echo some of Vedius' sentiment, that Gorilla has kind of been the big underperforming member for Misfits, but he is right on time, exactly where he needs to be right now.
Here comes Maxlor. Broxah's matching him as well, but Rise is on the way too. There is a teleport available for Nemesis, so he could join the fight should anything kick off. What are we looking for here, Maxlor? Are you going to go for it?
We're literally leaning into the screen to wait for something to happen, but the risk was maybe too high, and Misfits back away to find another play.
And again, it's this idea that Misfits felt that for a brief moment that they had tempo, that they were on the offense in this game because they still had some critical ultimates available to play, whereas Fnatic were missing all of their big ults. Now that they've come off of cooldown, Misfits say, okay, we probably missed our window, we survived the onslaught in the mid lane, let's just reset and look again for another opportunity, and it looks like it's tough.
All right, there's an opportunity. sOAZ is going to get some help. There's a teleport being channeled by Nemesis, but I think Bwipo may just be dead before it can arrive. Febiven's actually piecing out. Turns back around. Rune Prison buys some time as he's locked in place. Now the first kill will be in World Ender, so
they're going to win this.
We'll come back to fight. Nemesis is running away with the Claw of Doom. Bwipo kills sOAZ. Now Febiven can't find the damage yet. The Overload is not going to find the kill, and with no flash to chase, Misfits start the fight but lose it.
So close between these two teams, but now Broxah's on his way top. Febiven, he's going to show that respect.
Who's baiting whom? Bwipo may decide to go in. Maxlor's simply not close enough. Waiting to see if either team commit, and they don't. Misfits lose the exchange.
And you can feel the tension there, the fact that both teams looked for the bait. Who was going to step forward? Was it Febiven or was it Bwipo? But again, the stakes, no second chances, no reason to snowball the game. They want to take the 100% certain plays.
So what we'll see here is an immediate response from Nemesis. Love the teleport that comes through, and Bwipo just using his ultimate to buy time. He actually positions in a way, getting in front of the minions too, to make it harder for Febiven to land his skill shots. He's the one that still gets CC'd up. For sOAZ, for the majority of this, is actually in a 1v2, but then Febiven, he can't get close enough to find the kill onto Nemesis. Unfortunately, sOAZ has no mobility skills left to get away from Bwipo, and ultimately they come out ahead in the 2 versus 2, and nothing but frustration falls onto the face of sOAZ.
0-3 for the former Fnatic top laner. Misfits are now 2,000 gold behind as we crested 20 minutes, and now we start to look at the items. 2 items being completed for several members. Febiven's actually gone for a Righteous Glory second item, so leaning more into teamfight initiation tools.
Okay.
So complementing some differences in builds, Nemesis has gone for the Luden's Echo.
I mean, he doesn't necessarily have to be that big damage threat. Rise is still going to output it, so can start to spec towards that utility and not sacrifice too much of his damage. But you still have a Cassiopeia as well as a Warrior's Enchant, Jarvan, and a Renekton top. So you're not losing a ton from Rise speccing that way.
Okay, Misfits are going to be pushing the top tower because Fnatic secured their first dragon. But when you look at some of these items and you look at these team compositions and the way the teams are playing, you do need to start asking the question of, like, do you prefer one comp when you start thinking about scaling and you start thinking about 3 items or maybe 4 items if the game goes that late?
So I think ultimately both team fights are actually very, at this point, skill dependent, because the fact that Bwipo's so far ahead is really, oh, look at Reckless.
I'm looking at him.
He had to use his heal there, and that just goes to show how strong Febiven is. I think one thing that's really underappreciated is how levels can be very impactful. Reckless is level 11, Febiven is level 14. Even though Reckless has 2 completed items, the amount of base stats that you get from just having all those bonus points in your skills is so influential and forces Reckless to burn a heal that arguably he didn't need to do.
Well, let's see if it comes back to hurt him, because Infernal Drake's the next one. We have Baron alive, but neither team's really been very committed to these big fights. And look, 2 items now. Essence Reaver for Reckless. Death Dance for Bwipo. Banshee's Veil's been sitting for Hans Summer for a little bit. He's going to continue to scale up.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you brought us back to the items, as Ultimate was actually used there.
All right, another one traded. Nemesis forced to move that one away. Febi is actually pulling a lot of threat. He did need to use the cleanse, though, to make a clean escape. But again, you feel Fnatic trying to force a play to get an advantage.
And again, it's over this mid lane tower. This is kind of their gateway into accessing Misfits' deeper jungle. We talked about how playing around Baron will be very important, that 5v5s are very important for both these compositions. It's very hard to do unless Fnatic force this one down to unlock the rest of the map. But that means that Misfits know exactly where they're going to strike. and it's going to be who pulls the trigger first. Is this going to be about the Lissandra and the Sejuani, or will Misfits find the flank as Fnatic continue to force up this mid lane and find a Jarvan ult?
I thought Maxwell was going to go in. Nemesis has no flash, was trying to chip away at this tower to unlock access to the jungle like you talked about. Frost, and Nemesis uses that claw to escape, but with some support on the flanks and the fact that Hans Summers Cassio's in the top lane, he has no teleport. It's going to be a tower trade, top for middle, but Fnatic are not done yet.
Yeah, Misfits, they might actually look for an engage here. Renekton is on his way. Cassio also has the TP, and if you look down by the river, you can see that red ward sitting there for a potential flank. But Misfits decide not to commit to it, so they're going to disengage. A lot of tension is being built up right now. We already said at the beginning of the game how important this is for both these teams in the race for playoffs. And right now, Fnatic are the ones that sit with the lead.
Yeah, race for playoffs, and of course, just a reminder, the best teams in Europe will be playing in Rotterdam on the 13th and 14th of April. If you haven't got your tickets, go check out eu.lollysports.com/Rotterdam, and you'll be able to come join us. Top 3 teams in Europe will get the number 1 and number 2 automatically advance, and then the winners quarters in the first semi-final. Maybe Fnatic and Misfits will be one of those teams.
So one of the things that I think Misfits is really struggling with right now is their ability to push past the river. And something you talked a lot about, Frosk, is by securing that mid lane tower, it actually opens up the map a lot more for Fnatic. But the reality is Misfits have no pressure on a side lane. Unless they put Febiven against Bwipo, they're not going to be able to match what Bwipo is doing, but they can't do that because he's running cleanse, and Bwipo is not going to leave bot lane because he has the teleport. So it's really difficult for Misfits to actually generate any pressure on the map just because of how strong Bwipo is right now.
Which is why we're kind of waiting for these giant arenas about the Infernal or the Baron, because that's when Misfits will have to plant their feet and say, no, we will force the fight now, whereas Fnatic will be able to dictate a lot of the tempo of this mid-game because they do have that power in the side lane.
Well, continue to scale up in the items and set ourselves up for the fight. There's Maxlaw, decides to pick a fight on Broxah. Cataclysm thrown down, but for what reason, Maxlaw? Simply no reply. Febiven gets knocked up into the air by the Glacial Fissure. This will cause both teleports to be used. Flashes forward for Fnatic. The culling is used. Febiven is down. He had flash available. He didn't get to use it. Now sOAZ is running for his life. He's stunned up, locked down, caught out. And sOAZ will try to get some damage, but it simply will not matter. Bwipo gets 2 quick kills, and it is a punish after Misfits started the fight.
And it was the fact that Fnatic had rotated their members, that they felt confident to have Broxah there. I was scared for a second. I was like, no, Fnatic, don't throw your chances away. But they snapped the trap close, and now they have complete control over the Baron. Bwipo now zoning off the rest of Misfits.
But this is the pivotal point. Can Maxlaw redeem, and can he steal away this objective? I don't know if he gets a chance.
Oh, man! Hans Summit doesn't even get a chance to use the Petrifying Gaze. Maxlaw's still alive with Flash and Smite, but he simply cannot get close enough to the pit. This should be a Fnatic objective.
And, you know, coming into this match, I was like, Misfits are going toe-to-toe with Fnatic. They're actually hanging in here, and a lot of us are saying Fnatic are actually top 3 right now. Most dominant team that we've seen in the second half of the spring split. You know, Fnatic are back, baby, and maybe this means that Misfits have joined them, but suddenly the game cracks open, and Misfits are rightfully put in their place.
So I really wasn't a fan of this engage, ultimately, for Misfits. The fact that they used their tools to get onto Broxah actually puts Febiven in a really awkward spot, and Bwipo joins the fight before the teleport can come through from Renekton. So great utilization of the window there from Bwipo, who for me has been the MVP of this game. He just zoned so many members of Misfits away from the fight. He is dealing a ridiculous amount of damage, and not only did he find a solo kill onto sOAZ, but this man has been on top of it over the last few weeks for Fnatic.
5-0-1 on the kill score, 900 gold bounty, and Fnatic are up 6,000 gold over Misfits. They've got Baron buff secured. And this is just a great position to be in. Exactly like you said, Vedius, it has been unlocked from the top lane. Wherever Bwipo gets moved, Misfits seem to suffer.
And it has to be said, when sOAZ is sitting 0-4-0, that, what, couple of weeks ago, that was him, sitting across, looking at Bwipo, who is now running away with this game. To go from World Semifinals, or excuse me, World Finals, to then trade and end up on what feels like Fnatic Light.
Yeah.
Oh man,
attacked again.
This is your fault, Frostgurin. Caster Curse is a thing. You just stopped talking about sOAZ. He was 0-4-0. Now he will be 0-5-0. Will get run down and kill secured by Reckless, his first of the game.
It's just salt in the wound.
It is a rough game for sOAZ, but honestly, we talked about how that top lane is a skill matchup, and we talked about how volatile it could be. And ultimately, it was Bwipo that came out on top, but then Broxah helped snowball it even harder. And I just feel that Misfits did not enable their top lane in the same way Fnatic.
They did not, and because of the fact that sOAZ has once again died isolated, he now tops the table for isolated deaths in the spring split at 20. He has overtaken Vizicachi, who was sitting at 19. And it's just a very difficult game. He is trying to make an impact, and it is simply not working. The 4th tower secured for Fnatic. They're rotating to the mid lane as Bwipo is ushering the towers forward. And with a minute left on Baron buff, Fnatic are pushing towards Misfits base.
And Misfits cannot make a single mistake here because of the pressure, the Baron behind Fnatic. And as they approach a tower, when you have Sejuani and Lissandra, you make one wrong move, you're dead in a team fight, and the game ends.
So what? Why is Rise building Rylai's?
These are questions that we will need to ask at a later time. Because Righteous Glory Rylai's is definitely what you needed.
Rylai's is super cost efficient for its build pack.
Sure.
Like the AP that you get off of what you're paying in, hold the thought, he's okay. It also offers a ton of control.
But it makes no sense on Rise. Like, as a champion, I just feel like that he doesn't maximize or utilize it. I mean,
well, let's see if Featherman can make it work now, because there goes Bwipo pushing all the way forward. Maxlor decides to start the fight, throws the Cataclysm down, flag and drags to safety, and Bwipo, his ultimate has been popped. The passive is now bringing it back to life, but look at the damage dealers. That's already killed to Gorilla. Unsummon still untouched. He's trying to put the damage onto the front line. That's a zone away. Featherman is already going to pick himself one onto Nemesis. The tower goes down, and it's a 1 for 2. Fnatic get the kill and the tower.
So Fnatic, in a 5 versus 6, as they couldn't even take down the tower for the majority of that fight, still come out ahead, only losing Nemesis, who just dived immediately onto the backline. So props to Fnatic, a fantastic fight from them, results in another objective. And they're going to continue to force Misfits back into their base.
And the reality is that the net is closing around Misfits. We are approaching a 10k gold deficit. They have managed to survive the Baron and the fact that the game didn't end, but Fnatic are well and truly in the driver's seat here.
Yes, they certainly are. So you can actually see Hansama, he gets a pretty solid ultimate because it zones the majority of Fnatic away, which means that they're able to get this damage down onto Bwipo, but then Nemesis gets into the thick of things. He throws out a very good ultimate. This then split apart Misfits, and then they're forced to retreat as Hansama and Featherman, while still living, they lose their front lines.
And of course, need to just remind everybody, both of these teams tied in the standings, fighting to confirm that playoff spot. Coming into today, Misfits had the advantage with heads-to-heads. But when we look forward, and I want to shift a light onto Fnatic, who are in the lead right now, they are at a position where they can take sole control of 5th place. They play XL, G2, and Splyce. Those are their last games of the regular season, and they need to get as many wins as possible to increase the likelihood and their chances of securing a post-season playoff.
You know, it's funny because last week we thought that this would actually be a pretty good schedule for Fnatic. But you look at it, XL seem to be causing a lot of upsets.
Yes.
Splyce is now sitting in position to actually challenge for 2nd. And G2 may actually be the easiest matchup of their over the next 2 weeks, which is pretty funny. But anyway.
If I did not have the context of the most recent results, that would sound sarcastic. Yep. But it is possible.
The concern is always kind of the emotions that come behind a G2 versus Fnatic matchup.
Like, even if G2 are a team that says, you know what, we're going to take it a little easy, they're still going to take it seriously against Fnatic, as Maxlor and Featherman find themselves in a 1v2 against Bwipo and not able to win. Now the TP comes through.
This is from Hansama. Bwipo's still got flash available, doesn't even need it. Just able to dash over the wall. sOAZ places a control. That's a slice. Not going to be able to dice. And the 3rd tower, Dragon of the game there, secured by Fnatic. 2 Oceans and an Infernal. There will be an Elder Drake up fairly shortly. 9,000 gold lead. We're hitting 3-4 items now as Guardian Angel is picked up for Bwipo. And he's got a full item advantage over sOAZ, who's gone thrift store shopping with
no, Quickshot.
Execution's
Forget
calling.
the items. He's level 18 to level 50.
There we go.
There is nothing this little toy Renekton can do against Aatrox.
Yep, even with the Spear of Sojourn, which is a great item on the Renekton, he can't approach him. And all we can do is reinforce that this was a skill matchup that they picked into. They haven't played around it. And even Broxah's solo killing him.
Broxah is going to win this fight. Sending a message. Very cheeky play from sOAZ. Steps forwards to get both the slice and the dice. Reckless is coming. Kills the little toy once more. But
here we go.
All the rest of Misfits. This is a desperation Baron. If Misfits do not get this Baron, they will lose this game. There's the Umble Chains going in. Misfits turn the attention. The turn and burn. They get down Nemesis. But Bwipo is running amok. 1 versus 4. World End is going to buy so much time. time. Here comes Gorilla with the ultimate to buy an additional time for Misfits. Now it's still a 4v4 and Misfits are running for their lives. Flash from Hylissang. Miasma from Hansama will buy some time as Broxah and Fnatic are looking to seal the deal and finish the game. Gorilla buys a taunt just to get Misfits to safety, but Fnatic are not done yet. They continue to chase. Winter's Bite may be enough if Hilly can find a target, but they cannot, and Misfits lose 2.
I like the fact that Fnatic are able to make a kill across map, still turn up in time to stop the Baron, and they also finish the fight without Nemesis using ult or flash.
And you can see that Fnatic have full vision control over the enemy jungle as well. The TP will come through. Misfits won a challenge for this one, but will they be able to steal it?
This time round, Misfits are in. They've got some vision inside the pit. Hansama's got no flash available. Baron is going to be contested once again. 9,000 gold
Risky
lead.
from Fnatic.
Nemesis has teleport available. He can TP in behind Misfits. sOAZ will spot it out. The little toy that could. Maxwell flags and drags to safety. Well, there's the fight. sOAZ and Nemesis trading toe for toe. Ruthless Predator will buy some time. It interrupts the claw. sOAZ is trying to get some revenge, but Fnatic secure the Baron. This has to be what seals the deal. With Baron, another kill on the board, and Fnatic maintain complete control.
And everyone is taking their turns on Fnatic of who gets to kill sOAZ next. sOAZ tried his little hardest, but he couldn't make it happen. Now, here's the key thing. Nemesis dies here, a great turn off the Baron from Misfits without getting to use his flash or his ultimate, which means that the Baron takes so long that when he does teleport back in, he does have those summoners available.
Yeah, he certainly does, and you can see how strong Bwipo is. The actual amount of sustain that he has just through the damage and his build that he's chosen to go for is actually ridiculous, because then he comes back to life after his GA pops. Gorilla does what he can to help the rest of his team escape, but Fnatic, they end up securing the Baron, and now they're on the doors of Misfits base. And Misfits, we said it at the beginning, there are a few chances left. Playoffs, a spot is on the horizon, and Fnatic go for the fight.
Oh, Fnatic go for the dive! They've got Hansama! They killed him under his tower! Reckless is unstoppable at 5, 1 and 5! Bwipo gets lucky kill number 7, and this might just be the final push. Fnatic have deconstructed Misfits, and they're on the Nexus.
Their foot is on Misfits' throat. There are no more second chances, and Misfits, sOAZ 0-9 on the day as Fnatic start the Nexus.
Fnatic truly are back in the fight for playoffs and the finals.
Look of disbelief on Reckless's face as sOAZ goes 0-9 in that matchup. But so much attention was put onto shutting him down. Bwipo demonstrating how much he has grown throughout the series, throughout this split, and he got the better of sOAZ today.
Fnatic are on a 5-game winning streak. They are undoubtedly and unquestionably the best performing team in the second half of the split. But I think it's crucial to remember, when sOAZ played Bwipo the first time, he ended 5-0-6.
Yep.
When Bwipo played sOAZ this time, he ended 7-0-7.
Take the script and throw it out. This is no longer a league that is dominated by G2. We now have G2, Vitality, Origen, and now Fnatic. This is a crash course of a commercial that you couldn't script better as we rocket towards the playoffs in Rotterdam.
Yep, the league is so competitive right now here in Europe. Everyone is beating everyone. But at the end of the day, it is Fnatic that come out on top.
I mean, it feels that way, and just to, again, remind everybody, with that win, Fnatic are now 8 wins, 7 losses. They are behind 4 teams in the standings, so solidly in 5th place, alone in 5th place. After at one point at the beginning of the season being 9th. Now, in 6th place, there's a 3-way tie. Schalke, SK, and Misfits. Only one of them can survive, and they all have 3 games remaining.
Ah! It's so tense, Trevor! I cannot wait for our remaining games. It's only day 1 of week 8. We still have so many exciting matchups tomorrow as well. But to concentrate on today, Fnatic played some excellent League of Legends, and you have to give props to the growth of Nemesis that he's made throughout the split, having to fill the shoes of Caps and many Fnatic expectations. He has done a fantastic job as we approach the end of the split. Bwipo has grown significantly. Hylissang seems to be finding his form, and the only player we have not spoken about in their massive set of win streak is Reckless. And the fact that that is the case just showcases how strong Fnatic is right now.
And the question for me now is, what is this ceiling of this iteration of Fnatic? We've seen them with Caps and sOAZ, but what does Nemesis and Bwipo Fnatic look like?
5-0, contesting for the top. They play G2 next week. And let's see if they can pick up a more impressive win than Splyce. I mean, it seems like everybody can take G2 down this time.
It does seem
They've
like
lost 3 games already. And if there was a time to peak, if there was a time to unlock your players and your carries, at the end of the split before playoffs, to go into those best of 5s with the amount of confidence that this team is building up, it is fantastic. Now let's turn our attention to Misfits. It looked okay for a while. They looked even for a while.
But it was all a ruse, Quickshot, because we talked about it at the very beginning of the game. We talked about how this top lane matchup would be so pivotal. And I had my eyes on Maxlor, and I don't want to keep attacking the guy, but I can't help but criticize him when he was the guy that had to be the deciding factor in this game. He was the one that had to turn the tables and help Misfits overcome the Titan that Fnatic has become in the second half of the split. And so far, he has not been able to do it. And I feel like that if Misfits even want to stand a chance of qualifying for playoffs, if they want to be the last team to make it, then Maxlor is the guy that has to step up for me.
I won't dispute that Maxlor is probably one of the most pivotal pieces of Misfits that's kind of missing right now, but I just don't think you can overlook how many isolated deaths
I mean, for sure.
sOAZ found himself in. Like that game, there are plenty of people who need to hold up their hand and say, this one's on me, boys.
21 isolated deaths for sOAZ.
Oh, it went up
now
again?
Tops the table. It happened again.
He got like 25% of them in that game.
Yes, exactly. 0-9-1. Now, I want to just step back and just talk about Misfits as a whole, because in this, a tiebreaker group, Misfits are 2-0 over SK. This gives them advantage.
They have so many head-to-heads.
But there's 0-1 over Schalke, and those are the 3 teams that are contesting for this final spot today, right now. There's still 3 games to play. It is not indicative of who's going to be the final 6 that go to playoffs, but it is a difficult situation for those 3 teams. Let's turn attention to more positive things. Key player of the game suggestions. Bwipo, Broxah, or Hylissang. The unsung hero went 0-0-14. Go vote on Twitter at LOL Esports. Bwipo and Youngbuck will be joining us in PGL in just a few minutes. So while they're getting set up, I mean, we didn't get a huge amount of time to talk about Hilly this game, but he really was everywhere he needed to be, and his ultimates were game-changing.
I mean, Hilly feels to me like a player of like momentum and confidence, and when he gets to play aggressive, impactful in lane, like that's the Hylissang I want to see. And for a long time, it felt like he was kind of scared to do that he had been punished so many times that he was just going to play it out safe. And so I'm just happy to see Fnatic kind of back in stride, back in momentum, and unlocked.
You actually said that about Hilly in the draft as well, and it worked out on the Braum. So congratulations to Fnatic. We're going to hear what Broxah has to say after taking down Misfits.
We are. Broxah having a fine old time on the sofa came up to me, the biggest grin on his face. How satisfying was it to thoroughly defeat Misfits after they did the same to you in the first half of the split, Broxah?
It felt really amazing beating Misfits and getting such a solid start to these last 2 weeks of the split. We are in a pretty tough position right now. We really needed wins, especially the ones against Misfits and Splyce, since that's the direct competitors for the playoff spot. So winning against them, and especially seeing Bwipo play this well and just actually destroy them, was just amazing. It felt really nice.
Let's talk about Bwipo getting first blood on sOAZ as well. What was the mood on comms when that happened?
Well, it felt really nice, and it was kind of funny for me because while it was really cool seeing Bwipo win the 1v1, I was kind of laughing for myself and thinking, because last time we played them, sOAZ was the one solo killing Bwipo, so now I was like, okay, I guess he still has it. He's not too bad after all, my top laner. So
the thing was, though, Broxah, sorry to interrupt you, but then you all had a go. It was like on comms or something, you were going, right, my turn on sOAZ now. Is that what was happening?
Well, not really, but generally we didn't really know too well how to speed up the game and how to start snowballing off Bwipo's lead, and I think we ended up doing it a little slowly and just played really safe. We didn't really want to end up dropping the game, and I just feel like generally we just all played around Bwipo. He made the calls, and whenever Bwipo was able to move, we just forced, and it worked out because he was so strong.
Well, let's talk a bit more about you, Broxah. It feels like in the last few weeks you're really finding your confidence now, and that partnership with Nemesis is really showing through. So how have you worked on that in the last few weeks?
I feel like me and Nemesis have just been really finding our footing as a duo and really learning how to play together, which champions we want to play together, and just really finding our style more than anything, because I think always when playing with a new mid laner as a jungler, it takes time to get used to it. It was the same back when I played with Caps. I remember our first year together, no one really respected us too much as a duo, only individuals, and it just comes with time. And I think this time the process is going faster than what it did back then with Caps, and it's just great seeing progress.
Does Bwipo ever get a little bit jealous, though, that you're hanging out in the mid lane? Does Bwipo ever get jealous? Because he's an island on his own up there. You're just hanging out with the new kid, Nemesis.
I think Bwipo is pretty used to it by now. You know, once in a while he comes to me and he complains that I don't visit him enough in the top lane, but at the same time he knows that playing around Nemesis is not too bad. Nemesis is a really good player, so if he gets some love from his jungler, he will usually, you know, pay us back with a win.
And talking about the whole team in general, last week on this very sofa, Reckless said that the team needed to find their groove, and they found it. The question is, though, how did you guys do that? Because in the first half of the split, you guys were working more individually. The draft maybe a little bit unfocused, but now you're just putting together to make those playoffs.
I think it's just a Fnatic thing, generally doing really poorly at the start of a split and just being slow at figuring out how we want to play as a team and how we should draft. And it's just so, I don't know, it's just such a common thing at this point, and it's kind of sad it happens every split, but at the same time, with our roster, we have really good individuals, and more than anything, we just really had to figure out how to play as a team, find the style we want to play, the draft we want to play, and once we had that, we started gelling pretty fast, and it shows.
Now, next week, you're going to be facing G2. I love that reaction, because I need to tell you that Jankos and Mickey, in this week's episode of the podcast Euphoria, they said that they can't wait to face you, that they want a rematch for everything that happened at Worlds in 2018. What do you think is going to go down?
Well, to be fair, at Worlds 2018, we got further than G2, so if that's the case, it means that we're going to beat them, and we're going to get to the final at the very least. They are going to drop out in semis, so no, it doesn't sound too bad to me. You know, I would prefer winning the final this time, but it could be worse.
Well, I think that everyone here at LEC is going to be looking forward to that Splyce next week. Good luck tomorrow in your match against XL. Congratulations, and thank you so much for talking to me, Broxah.
Thank
and
you.
your mate, Bwipo, the reason he snubbed us on the sofa tonight is because he's actually over with Alex in the post-game lobby. Should we go meet him?
To us, boys. It was late of the Rune King. Yes. Hello and welcome to the LEC post-game. I'm Machine, joined by the amazing, I was about to say the amazing Bwipo, but you're here as well. So amazing Bwipo and Youngbuck joining me. And this is weird. Last time I was actually watching League, Copenhagen Wolves with Youngbuck and Amazing. He was running around on Lee Sin. You were just looking like a boss. And now you're all here. Bwipo, new blood, new chip off the old shoulder. Yeah. Good to have you guys here. So we're going to start from the very beginning, of course, just talking about the game that you just came out of. Obviously, very happy Broxah there. Bwipo, you just came alive. You just was there something, a little bit of fire in your soul, a little bit of a rivalry perhaps going on there?
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, there's a certain point where you have to. Like me as a player, I always forget when I lose, especially when I lose really badly. And I feel like my last performance still sticks with me. To this day, after losing that game on Talon, I realized that my Talon gameplay is really it's way too bad.
Sure.
And you know, after a loss like that, getting to prove that I can still play the game somewhat well feels pretty good.
Youngbuck, I mean, he did play fantastically, but was there intent to bully that top lane, put sOAZ under pressure?
Not necessarily. We did think they were going to pick Renekton, but that's why we didn't want to ban Cannon, because we actually probably wanted to pick it ourselves in that case. Yeah. Then they picked it and we're like, okay, we're not very comfortable right now, but let's just pick the Aatrox like Bwipo said he would, and then play a very skill-based matchup.
Right, just stick to the game plan. Yeah, and it certainly worked out. It looked fantastic. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about, you know, the preparation coming into an opponent like Misfits. This was, you know, we say every game matters. This one really could not have been more important. What was the preparation process for you, Youngbuck, coming into a game like this?
Something we've been doing the last few weeks, I would say, is that the first 3 games of scrims we practice on blue, and then 3 games on red, opposed to alternating side, which we used to do. And then what we do is we prepare 3 different drafts. We play them back to back. And if we really like a draft, we run it back with a small adaptation. So we're continuously playing stage drafts specific to our opponent. And then we go on stage and we know what's going to happen. For example, we knew we're going to first pick Lucian, they're going to get Jarvan Galio, we're going to take Braum. Everything really fine. This was played like 10 times in this week.
That must be such a nice feeling, Bwipo, when just it's like the prophecy. You just see it happen like, yes,
well,
everything
actually,
we expected.
Going into this week, today I even told Joey this morning, is like, there's no way anyone is going to prioritize Renekton. Like, there's no way people know Renekton is OP. And then by the time we get to the studio and sit down, Joey looks at me and he tells me, Renekton's been picked 3 out of 3 games.
Yeah, and Chachi's running around.
And then the 4th game he gets picked. We're all watching. And I'm like, please don't pick Renekton on 4. And they just do. And I'm like,
You haven't been sleeping on Renekton?
May have.
Oh.
I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
My academy team has not picked up yet, but after today, I think it is time.
Okay,
So
time to see it in the top.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
That's what I like to see. Now, the next port of call is that race for playoffs, and I think we just have to talk about it just a little bit because it's so intense. It took me like 2 days to get my head around it, just how many fantastic league teams are in the running and how many teams every single game of League of Legends counts. So are you starting to feel that pressure, a bit of an unfamiliar amount of pressure now with these last couple of weeks coming in, Bwipo?
Honestly, I feel like I've had enough pressure with the Worlds run. Like, the Worlds run gave me a good idea of how much pressure there can be on someone, especially in group stage. It was the same idea, right? In group stage against IG, it was the same idea. There's a lot of pressure. Every game counts. You really want to win those games to get on the good side of the bracket, and it's the same idea here, right? You really want to win those games so you get the selection, so you get to choose who you play. So in that sense, I feel like everyone in our team has gotten his fair share of pressure there.
I believe it. Yeah, and now we actually saw tons of action tonight. Some of the changes, some also with huge changes in the standings. I want to bring them up and just hear what comes out of your mouth when we take a look at those standings, because take a look at this. Breathe this one in. Amazing. What's jumping off the page first? I mean, we've had our fair share of surprising victories today. Splyce, I think, is jumping off the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, for sure, it's Splyce. I did not expect them to beat G2, and they actually honestly played their own style in their beat G2, which has rarely happened before, and only Origen has done it so far. Whereas like the SK loss, I think that G2 had was kind of random almost. So it was kind of interesting to see Splyce actually get into the level of a top-tier team where I didn't see them before.
So G2 can bleed. Is this something you guys are going to be looking over, checking out that Splyce game? What do you reckon, Young Buck?
I think we're looking at G2 for playoffs if we make it. I think after today's game, we have a really good chance at making playoffs. We knew this was a do-or-die moment. And seeing G2 bleed gives us a lot of hope going into the playoffs. So we're looking at that.
Yeah, and I was also just super hyped to see XL. Did you catch the game, or were you guys all prepping and traveling? Did you see XL?
We were watching. Some of us were playing solo queue, warming up. Some of us were watching, but
I mean,
wow.
Can we get excited about XL now? Seeing UK League of Legends climbing a bit?
After tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, Fnatic, you guys are playing them. Surely there's a little bit more respect and fear now you've seen them take down a top dog.
Honestly, I feel like, I mean, from a top line's perspective at least, I feel like I somewhat shaped a bit of the meta, because I feel like everyone's going Conqueror now. I feel like I came in last week and I was like, just pick me a champion that goes Conqueror, or even if they don't go Conqueror, I'll take Conqueror on it and I'll fight this guy. And I feel like, yeah, that's my comfort zone. I feel like Expect kind of took it over as well. And honestly, from me at least, I'm not too scared because it's really my comfort zone. I love this Keystone.
That's fair enough. Now I was going to talk about Origen, of course, and their performance today, but I'm holding back on that one just a little bit because I want to take this in a different direction. But here's a fun question. Let's talk top 6. So you just said you're taking a big leap. Now with them up on the board, who in your minds are the top contenders? Amazing. I mean, G2 clearly locked in. Yeah. Vitality very comfortable, but in that middle of the pack, in that brawl, who in your mind is clear?
I think Origen is a clear contender because they have shown progress and they have been 8-2 in the last 10 games. I also think Fnatic obviously has to be scary. Like, you have to be scared of them to a certain extent now.
6 and what is it now?
I actually think Origen and Fnatic are probably the
Five.
The scariest teams amongst the top 6 at least, because I think Splyce's game may have been a fluke. We still have to see more consistency from them. Yeah. Whereas Origen and Fnatic have been up and coming and they've been rowing across the standings. So I think they are a safer bet.
Okay.
But I don't know. Whenever I see Vitality, I know what it is in me, but something says I cannot trust them to do well in playoffs, you know? So maybe I'm disrespecting them, but maybe you guys have different insight.
What do you reckon? Sound about right?
Sounds about right. I mean, that's what was experienced last year, right? In spring, it was my first best of 5. I felt like, in general, even in the last game we played, I think it was game 2 of the split, they're very linear in a sense that if they can't actually break through top lane, the game goes slowly for them. And I feel like a slow game for Vitality is never a good game for them, at least from their perspective. I'm not sure if that's actually the case, but like, from an outside view, that's
what it looks like.
how I feel. And when they can't break open top lane, it does feel like they struggle to get advantages elsewhere.
So a lot of love for Origen. I mean, is there anyone else you'd put in that category other than yourselves?
I would say Splyce is pretty
Splyce,
safe
yeah,
now.
for sure.
I was going into the day, I was thinking that we were going to compete with Misfits and Splyce because they were still our direct opponents. So we wanted to knock them down. Splyce beating G2 is very convincing as well. So I would say Splyce is pretty much locked in. And then we're looking at Misfits against Schalke tomorrow. I think the loser is can go home, basically.
Yeah, we've got some, I mean, every game matters. That's right. I'm supposed to keep saying that. And it is my time also to tell you that the Kia player of the game has been locked in, Mr. Bwipo. 84% of the votes as well. A lot of love your way.
Damn,
I mean,
84?
What a game. I mean, you must have been having a lot of fun.
Honestly, I was like, I don't want to say I was shaking, but I was really hyped. I was really fired up after the kill on top lane. And then after, it was just, I felt so confident because I feel like most of the champions were not very good into Aatrox.
Yeah.
So I feel like in that sense it was a good pick. But like the big crutch about him right now is actually getting him through laning phase. Because I feel like, you know, you don't have the healing sustain in lane anymore, and you know you still have the world under, right? So if you just walk into a team fight, you can int once, and then you can still walk out after. So even if you mess up, you can just get a buttload of damage in and just be like, you know what?
Okay.
We'll see what happens when I revive.
So Aatrox is just int proof. Is that what you're saying?
Not really, because you can int so hard that you die twice in a row really fast, but
the double int.
You get one.
Double int proof. Yeah.
Okay, and a quick reminder as well, if you want to see teams like that are locking themselves in, the 13th and 14th of April, the top 3 teams in Europe will gather in Rotterdam to fight for the LEC title. Be sure to get your tickets at eu.lollysports.com/Rotterdam. That's up your way, isn't it? Your Netherlands?
Yeah, it is.
I know how to talk about my breakfast in Dutch. Mijn ontbijt. Ja, ik eet brood. And that's all I've got. Yeah, thank you, Al. Anyway, talking of language, actually, that is kind of where I want to take this next. So bear in mind, CS guy, I've spent a lot of my life following the Counter-Strike scene. And now as I dip my toe into League of Legends, I find there's some clear differences that I would love to hear you guys' opinions on. I think the first thing I noticed is multinational rosters is everywhere. I mean, I was looking for everyone speaking their native tongue, and I could find, here we go, Giants, Splyce, Rocket. That we're talking years ago. You were still in the server at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting. In Counter-Strike, to contrast that, FaZe is the only name I could find, Hellraisers, maybe Mouse Sports, so 3 teams of the entire Counter-Strike world that are doing what League of Legends players do. When I say that, Young Buck, is anything jumping to your mind as to why that might be?
Not necessarily, because I think everyone in Europe is fluent in English.
Sure, that's true.
And then you have a much bigger champion pool, player pool to actually tap into if you want to build a very strong team. And if you limit yourself to only Swedish players or Danish players, I can imagine that sometimes you don't get the desired lineup.
Sure. So for League, it's mechanics over communication. Would you say, Bwipo?
No. I mean, I think it's
everyone's comms is just so good.
No, it's just more like everyone speaks a decent level of English, right? I feel like it's rare that you walk into a League of Legends team and you feel like, oh, this guy doesn't speak English very well, or he can't communicate what he wants to do. But the way you communicate is not that difficult either, you know? Someone that doesn't speak the language perfectly but has like a basic understanding can still communicate what he wants to do in the game.
League English, right?
Basically.
I mean, maybe the difference is just the amount of communication you have to do in CSGO versus League. You know, like maybe there's a difference in that. I don't know if you can fill me on that.
Well, I mean, people don't shut up in Counter-Strike comms, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, for sure. But I think in League, and please give me some insight here, is it's a lot more non-verbal communication. Like you've just played so many times with this comp or these players that you know, you always have expectations of what's going to be happening without even asking or calling for it.
I think it's outside of the game. A lot of the talking is the coach, and at the end of the day, you know, if the coach gets his point across, the players just have to be able to execute what the coach wants, right?
Sure.
Or at least have a general idea. So in that sense, I'm not sure if in CS, for example, I'm not sure how a coaching structure works there, where the players maybe have way more input and they're telling each other how to play more than anything.
Yeah.
Whereas in League, it's like, okay, we want to do this. How do we do that? And the coach knows. The coach, generally speaking, has the idea of this is how I want you to play around bot, this is how I want you to play around mid, and then you work with that. Not saying that's the best way, but in my experience, this is how League of Legends scene is rolling right now.
So coach's word is gospel. I mean, because in Counter-Strike, no, but jokes aside, in Counter-Strike, it's like if your coach if the coach hasn't garnered the respect of the players, then all hell breaks loose. So is that something you found yourself when you were kind of moving into the coaching role? It was very important that these players were going to truly listen and follow what you were trying to take where you were trying to take them?
Yeah, I've always said that you usually start out with a lot of respect from your players, but you have to keep earning it. And your players need to keep respecting you, and you need to be able to teach new things and tell them how you want to play the game, and they need to agree, or at least if they don't agree, see that there is benefit for the rest of the team to actually play that way.
Do you find yourself defending your decisions often? Like, I'm telling you, we're going to take Aatrox on Bwipo, and it's going to be fire.
Every now and then, yeah. Even in this draft, we had a really tough decision on the 4-5, the last rotation, and then I have to make the final call. And in the end, I was pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I mean,
and then you, so you sit there smugly, and the guys are like, okay, that's the respect being earned you were just talking about.
Yeah, someone has to take the responsibility. It's also usually if the player makes the choice and then the game is lost, there's a lot of eyes in the...
I'm sure.
So the coach has to take that responsibility, and if it goes wrong, then everyone can flame the coach. But it's better than having everyone breathing down the neck of a player.
Okay, and then moving slightly on, but in a similar vein, we've noticed a lot. I think Origen are a good example in the league world, and I mean, Astralis, of course, the best example, both kind of under that Refresh umbrella, where teams are making huge changes into the way they approach competing. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, back in the Copenhagen Wolves days, you guys were all locked up in a house somewhere in some suburb, and it's just five. I'm guessing. This is a guess.
Where it was, you know?
but locked up in a house, just 5 gaming PCs and maybe 3 bedrooms.
No, we had with beds, and that was it.
Mattresses,
that was good. That was good. Well,
because that was the dream. that was the dream, right? Amazing. Like, back in the day.
Oh man, I remember. So there's like one specific scene I always remember where the boot camp in Copenhagen.
Yeah.
And we had like those folding beds, right? Like that. So basically every night,
like a camping bed.
Yeah, basically camping beds. But every night we basically slept on them. Like at some point, it's just like you hear this like a snap, right? And one of the players just has their legs up in the air.
Wait,
it's
just
like,
folded?
Yeah, it's folded. So that happened like 15 times every night.
Oh
you know?
God, I didn't realize it was that bad. You had experiences with gaming houses. I mean, we are seeing teams just a gaming house exodus. People have realized that this isn't the recipe for success.
I mean, I was in the team when it happened. It was a lot of fun. Just waking up in the middle of the night, seeing someone's legs in the air. We had to shower in a swimming pool because the showers weren't working, so we had to walk like 500 meters to a swimming pool.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah, we were watching TV, sitting on a mattress. We didn't have a sofa or anything like that.
Okay,
but the good old times, right?
But even more advanced gaming houses. I assume you guys are doing something similar. What's the Fnatic structure right now?
It's player's choice, basically.
Player's choice, yeah.
The organization will help you get your own apartment, your own place.
But you guys have office space, basically.
Yeah, we do have an office space.
Right,
always.
this is what I'm talking. This is the Astralis approach,
yeah.
right? Like
So
you
like
go into the office, you do your work.
Exactly. So you can either choose to stay at the house and then go to the office, but no matter what, we're practicing in the office. So everyone is expected to be at a certain time at the office, and outside of those hours, there's a few hours you have to be practicing.
Yeah.
But other than that, you're somewhat free.
So with both perspectives now, then, Young Buck, do you think there's like the work-life balance is much clearer? Do you think it's beneficial for players?
Absolutely. I think if you live and work in the same environment, it's something that I've gone through both in G2 and as a player as well. And the tough part is sleeping when players are like playing until late in the evening or early in the morning. Yeah. So it's very tough to actually have a private life, but also to get good quality sleep. So I think separating the office with apartments is very beneficial to us.
I mean, I agree with that. It's also about like honestly having your private life, like having girlfriends.
I didn't even think about that. When you said private life, I was like, Jesus, how do you even hang out with someone?
What are you trying to say?
Hey, you want to come to my place? I've got someone with his legs in the air and some guy playing solo queue.
I mean, so I think it's so important to just like honestly to have some way to alleviate some of the pressure they have, right? It's about like just getting away from the people that you're usually working with, and if you have some disagreements with them, there's no way to basically just like just get them out there, right? If you're consistently on top of them too, So that whole issue will grow and grow, and at some point you hate one another. So when it goes well, and then you probably like one another and stuff. But if it goes badly, it goes really, really badly if you're always in the same gaming house practicing with one another.
I mean, I love my friends, but I don't think I could live with 4 of them playing video games until 3 a.m. every night. Like that's just not, we're not designed to enjoy that.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. And I actually looked into what Origen's resources are, and actually I'm interested now to know what Fnatic's are. But like they have, of course, Xpeke, he's behind there, he's providing input. They've got Fabian, I'm going to butcher some pronunciation here.
Fabian
Broich,
yeah.
Sehr gut. He is their sports psychologist. Yep. You've got Andre, and now my Portuguese, Guilherme. Oh my God, amazing is amazing.
I mean, I worked with him, you know, so
yeah, I
better learn the names, you know.
I don't remember your name, Maurice Schnucken. And Deficio, of course, ex-pro and analyst. So like this isn't the roster, this is the extra stuff. You guys think this is the way that League of Legends is going to go, Youngbuck?
I think it's getting better and better. We ourselves have 2 coaches, 2 managers. We have a content guy, we have a cleaner, we have a chef, we have a sports psychologist. All we're missing is like a DJ. Physical trainer and a DJ.
Get salmon. Yeah.
DJ.
Okay, so Bwipo, your experience of the kind of the pro player lifestyle is kind of different to what these fellas have experienced.
Young kid,
so
actually.
You've kind of come into it, and your experience has been relatively like it feels like it's a job as opposed to a.
Oh, I mean,
okay, it's playing video games.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's an opportunity to do what you love at the end of the day, and I get an easier time than these guys did, right? That these guys have to love the game a lot more than I did, from what I hear. But you know, I think at the end of the day, you're all coming together because you love playing the game or studying or whatever, and I think the opportunity to get that is a beautiful thing. First of all, and then second of all, it was cool to just you go to the office and then you just play like X amount of hours a day. But honestly, I've started a private live with myself this year because I feel like in terms of my ceiling, at least skill ceiling, I feel like it will help me in the long run.
Yeah. And physical health as well. Now, we don't have to linger on this, but it's something I find interesting is I'm noticing a lot of esports pros in every game taking their physical health so much more seriously. Like, I mean, it used to just be like you'd go to a gaming house and it's just like fast food hits you as like a truck and body odor. It's different now. I mean, like these guys have got their gym bags on their shoulder.
You're not wrong, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not wrong. I'm telling you, man.
No,
but it's different. Amazing. It seems like everyone's looking after themselves in pursuit of greatness.
Yeah, I think it established itself recently where a lot of players like looked at honestly sports psychology and honestly also health psychology, where they kind of like try to basically just talk about, hey, what is actually important for my body, what's important for me, and then they try to apply it to a certain extent. And I think this year, especially with a lot of sports psychologists now living in-house, it has become the next level where, especially last year, for example, on Schalke, right, we had like our sports psychologist was also a nutritionist to a certain extent. So that kind of helps you to get your game to the next level and honestly prevent a lot of issues too, where it is late game fatigue or late season fatigue, right? Because those are real issues that keep coming up for a lot of players.
Yeah, have you kind of felt the benefits of that in-house psychologist and nutritionist, or the 7 people that Youngbuck listed?
I think honestly, I feel like a sports psychologist is really good at reminding you of things that you already know as well. He can always teach you a lot of extra things, but I think fundamentally, for me, for example, our sports psychologist just brought up, at the end of the day, you're your own coach. You're the best coach you can be for yourself. Like, there's nobody that can coach yourself better than you yourself. Because
no one knows you better, right?
So wise.
Yeah.
So smart.
Well, and then it just hit me, and I'm like, okay, like, I already knew this, but just a reminder is what sometimes really helps a player doing it. Because I feel like a lot of players are doing things that they're maybe not supposed to or are, but if you just remind them that this is how it should be done, it's a click. I was, oh, right, I can do this, right? I don't have to always listen, to everybody else's opinion. I should maybe consider mine first, and then take everybody else's into consideration, and I'll be able to form a better whole.
Yeah, of course, your opinion is great, but Youngbuck, of course, is your daddy, and you'll be listening to him for the draft. Jokes aside. So that's interesting, Youngbuck. What is your take on that? On this kind of players truly? It's not just the scrims, it's not just the practice, it's also the psychologist, it's also the health.
I think the truly competitive players always ask themselves, how can I get more out of myself? And yeah, you can play more League of Legends, you can study the game more, but something very simple is just working out, drinking a lot of water, eating some fruits and vegetables. Sleeping.
Power of sleep is insane.
Exactly. It's so simple, but a lot of players who don't have a lot of discipline to themselves, they fail in these categories, and then they don't get the most out of themselves.
Yeah. I mean, it's just really interesting to see esports develop like this, right? Like I don't know where we go next. What can we do next? I don't know. In-house swimming pools. We've probably already got that.
We already had that.
Damn it.
I had that.
Okay.
Yeah, in Origen, we had it.
Oh, I see. So he's gone from flippy up beds to swimming pools. This guy's living.
That was a quick transition, actually. It was only a year between, So.
Damn. Okay, we're on the incline. And actually, I think we're on the decline of this. Guys, thank you so much for spending so much time here. I probably have gone way over. I don't actually know. And this is just a glorified bracelet. It's not actually working. So the race for playoffs does continue tomorrow as Misfits and Schalke kick off the day. So thank you so much, guys. I guess we wrap this one up. There is more League of Legends coming up, though, tonight with the LCS Academy starting at 1 a.m. Central European time. I'm over here. Whoops. Hi. If you missed anything from the LEC, we'll have a rebroadcast after the last game in Los Angeles. So thank you so much for hanging out with us. That's all from us here tonight. Thank you for watching. We will be back tomorrow for more action at the LEC. See you then.
There, Caps has the flank position. He's gone back. Need to teleport in soon because Caps just going to jump in. Surprise, says Caps. That's 2 down, a third to follow, and it's all on Kobe. He takes out one charge on the fight. Can Kobe get the boomerangs in? Can he turn it around for his team? The only man who's been on this team the whole time, it's Kobe, and it's a party for Splyce. The frozen 2-on-1 as he's underneath his towers. Caps gets the shot down onto charge, but it's just not enough. Kobe's still alive, and that's all you need in your Splyce. Going for those Nexus towers is what comes back out, but Kobe sends him right back to the fountain. And expect once again lands the hook. So much damage coming out of Dubstep. He opens his arms back once again. Avantage still doing work. It was Upset just cleaning up the fight. Somehow got the triple. Somehow got the penta. Jesco there gets the damage down, but it's enough to work his way through. Upset just tweets one more twin bang. Upset jumped into his demise, and EXO will sweep away Schalke in the river. And EXO say we may be out of playoffs, but you still gotta beat a Schalke. Selfmade goes golden. It's up to Crownshot. He's opening it up. Cole jumps onto the back line. He gets Crownshot. Mindy's still alive. Patrick's still alive. OG somehow still alive as NukeDuck jumps forwards once again. Alphari and NukeDuck are in here. SK ran away from their own base and maybe sacrificed the game. Origen continue their climb of the LEC table with a dominant win over SK.
Senka to the self-cast and the ultimate. Dead Sentence will catch one. That's a kill for Atala. There's the Portuguese fan base screaming in support. Rogue will pick up another kill with the help of the Fountain Laser. The Nexus goes down and Vitality will retain control of second place. Now it's still a 4v4 and Misfits are running for their lives. Flash from Hillesang. Miasma from Hansama will buy some time as Broxah and Fnatic are looking to seal the deal and finish the game.
There are a few chances left. Playoffs. A spot is on the horizon and Fnatic over the fight.
Oh, Fnatic going for the dive! They've got Hansama! They killed him under his tower! Fnatic truly are back in the fight for playoffs and the final.